the popular RPG Dragon Slayer Academy has become ingrained in the minds of many teenagers, which is also true of our protagonist. The game characters are students of an academy built long ago by the first max-level hero, and hardcore quests lead them into battles with mobs and epic bosses. After thousands of hours of play, Kim Ho achieved unbalanced results, which is why he called himself an old-timer. The strongest support character in the game with unique buffs. All NPCs had different classes, from holy healers to powerful tank knights trying to level them up. MC wandered the virtual world in search of rare loot and magical gems, so every newbie NPC absorbed a crystal to increase their rank and gain new skills, although in reality, the avid gamer disliked this tedious task of hero cultivation. And after the 1000th top-level graduate, the protagonist couldn't figure out what to do next. Since all the missions had been completed, Kim Ho logged out of the game, when suddenly a system notification appeared on the screen. The protagonist's eyes sparkled when he learned that the RPG was offering him a hidden X-rank quest, a rare event that only happens once in a million. The seasoned gamer decided without hesitation, that the chance to complete such a quest was unmissable. Suddenly the guy's room turned into an RPG location. Kim Ho himself realized that this was his reincarnation in the world of Dragon Slayer Academy. Recognizing the tutorial forest, he understands he has truly been reset to the beginning. When he checks his status, everything has been wiped clean, leaving him with no skills, traits, or equipment. Then the quest grants reincarnation bonuses, giving him the traits Copy and Lord. If losing his old progress no longer feels so bad once he sees he has been given tools worth exploiting. A tutorial quest appears telling him to survive 10 minutes for a starter kit, which sounds easy at first. That confidence vanishes when he hears something massive approaching through the forest. Instead of weak tutorial mobs, 2 dragons descend into the area. He stares up in disbelief as the tutorial begins with dragons. Realizing Yex's difficulty has warped the opening into a death trap, he runs for his life. The red dragon starts bombarding the forest with explosive fire, making any mistake fatal while fleeing. He decides this is the perfect chance to test his new copy trait. He remembers that to copy a trait he must first witness it being used. He also needs to identify the target's name and rank before the copy can work. Since that part is easy with dragons he already knows, he focuses on observing rather than panicking. He locks onto the dragon through the chaos and studies its abilities. The system confirms he has copied the S-rank trait Elemental Resistance, which greatly reduces elemental damage. Satisfied with that early jackpot, he decides a powerful trait is enough for now since he still lacks the mana to use copied skills. Then he notices the wind reversing naturally and senses another attack coming. The red dragon lands and prepares a direct breath attack. At the same time the blue dragon gathers crackling lightning for its own strike. He recognizes the breath attack as a dragon's deadliest move and knows even resistance may not save him at close range, so he sprints harder, betting everything on distance and timing. The red dragon unleashes a torrent of fire that nearly catches him. The blue dragon follows with a devastating lightning blast that could kill him outright. He barely escapes as the attacks explode behind him. Surviving the ordeal clears the first tutorial and unlocks the next step, boarding the train to Dragon Slayer Academy. Soon he arrives at the train station and heads for the academy-bound train. Inside a compartment, another student named Go Hyun-woo politely asks a silent, silver-haired girl for a seat. When she does not respond, he assumes she is asleep and awkwardly backs off. Kim Ho then steps in and asks whether the seat is free. Go Hyun-woo notes that the girl has not objected, so the place is technically open. The silver-haired girl finally looks up, startled by the exchange. She quietly allows Kim Ho to sit beside her. Kim Ho introduces himself, and she answers with the name Seo Yeon. He also invites Go Hyun-woo to join them, and the swordsman gratefully takes the remaining seat. Go Hyun-woo thanks him warmly, giving off the unmistakable air of a martial arts protagonist. When asked why he was late, Kim Ho jokes that seeing 2 older dragons on the way left him lost and nearly dead. As the train finally starts moving, Kim Ho reflects that he has returned to the academy once again. He knows the place so well that it has long since become more tedious than exciting. But this run already differs from all the others because the people around him are unfamiliar. Even the students and instructors he sees now are strangers compared with the versions he remembers. He realizes the setting may be the same while the cast events and future quests may all have changed. One change especially stands out because Ziyan keeps staring at him without pause. He remembers that Ziyan possesses a special eye that quantifies everything she sees. Through that eye she can read Go Hyun-woo as a fairly ordinary swordsman with average talent. But Kim Ho appears completely different to her, his status obscured by strange and readable traits that mark him as exceptional, unable to ignore it. She keeps watching until Kim Ho finally asks why she is staring. Remembering advice that interest should be expressed through kindness, she decides to do something nice for him. She abruptly opens her bag with newfound resolve. From it she produces a stash of homemade cookies. Trying to be helpful, she offers one to Kim Ho. Caught off guard, he accepts the cookie awkwardly. He asks if they are homemade and finds them surprisingly good. While he eats, Ziyan notices Gohan was large weapon and asks about it. Go Hyun-woo proudly explains that the wrapped blade is a sacred heirloom of his clan that he is not yet worthy to unseal. Until then he relies on a plain iron sword and boasts that it has never failed him. Kim-ho humors him but suggests he might eventually need something sturdier. Before that conversation can continue, a loud blonde student barges in asking to stay there for a while. Go Hyun-woo cheerfully allows him in. Taking the interruption in stride, Kim-ho immediately notices the newcomer's suspiciously silent movement and realizes he knows exactly who this is. The blonde boy reveals himself as Shin Byung-chul, a shady delivery runner who can procure almost anything for a price. Kim-ho tests him by asking whether he really can fetch anything, when Shin claims he can even handle rule-breaking requests. Kim-ho deduces that he is being chased over one of those jobs. Shin admits it after Kim-ho points out how nervously he kept checking the window. Their talk is cut short when someone arrives outside the compartment. Shin panics as the danger catches up to him. The student disciplinary committee appears and orders him to come out because they know exactly who he is. Kim-ho recognizes the committee at once as the academy's enforcers, already active even before arrival. They are elite first years deployed early to maintain order, and they have boarded the train for moments like this. Their leader demands that Shin return the stolen item in his possession. Shin tries to bolt, but a sudden attack stops him in his tracks. A rare lightning element mage from the committee fires the spell, and Kim-ho instantly sees its value. Since his copy slot for skills is still empty, he decides to seize this chance to steal something useful. Knowing he is weak in direct combat, he drops his cookie as the confrontation escalates. The committee leader prepares to subdue Shin by force when he refuses to surrender. The lightning mage calmly forms the spell again at her fingertips. She releases Hummingbird, a lightning support spell that darts towards Shin. Shin raises his arms and braces for impact. At that exact moment, Kim-ho makes his move. He thrusts his hand into the spell's path and blocks it himself. Shocking everyone, the lightning burst harmlessly against his palm instead of striking Shin. The committee leader immediately suspects Shin had an accomplice all along. Kim-ho denies being Shin's partner and steps forward on his own terms. He explains with a straight face that the real problem is simpler. The spell made him drop his cookie. The absurd complaint stuns the committee, but the system quietly confirms that he has learned the support magic skill Hummingbird. Kim-ho insists he was enjoying the cookie and that their interference is what angered him. One committee member dismisses his claim as nonsense and threatens him if he keeps obstructing them. Go Hyun-woo steps up beside Kim-ho, warning that if they draw weapons, he will not stay passive either. The corridor fills with tension as both sides square off around the fallen cookie and the trapped courier. Before it turns into a full fight, the committee leader offers compensation in the form of a dessert coupon, and Kim-ho immediately accepts the deal. Shin protests being abandoned, but Kim-ho leaves him to face the consequences alone. Privately pleased, Kim-ho thanks them for the skill and confirms he now holds copied Hummingbird alongside elemental resistance. The committee explains that Shin's real offense was stealing a station worker's wig, a prank serious enough to earn punishment as they drag him off. Kim-ho warns Seo Yeon not to get involved with Shin, but she coolly says that choice is hers. One of the committee members leaves with a lingering grudge, silently marking Kim-ho as someone to remember. Go Hyun-woo explains that the disciplinary squad are elite students, and identifies the lightning mage who cast Hummingbird as Song Kun-hai. He adds that she belongs to the famous Song family, and is the granddaughter of the Lightning King. He further notes that another member, Jo Byak, is a disciple of the Fist King and equally dangerous. The remaining two are Han So-mi, student of the Sword Queen, and Jia Myo-han, heir of Golden Lotus Pavilion, making the whole squad formidable. After Shin leaves, Go Hyun-woo cheerfully calls the encounter refreshing and says goodbye to the troublemaker. When Go Hyun-woo asks whether Kim-ho really intervened over a cookie, Kim-ho claims he mainly wanted to see a rare lightning mage's skill up close. Go Hyun-woo points out that all Kim-ho seemed to do was block the spell, so Kim-ho asks how much he actually understood about Hummingbird. He explains that the spell moves too fast for normal eyes to follow properly, and he reveals its true purpose was not raw damage, but to immobilize or paralyze a target, meaning though Hyun-woo only understood half of what he saw. Kim-ho explains that the lightning spell is called Hummingbird because it imitates a bird's flight. He adds that the spell's movement reveals the caster's level of mastery, since its performance changes drastically with skill. Recalling Song Chun-hai's attack, he notes that if she were truly experienced, his interference should have altered the spell's path. Because the Hummingbird showed no such adjustment, he realizes something about her control is off. Since the spell flew straight into his hand anyway, he concludes her battle control and practical experience are lacking. Even so, he is impressed that a single spell already exposed so much about her, and he knows that is only the beginning. He further judges that she cast any rank spell with D rank power, meaning she either has an exceptional trait, or an enormous mana pool worthy of the Lightning King's bloodline. Delighted by what he has learned, Kim-ho calls their meeting fate, while Go Hyun-woo dryly says this much is hardly worth teaching for free. Go Hyun-woo still offers his help if Kim-ho ever needs it, promising to do whatever he can. Kim-ho immediately takes him up on that goodwill by asking him to come somewhere and first lend him 1 silver, leaving Go Hyun-woo baffled. Without further explanation, Kim-ho drags him off at once. Their destination turns out to be an old slot machine that appears Broken at first glance, Go Hyun-woo explains that this train section used to be a casino for tourists, and is still cluttered with remnants of that past. When Kim-ho questions whether the machine is actually broken, he casually feeds in the borrowed coin anyway. The machine stays dead long enough for even Kim-ho to suspect it really is broken. Then the machine suddenly activates, revealing a hidden event tied to a slot machine that only looks broken. Realizing he has found a rare opportunity, Kim-ho decides to exploit it fully. He pulls the lever, but the spin only spits out an ordinary bottle of water. Though disappointed, he treats the miss as expected and keeps his composure as he continues. Go Hyun-woo asks why he came along at all and points out that the real issue is not the machine, but the contraband items it can produce. Kim-ho reassures him that the disciplinary committee rarely comes here, only to tempt fate by saying they are probably elsewhere. That confidence collapses when first-year disciplinary member Han Sumi appears in front of them and catches them in the act. While she warns that students are forbidden from using the machine and can receive penalty points, Kim-ho quietly asks Go Hyun-woo to stall her because he wants to test something. Handsome reminds Go Hyun-woo that helping someone break the rules is also a punishable offense. Go Hyun-woo accepts the risk anyway and insists the choice is his. Frustrating her, he then pivots by praising Han Sami's swordsmanship lineage and formally asks to witness her skill. Introducing himself as Go Hyun-woo, Han Sumi accepts the challenge with enthusiasm and attacks immediately. Go Hyun-woo meets her opening strike head-on with his sword. Their blade clash again as he forces her back with a powerful counter. Han Sumi quickly recovers and channels energy through her staff-like weapon to continue the exchange. She plants her footing and launches herself into a faster assault. Her descending blow crashes down, and Kim-ho observes that although Go Hyun-woo is losing in internal power, there is still more to learn from him. Deciding not to let the fight end yet, Kim-ho activates Amplify on Go Hyun-woo's core. Go Hyun-woo's core jumps from B to C rank for 1 minute, and Kim-ho urges him to hold out just a little longer. The sudden boost explodes through Go Hyun-woo's blade as his strength surges. With the amplified power, he reverses the flow of the duel and drives Han Sumi back while the timer rapidly ticks down. Kim-ho watches the empowered exchange while keeping one hand on another coin in the slot machine. As the reels spin again, he reflects that most players avoid wasting coins on slot machines because they do not know the hidden mechanic. He reveals that this machine has a guaranteed top reward system called the ceiling. Since players begin with only 5 silver, he recognizes that this current pull is the crucial 5th spin before the guarantee. Holding the extra borrowed coin, he realizes he now has exactly what he needs. On the 6th spin, the machine always gives the jackpot, making the top reward certain rather than random. The jackpot appears as a dark ice crystal, a dangerously cold item that can easily kill whoever mishandles it. Kim-ho instantly decides to use the prize for himself. While the others are distracted by the duel, he calmly prepares to act. Go Hyun-woo's boosted sword shatters under the strain just as the amplification is about to expire. Seeing enough of the spar, Kim-ho suddenly pours the crystal into his mouth despite Han Sumi and Go Hyun-woo shouting for him to stop. The moment he swallows it, a frozen status effect is applied and agony seizes his body. More and more frozen effects stack on him as the crystal's power floods his system. To everyone's shock, he remains standing and asks if he is somehow fine. When asked what he just consumed, he lies smoothly and calls it a mana-restoring elixir. In truth, the dark ice crystal is one of the 6 spin ceiling items, and an ultra-deadly poison that can turn a person into an ice statue instantly. Kim-ho survives only because his S-rank elemental resistance keeps removing the harmful frozen effect while the crystal's immense energy stays inside him. Handsome is not convinced by his explanation, and Kim-ho privately notes that only a fool would believe it outright. Go Hyun-woo gratefully thanks Kim-ho for helping him spar on equal footing with Handsome, and for giving him something valuable in return. When Go Hyun-woo asks to see that mysterious technique again, Kim-ho refuses for now, citing its cooldown and his need to keep some cards hidden. Go Hyun-woo accepts that powerful techniques come with conditions and predicts they will need Kim-ho's help again. As the train nears its destination, the students are told they are almost there. The narration introduces Dungeon Island, the train's final stop. Once a lawless place packed with dungeons and criminals, its history changed when the first hero and dragon, Slayer, arrived and exterminated every criminal there. He then conquered all the island's dungeons and claimed the land. Afterward, he built a city and founded Dragon Slayer Academy, giving birth to the institution the students are entering. The train finally reaches the Grand Academy complex on the island. As first years are herded along, the campus buzzes with energy and excitement. The crowd grows chaotic, enough that even students are tossing pets around while everyone rushes to settle in before Kim-ho can relax. He and his companions are stopped and asked to come along. A stern disciplinary officer formally escorts them away for questioning. They are taken into the student disciplinary office and told to sit. Kim-ho enters the infamous Room of Truth, a place said to reform anyone who passes through it. A scanner clears him of any lingering debuffs from the slot machine incident, leaving no obvious evidence against him. Kim-ho notes inwardly that the frozen status vanished long ago, which is why the item no longer appears suspicious. The head of the disciplinary committee, 3rd year Oh Si-hoon, reminds him that disobeying committee orders is punishable whether or not the rules were explained beforehand. Still, because no one was hurt and it is Kim Ho's first offense, Oh Si-hoon lets him off without demerits and sends him on his way. After Kim Ho leaves, Oh Se-hun remarks to another committee member that she clearly does not trust Chun-hai's version of events. She argues that the whole slot machine incident remains suspicious, because there was no reason to use it if the goal was not a banned item. She adds that there was also no reason to destroy the result immediately unless Kim Ho was hiding something, and Oh Si-hoon agrees the logic is sound. She proposes that Kim Ho may have gained an illicit skill and suggests using Amplify as an inspection method to expose it. Oh Si-hoon counters that if they go that far and find nothing, they will have overreached without cause. Realizing her accusation is too rash without proof, she apologizes and accepts his warning to look at the bigger picture. Oh Si ends the matter by telling her to move on before the entrance ceremony starts. Kim Ho rejoins the other first years in the hall and takes a seat among his new classmates. A system message confirms he completed the tutorial by arriving on time and rewards him with any rank weapon ticket and 5 silver, neatly refunding his slot machine spending. The principal enters the hall, drawing the students' attention at once. Whispers spread that the unassuming principal is actually a retired hero who once led a dragon-slaying squad. They explain that the title hero belongs to only one person among countless S ranks, though gossip also notes the saint has rejected him repeatedly. Kim Ho reacts awkwardly to the rumor that the principal has now been rejected 5 times. The principal begins the entrance ceremony by welcoming the new students to Dragon Slayer Academy. He explains that the academy was founded long ago to prepare humanity for war against dragons and to train dragon slayers. He says the first hero insisted on the word slay so students would confront what it truly means to be a slayer. His speech turns grim as he states that taking life is the fate and essence of slayers. Leaving Kim Ho bored by the length of it, the principal urges them to find their own answer for why they seek to kill before graduation. While several students already look exhausted, he closes by hoping they become true heroes at the academy. And the ceremony finally ends. Go Hyun-woo praises the speech as profound, while Kim Ho can barely hide how tedious he found it. Go Hyun-woo insists every word was priceless wisdom because his master used to lecture him like that daily, which only deepens Kim Ho's disbelief. A faculty member then issues a warning that the banned items list has been updated and any prohibited possessions will be confiscated with disciplinary consequences. She further warns that first years are restricted to the ground floor of the dungeon building for practical exams, and unauthorized descent can bring trouble not just to them, but to their clans' towers or guilds. The warning ends with a stern reminder that a moment of curiosity can bring disaster, so the rules must be obeyed. With the ceremony concluded, the students are dismissed back to their dorms in time for dinner, and Kim Ho appreciates how direct the ending is before he can leave. Someone cheerfully calls everyone to go eat together. A bruised classmate brushes off concern over his injured arm and hints that tomorrow, the first day of class, is the real big event. He clarifies that the excitement is not about lectures, but about what begins the next day. That night in the boys' dormitory, Go Hyun-woo reveals he is in the room next door, to Kim Ho's mixed amusement and annoyance. Once alone in his room, Kim Ho decides there is no chance he can simply sleep. He changes out of his uniform and prepares for private training. Instead, sitting cross-legged on the bed, he recalls the method for creating a core. When one has free time to cultivate, he gathers energy into his body and begins forming a core by hand. He remembers that any skill using magic or internal energy requires a power source, and that source is the core. Though it is his first time making one outside the game, he trusts his instincts and the extra mana from the frozen crystal, convincing himself he can do it. At the same time, Go Hyun-woo meditates in his own room and reflects that Hansumi was the strongest opponent he has faced since leaving the mountain. He judges that even if both of them had fought seriously, the outcome would still have been difficult to predict. Yet he also knows that without Kim Ho's intervention, he would have lost before his iron sword even broke, proving Kim Ho is a true powerhouse. From their very first meeting, Go Hyun-woo has associated Kim Ho with the calm confidence and penetrating gaze of someone overwhelmingly strong. He briefly considers asking Kim Ho for help with his own problem but hesitates when he looks at the burden left by his master. In the end, he refuses to trouble his first real friend with it, resolving to handle things himself. Go Hyun-woo resumes cultivation with renewed determination. The next day, the first years gather in a temporary classroom, buzzing with chatter before class begins. A sleepy silver-haired girl stumbles in half awake, and the others joke that she nearly overslept. When someone asks where the teacher is, the class realizes the bell has rung but no instructor has appeared. The room keeps chatting until someone finally arrives at the front. The students' faces go pale when the newcomer notes, from their reactions, that he must already be famous. Their homeroom teacher introduces himself as Lee Sudik. Instantly shocking the class, he singles out a student and demands to hear the nickname people use for him, rejecting the safer title Villain Hunter. When the terrified student blurted out Human Butcher, Kim Ho quietly recognizes that this is the infamous name. The narration explains that in this world many superhumans abuse their power for twisted desires, creating inevitable villains. Lee Suduk's job was to hunt those villains down, and his bloody nickname suggests he killed far more than he ever captured alive. Suda says he never wanted to teach but accepted the principal's request, and he boasts that he has never failed at any job. He chillingly warns the class that he would rather kill them than let them fail, and ruin his perfect record. After terrifying everyone, he finally turns to the actual lesson and begins explaining how grading works. He lays out the score breakdown. Written exams are 30%, behavior is 10%, and behavior can even go negative and drag down other grades. He adds that he will keep a close eye on rotten students, and implies they may not survive to graduation if they disappoint him. Then he moves to the most important part, the practical exams, which consist of dungeon raids and PvP matches. He explains that PvP is graded on a curve, so students must outperform their peers, rather than merely do well in isolation. With the full grading formula on the board, he sees no questions and orders everyone to the arena. The class is thrown straight into placement exams without delay. At the arena, multiple matches are already underway, and Kim-ho realizes this is the big event everyone meant. Sudik explains that PvP rules change each time to prepare students for many situations, and today's placement rule is a death match. He clarifies that a match ends only when one side is exhausted, incapacitated, or formally surrenders. There is also a 5-minute limit, after which the result is judged or declared a draw, and each student will fight 3 random opponents for points. When Go Hyenwoo asks what happens if they draw or lose, Kim-ho answers that both simply give 0 points without any deduction. A new sub-quest appears for Kim-ho, requiring at least 1 PvP win and a top half dungeon raid ranking in exchange for an extra support skill slot. While Kim-ho focuses on the quest, Song Chun-hai treats the placement exam as a perfect chance to study the other students. She sees it as an opportunity to identify those with the potential to be trained into high rankers. She also intends to memorize anyone whose skills or traits might be worth copying. Soon after, Kim-ho is called forward for his match, and Go Hyenwoo wishes him luck. Kim-ho steps into the arena and finds himself facing a red-haired girl wielding a fire major's staff. He identifies her as a student from Ruby Tower, a faction famous for fire magic, overwhelming firepower, and strong area control. Kim-ho apologizes inwardly and decides to keep up an act for the next 5 minutes. His opponent, meanwhile, thinks she needs to beat someone famous to make a name for herself, but she has never even heard of Kim-ho. Looking down on his ear anchor staff, she assumes he is a weak defensive earth mage not worth fearing. Kim-ho notices her mistaken read and realizes she has already concluded he is either from Emerald Tower, nor a true earth mage, only someone relying on a cheap staff for protection. Kim-ho sizes up Han Yanoa at once, judging from her long staff that she is a power-focused, stationary caster from Ruby Tower rather than a mobile fighter. As the match begins, Han Yano opens aggressively with a combustion spell, intending to finish him in a single blitz. The crowd immediately recognizes the quality of her casting and confirms that her skill is worthy of Ruby Tower. Han Yanoa expects damage, but a sudden anomaly makes her realize something is wrong. The scoreboard reveals the impossible result that both fighters still remain at full health. She is stunned that even a direct opening strike failed to dent him at all. Kim-ho stands unharmed with his branch-like staff in hand, proving her attack accomplished nothing. Facing him across the arena, Han Yanoa sees that the exchange changed nothing and her advantage vanished. Instantly she wonders whether he nullified the spell with the spell, since her attack did not even reach him properly. Refusing to hesitate, she prepares a stronger spell that should bypass simple anti-magic. Kim-ho remains calm while she insists that even the spell will not stop what comes next. She traps the field in flames and warns him that the moment he moves, she will strike, yet his lack of reaction unsettles her, because he simply stands inside the fire without concern. The longer he remains motionless in the inferno, the more her confidence starts to crack. Irritated by his composure, she decides to overwhelm him head-on instead of waiting. She unleashes Fire Pillar with full force, challenging him to block a spell meant to crush him outright. Even as the flames surge up around him, Kim-ho's expression barely changes. Han Yanoa drives the attack through in repeated bursts, trying to force damage through sheer output. The spectators are impressed by her ruby-level firepower, as the arena shakes under the blast. When the smoke clears, she braces herself for the result, still hoping the barrage finally worked. Instead, she sees Kim-ho emerge without a scratch, as if he had simply absorbed a Ruby Tower Master's spell. Realizing ordinary magic will not break him, Kim-ho decides to reveal a stronger card of his own. A lightning construct in the form of hummingbird appears, and Han Yanoa instantly recognizes the spell. Before she can react, the lightning closes the distance and catches her from behind. The hit lands hard enough to stagger her and break her rhythm. A paralysis effect is applied, leaving her body locked up and vulnerable. Seeing the match effectively decided, Kim-ho moves to end it cleanly. He tells her to save her injured hand for later rounds, instead of ruining it here. Though furious, Han Yanoa understands he is advising surrender for her own long-term benefit. The result is posted as Kim-ho's victory, and the arena erupts in confusion over how an unknown student defeated Han Yanoa without losing any health. Kim-ho notes to himself that he drew far more attention than intended, and will need to be more careful from now on before he can relax. The next parent calls his name again, and he realizes he is being sent back immediately. His new opponent is Song Chun-hai of Topaz Tower, A student council member with a strong reputation, Song Chun-hai greets the chance to face him as fortunate, because she has something she wants to confirm personally. Kim-ho answers her approach with silence, giving away nothing. To everyone's shock, he immediately forfeits the match instead of fighting her as guard. Older student watching nearby bluntly asks why he would do that. Kim-ho explains that he is not in condition to keep dueling today, and that continuing would be difficult. Song Chun-hai presses him, pointing out that more matches would only raise his score, but he still refuses. He even asks that his third scheduled match be counted as a forfeit too. Accepting another loss without resistance, Song Chun-hai condemns the decision as pathetic and repeats, decree that one should always be fully prepared for battle. Invoking her grandfather's teaching, she insists that only those who never waver under bad conditions can rise to the top. Kim-ho realizes she is the granddaughter of the man who became their lord and dryly notes that the family resemblance is obvious. He dismisses her lecture as advice for aspiring heroes, implying that such ideals have little to do with him. Then with deliberate indifference, he says perhaps he simply is not meant for this and offers her the win. Song Chun-hai turns away disappointed, deciding she was foolish to expect anything from him at all. Just as she is about to leave, she pauses when he suddenly speaks again. Kim-ho casually reminds her that she still owes him the dessert coupon she promised. The taunt leaves her grinding her teeth as he cheerfully says he will be waiting for it. Song Chun-hai is then called to face Yang Ji-hoon, who confidently assumes a Topaz Tower opponent will be easy prey. He starts to address her casually, only to notice that she is already wrapped in crackling lightning. The instant the match starts, Song Chun-hai fires a devastating lightning strike before he can even settle in. Yang Ji-hoon is erased from the fight in one blow, leaving Song Chun-hai untouched at full health. Watching from above, Kim-ho remarks that she certainly knows how to seize everyone's attention. His friend jokes that Kim-ho is wise to forfeit before being roasted the same way. Song Chun-hai hears the comment and snaps her head around, clearly not amused. Her murderous glare makes the bystanders nervous. While Kim-ho remains unreadably calm, Kim-ho acknowledges that the entrance suits the granddaughter of the Lightning King and, besides, all he needs now is to keep winning quietly. Other students, however, mock his forfeits and start saying his earlier upset over Hong Yanao must have been luck. Kim-ho is pleased by that exact reputation, because being underestimated, while still credited for beating a Ruby Tower student, is ideal for him. The next call sends Song Chun-hai right back into the arena for another match. Her new opponent is Ziyan, a silver-haired first-year who surprises everyone by entering as a musketeer with dual pistols. Even Kim-ho and his friend are caught off guard, having only just learned that she is a musketeer. Song Chun-hai immediately recognizes the matchup as interesting, since musketeers naturally counter magic users. Kim-ho cautions that the result still depends on execution, while his friend argues that a careful musketeer should not lose. Confident in his read, Kim-ho proposes a 5 silver bet on the outcome. His friend accepts at once, eager to profit from what seems like an obvious prediction. The scoreboard shows both Song Chun-hai and Seo Yin starting at full health as the duel begins. Ziyan calmly raises both pistols, revealing a disciplined and unflinching style at the signal. She opens with a rapid barrage of mana bullets. From a low, rushing advance, Song Chun-hai answers by summoning lightning and intercepting the incoming shots before they can reach her. She blocks the volley cleanly with precise barriers and electric force. Kim-ho's friend is shocked the bullets were stopped so easily, but Kim-ho says this was exactly what he expected. He explains that Song Chun-hai's mana reserves are so overwhelming that even a low-rank hummingbird spell becomes far stronger in her hands. Ziyan is forced backward under the pressure of Chun-hai's amplified lightning constructs. She tries to evade and keep firing, but the electric assault keeps cutting off her angles. Song Chun-hai remains composed, reading the battlefield with growing confidence. She sends hummingbird-like lightning attacks sweeping in from multiple directions to box Ziyan in. One strike clips Ziyan, proving Chun-hai can punish her even through evasive movement. The impact throws Ziyan off balance and nearly ends the match on the spot. Kim-ho notes that although Seo Yin avoided a clean finish, her movements have clearly slowed. Song Chun-hai realizes the electric shock has set up the next hit and believes victory is now only a matter of time. But while appearing cornered, Seo Yin quietly reaches for another tool at her waist. She tosses a canister instead of another bullet, startling Song Chun-hai with the unexpected change. The device burst into smoke, instantly obscuring the field. Kim-ho's friend praises the choice, noting that a normal explosive would have been blocked anyway. Song Chun-hai understands at once that the smoke transforms the fight into the musketeer's ideal battlefield. She moves through the haze trying to keep control before Ziyan can exploit it. A hidden shot suddenly comes from behind, forcing Chun-hai to realize the danger too late. She avoids the worst of it with a magic barrier, but the impact still nearly knocks her off balance. Ziyan uses the concealment to reposition aggressively and close in with a rifle. Kim-ho remarks that only someone with serious resources could afford a first-year invisibility cloak on top of all this gear from concealment. Ziyan switches to the rifle and lines up a more decisive shot. The bullet grazes Song Chun-hai, finally drawing real damage and proving the upset is possible. With time running down, the scoreboard now shows Ziyan narrowly ahead despite Chunhai's earlier dominance. Song Chunhai realizes she cannot win by defending and must seize the initiative back. She tracks SEO Yan's movement through the smoke and prepares a counter based on prediction rather than sight. Instead of chasing the shooter directly, she focuses on reading the trajectories of the man of bullets. A barrier catches one incoming round, giving her the exact line she needs. In that instant she twists her body and commits to a decisive counter attack. She slams lightning into the ground and sends the current racing outward through the arena floor. Ziyan tries to leap clear, but the electric surge erupts beneath her before she can escape. Song Chunhai smiles as she confirms she has finally located her hidden opponent. She declares that Ziyan cannot dodge this one, having turned the whole battlefield into her attack range. The lightning engulfs Ziyan and overwhelms her body in a full-body shock. When the timer hits 0, Ziyan collapses with far less health remaining, handing Song Chunhai the win. Kim Ho notes there was no upset after all. While his friend is stunned that Song Chunhai nearly lost, Song Chunhai regains her composure and reminds herself that no ordinary first year should ever be her equal. Even so, Kim Ho privately acknowledges that SEO Yan's ability to endure against Chunhai was impressive after losing the bet. His friend reluctantly offers the promised 5 silver. Kim Ho refuses another wager, teasing that his friend seems dangerously addicted to gambling. The friend tries to tempt him by pointing out the next match, because Go Hyenwoo is about to face a monster. That monster is Jo Baek, the disciple of the Fist King, whose reputation alone changes the mood of the arena. Asked who he favors this time, Kim Ho says the Fist King's disciple will probably win. When his friend declares he will bet the opposite just to spite him, Kim Ho says he is only stating facts, not predicting Hyenwoo's defeat. Pressed to explain the contradiction, Kim Ho only says his friend will understand soon enough. Meanwhile, Jo Byuk notices Kim Ho watching and decides he wants to show him his best performance. He resolves to fight seriously, though he knows it will not be easy. Facing the muscular Go Hyangwoo, Jo Byuk is told to draw the sword on his back if he wants a real fight. Hyangwoo says now is not the time for that weapon, and dismisses the idea with a hint of pity. Still, he promises not to hold back and settles into a brutal close combat stance. Jo Byuk welcomes that attitude and readies his blade. The match begins with both fighters at full health and Hyenwoo charging straight in. Jo Byuk meets the rush with a clean sword strike, but Hyenwoo slips inside the line of attack. Hyenwoo's movements are so efficient that even Jo Byuk recognizes the precision expected from the Fist King's disciple. A heavy flaming punch crashes through Jo Byuk's guard and slams into him at close range. The blow launches Jo Byuk backward despite his attempt to brace with the sword. He realizes that even after cushioning the impact, he was driven back too far for ordinary attacks to matter. So he changes tactics and unleashes a far more powerful sword technique. Jo Byuk commits to ending the duel with a single decisive strike, drawing out a sweeping great sword attack. Hyunwoo answers with perfect timing, meeting the blade with a concentrated fist technique. Instead of retreating, the collision shatters Jo Byuk's iron sword, proving Hyenwoo's punch was stronger than the weapon itself. Seeing his blade broken and the exchange lost, Jo Byuk calmly admits he can no longer continue and concedes defeat. Hyunwoo accepts the result, lightly wounded but victorious, while Jo Byuk promises to look forward to their next match. Watching the aftermath, Kim Ho confirms that the iron sword was never meant to survive and that he suspected as much from the moment he saw it earlier. Jo Byuk's broken blade makes clear that he treats iron swords as disposable tools rather than treasured weapons. Kim Ho concludes that his opponent cycles through cheap swords on purpose, likely to support techniques too destructive for normal gear. His friend is amazed that Kim Ho predicted the outcome so precisely and demands to know how. Instead of answering directly, Kim Ho only teases him for his sharp tongue and keeps the explanation to himself. He then cheerfully asked for the 5 silver he won, only to learn his friend has no money on hand. Kim Ho says payment does not need to be money, opening the door to a different kind of exchange. He proposes trading the debt for information, specifically whatever useful knowledge his friend has. An announcement ends the morning session and orders everyone to gather at the dungeon building after lunch for the raid placement exam. During the break, students spread out on the grass to eat, while Seo Yeon sits apart nursing her frustration, and Kim Ho relaxes nearby with his friend. Kim Ho refuses to start the information trade until his friend finished chewing. Disgusted by his sloppy enthusiasm, once done, the friend agrees to share what he knows, and Kim Ho asks about the top prospects from the academies for major factions. He explains that beyond official bodies like the Student Council, Dragon Slayer Academy is dominated by 4 major factions: the Murem Alliance, Guild Federation, Magic Tower Society, and Knights Order. He starts with the Murem Alliance, naming its leader as Wang Jun, grandson of the Sword Saint and one of the Academy's foremost heirs. For the Magic Tower Society, he identifies Hong Yanao as the likely next Lord of Ruby Tower and one of its standout prospects. Turning to the Guild Federation, he names Druid Park Nari, famous for always carrying a cat, and hints that another promising member is still hiding their true strength. The story introduces Lee Seung-hyun, the Swordmaster's son and a member of the Knights Order. As the Academy's strongest students are reviewed, the lineup is acknowledged as genuinely impressive. While checking the roster, One student suddenly realizes Go Hyenwoo has disappeared. He remembers too late that the club president needed him and panics. Over forgetting, he rushes off first, leaving the others behind in the middle of the hectic day. Kim-ho remains with the silver-haired girl, and the awkward silence between them settles in, because she feels like his first real connection in this world. Kim-ho decides not to leave her looking so downcast. He gently brings up the cookies she dropped on the train. To reopen conversation, Kim-ho explains that Song-kun, I sent dessert coupons, and says the girl deserves part of them since the cookies were hers. He invites her to eat together and she quietly accepts his kindness. As they share dessert, Kim-ho prompts her to say what is really bothering her. Zian finally asks why she lost to Song Chunai. Kim-ho explains that poorly formed mana bullets cannot pierce mana barriers, so fighters with larger mana reserves naturally gain the edge. He adds that if she trained mana into her bullets properly, the outcome could change. Zian is baffled by the idea, admitting she has never even done mana training. Kim-ho is stunned and asks how she has been making mana bullets at all without that training. She simply confirms that she never learned the formal mana bullet skill. Seo Yeon realizes in shock that Kim-ho has been fighting effectively, despite lacking what should be a basic combat technique. The more she thinks about it, the more she concludes he may be a natural genius who has relied on instinct alone. Kim-ho offers to look over her techniques sometime and she agrees. He assures her that mana training and proper skills will make things easier. But their talk ends as the bell signals the placement test. All the students gather in the dungeon hall, where an instructor begins explaining the dungeon trial. The test will take place in the Misty Forest dungeon, which comes with a 10-minute limit and special rules. The first rule is simple scoring, with points awarded for defeating as many valuable monsters as possible within 10 minutes. The second rule is the fixed zone, which locks equipment, skills, and traits down to F rank. Even each student's score will drop to F rank, so careless mana use could become dangerous. Several students immediately crumble under the pressure of the restriction, and the instructor judges the group a mess. Looking over the shaken crowd, he decides only a very small number seem remotely useful. The current standouts are Handsome in first and another student in the top 20%, leaving the instructor with little hope for the rest. When Seo Yin and Kim-ho are called in the same group, both are caught off guard. Kim-ho quickly tells Seo Yin to use a rifle for this trial, and she accepts the advice without argument. He further tells her to focus on headshots if mana control proves difficult, drawing puzzled attention from another student with a casual farewell. Kim-ho sends her into the portal first. Kim-ho then enters the Misty Forest himself, as the system lowers everything he has to the fixed zone standard. Once inside, he calmly decides to gauge his current limits and treat the run as a warm-up. As the timer appears, he arms himself with a crude weapon and readies for the test. The trial begins, and a goblin lunges at him almost immediately. Kim-ho stops the goblin's bite with his weapon before it can sink its teeth into him. He counters in one fluid motion, already noting that monsters spawn the moment a participant enters, rather than react blindly. He recalls that the Misty Forest still follows several recognizable spawn patterns. From the goblin's appearance point, he identifies the pattern and predicts where the next enemy will emerge. Acting on that prediction, he throws his blade toward the hidden spawn point before the monster fully appears. The thrown weapon pierces the next monster's head the instant it manifests, with the environment supplying weapons. Kim-ho realizes he does not even need a staff to dominate the trial. He decides he can simply borrow whatever weapons fallen goblins and orcs leave behind. Seeing more monsters gather, he prepares to turn the whole forest into a source of points. He tears through the enemies in a brutal rush, cutting down wave after wave. By the time stronger trolls appear, the forest is already soaked in the aftermath of his slaughter. Even while sensing two trolls approaching from behind, Kim-ho suddenly remembers the replay function and hesitates, realizing the system may be recording his movements and hunting style. He decides he must erase the replay before it causes misunderstandings. Taking his score, he finds he has already earned 683 points in only 3 minutes. That is enough to satisfy his sub-objective, so he decides pushing higher would only attract unnecessary attention. He cuts the run short and leaves the dungeon before revealing more than he wants. Back in the hall, Kim-ho emerges to find Seo Yeon waiting near the portals. Seo Yeon soon returns as well, battered but holding a respectable 781 points and a top 21% placement. Kim-ho asks if the trial was manageable, and she admits it was much harder than she expected. The instructor praises her score then dismisses Kim-ho as someone who likely failed quickly. Again, after forfeiting the PvP round, he scorns Kim-ho's resolve, but then pauses as something about the situation starts to bother him. When the ranking board shows Kim-ho at 683 points and in the upper 38% despite leaving early, the instructor is genuinely unsettled. He fixes on Kim-ho's name and decides he needs to investigate this student again. Meanwhile, Go Hyenwoo enters his own trial after Kim-ho tells him to be careful. As the scoreboard updates, students note that the top ranks are filled by famous heirs such as the Sword Master's son and the Sword Saint's grandson. Go Hyenwoo measures those elite scores against Hansami's and starts believing he might have a real chance to. Kim-ho quietly shares that same expectation for him. The board then updates again, and Go Hyenwoo shocks everyone by taking First place with 1,023 points. Students immediately connect him to the earlier group trial and marvel that he broke 1,000 points at all. Go Hyun-woo thanks Kim Ho sincerely. Convinced his success came from Kim Ho's help, he insists that being allowed to rest after the PvP test made the difference, while Kim Ho awkwardly downplays the credit. Their moment is interrupted by a jealous student mocking Go Hyun-woo for clinging to stronger people after forfeiting PvP. Go Hyun-woo bristles, but Kim Ho stops him and refuses to let the insult escalate. Kim Ho reassures him with a smile that he is fine and not worth defending over this. Though still unhappy, Go Hyun-woo reluctantly backs down out of trust. As they look to the board, they realize Song Kunya's result still has not appeared. Kim Ho turns as another portal finally activates behind them. Inside the dungeon, Song Kunya is still fighting, unleashing lightning against the swarm of monsters and refusing to yield. Even she is startled by how little effect her attack has under the fixed zone restrictions. She realizes her power drop did not just weaken the spell, it reduced it to little more than a slowing effect. Kim Ho's earlier advice about abandoning broad attacks and aiming for precise headshots comes back to her. She remembers that his words had seemed annoying at the time, but now they suddenly make sense. Accepting that limited mana makes area attacks inefficient, she decides to compress everything into a single point. She channels her lightning into a focused enchantment, instead of wasting it across the field. With one concentrated strike, she lands the kind of heavy blow Kim Ho had described. When Song Chunai finally exits, her score is only 571 points, placing her in the top 47%. Seeing Kim Ho and the others waiting, she is mortified that she returned with such a poor result. The instructor formally ends the placement test and says the final results will be announced the next day. He dismisses the students, but leaves with Kim Ho still on his mind soon after. He visits the records office and asks to come in to review something. Ignoring the clerks, surprised, he requests Kim Ho's dungeon trial replay from class 1 to 3. He cuts off any chatter and demands the replay log immediately. The clerk reports that Kim Ho's replay was never saved, so the instructor asks for the dungeon entry record instead. The clerk checks the access log and is suddenly alarmed by what he finds. The instructor confirms his suspicion that Kim Ho deliberately deleted the replay himself. That intentional concealment convinces him even more that Kim Ho is hiding something important. Seeing Kim Ho earn 683 points in barely over 3 minutes, he calculates that the boy could have exceeded 2,000 in a full run, and wonders why he concealed such power. His thoughts turn dark as he recalls that at Dragon Slayer Academy, hidden allies often mean hidden enemies, such as dragon minions or apostles of the evil god. If an infiltrator has entered the academy, he decides they need a countermeasure immediately. The clerk suggests informing the headmaster at once. The instructor refuses for now, reasoning that without solid proof, any leak would only drive the enemy deeper underground. He chooses to keep watching Kim Ho until the boy reveals his true nature on his own. That decision leaves Kim Ho marked in his mind as a possible threat. Later that afternoon, Kim Ho, Seo Yeon, and Go Hyun-woo meet at the Academy Cafe, where Kim Ho asks for coffee and Go Hyun-woo wants to try it too. Seo Yeon, still tired, says she will head back, but Kim Ho persuades the two of them to stay and enjoy the break together. Once seated with drinks, Kim Ho asks Go Hyun-woo to bring out the academy catalog they received after class. Go Hyun-woo admits the booklet was too confusing to understand, which is exactly why Kim Ho wants to explain only the important parts. He starts by telling Go Hyun-woo to check his student ID, where a new points total has appeared. Kim Ho explains that the number shown is the student's available academy currency. He says points are mostly earned through dungeon raids and can be spent on items, facilities, and other key academy resources. One especially important use is the replay system, which records dungeon runs and can be purchased after a raid. Kim Ho demonstrates by buying Hansami's placement test replay for 100 points, and explains that students can purchase other people's recordings. Go Hyun-woo is amazed to see Hansami's dungeon raid preserved like a crystallized memory. Kim Ho notes that since Go Hyun-woo plays first, his own replay is probably selling rapidly too, and the points begin climbing almost immediately. He warns that replay popularity is a double-edged sword because rivals will study every weakness they can exploit. Kim Ho admits he was lucky the dungeon special rules let him take first without exposing the weakness of his fragile core in direct mana combat. Even so, he decides the points are worth the risk because they can buy access to the mana training room. He explains that the training center special mana room contains unusually dense mana that accelerates inner energy growth. Go Hyun-woo is stunned such a place exists, only to learn that entry has strict requirements. As expected, access costs points, specifically 500 for 6 hours. Go Hyun-woo quickly realizes daily use would drain everything and leave nothing for other needs. When he asks if there is another way, Kim Ho reveals there is a season pass, but that pass is reserved for top-tier club members, and Kim Ho recalls that Go Hyun-woo would need to surpass Mo Young-jun in the swordsmanship club to qualify. Seeing that is unrealistic for now, Kim Ho offers another solution and says he will secure a pass for Go Hyun-woo himself if the favor is returned later. When Go Hyun-woo asks what Kim Ho wants in exchange, Kim Ho says he wants him to enter the deep zone dungeon together for leveling. Go Hyun-woo hesitates because today's misty forest already felt dangerous enough to be life-threatening. Yet he admits that as a warrior he has always wanted to become stronger, especially now that Kim Ho has shown him a path forward. He accepts the offer wholeheartedly, saying he cannot turn away from strength just to stay safe. Kim Ho tells him to spend points freely on the special mana room for now and promises to get the season pass within 2 weeks while he handles another task. After parting ways, Kim Ho heads to workshop No. 4 and politely asks to enter. Inside, a senior busy at the forge turns and bluntly demands to know who he is. Kim Ho says he is interested in the Magic Engineering Club, only to be asked why he did not start at workshop number 1. When Kim Ho explains he was sent here first, the senior immediately understands. He has been saddled with the unwanted workshop. The senior tells him to look around quickly and leave without getting in the way because they are busy. Kim Ho agrees cheerfully, pretending to browse while actually searching for something specific. Watching the senior work, he identifies the man's magic engineering skill as roughly B rank. Using copy, Kim Ho steals that B rank magic engineering skill and registers it as his second copied ability. With the first objective complete, he begins searching the workshop for the next target. At last he finds what he came for and quietly smiles. He presents the senior with a strange 10 by 10 by 10 cube blueprint and asks whether it might be valuable. The senior dismisses it as useless high-rank trash that nobody has ever built, so Kim Ho asks to take it if no one wants it. To sweeten the exchange, Kim Ho buys a thermal catalyst reagent for 1,000 points and offers that instead. The senior immediately recognizes the reagent as far more useful than the blueprint and admits engineers can never have too much of it. He secretly hands the reagent over to Kim Ho for free this once and tells him not to tell anyone. As Kim Ho leaves, the delighted senior celebrates saving 1,000 points, unaware he traded away something far more important. Kim Ho then receives a subquest tied to the strange cube blueprint. Though the visible objective looks almost worthless, he mocks the quest as garbage on the surface, knowing no one else would bother chasing it. But he reveals the true final reward is an S-rank item called the Cube of Life. Confident from having raised countless S-class heroes in the past, he treats the prize as something well within his reach. He heads straight to the training center's mono room. Already knowing how to craft the cube without needing the quest's guidance, there he activates Amplify, temporarily raising his copied magic engineering from B rank to S rank so he can begin construction. With less than a minute of amplified mastery, he starts shaping the massive cube piece by piece at high speed. Even working this fast, he estimates the Cube of Life will still take about 3 full days to complete. As Amplify expires, and his magic engineering rank drops from S to B for nearly an hour, Kim Ho realizes how quickly his precious boosted minute disappears. Unable to operate the Cube at the lower rank, he decides to spend each cooldown meditating to refine his core. Instead of wasting time, he settles into a strict cycle of 1 hour of meditation, followed by 1 minute of Amplify field cube work, steadily restoring his rank just long enough to keep progressing. Driven by the need to finish the life cube before Friday, he pushes on because he knows a major event will begin on the first Friday. When morning arrives, he cuts off his work and heads to school with his deadline still pressing on him. At class, he surprises SEO Yeon by arriving early, brushing it off as simply waking up sooner than usual. He immediately asks whether Go Hyein-woo has shown up yet, catching her off guard with the question. Instead of explaining himself, he cheerfully accepts the cookie she offers him as if that were the real point of the exchange. He happily admires the dinosaur-shaped cookie while SEO Yeon can only stare at his odd enthusiasm. Go Hyein-woo finally arrives late, greets them and asks Kim Ho how the special manor room worked out. Hyein-woo excitedly reports that the room made his inner power grow faster than ever, and that he feels close to a breakthrough. Kim Ho is pleased and promises to secure the season pass Hyein-woo needs as soon as possible. Their chatter ends when the instructor enters and orders everyone to settle down before class begins. The teacher announces that first years will now be holding PvP battles in the arena. He explains the rules: matches last 10 minutes. Every first year must complete at least 3 this week, and skipping them will cost points automatically. Hearing that, Kim Ho quietly decides that his first PvP match will be a victory. A new report card confirms his week 1 recovery and reminds him that the arena system has finally begun in earnest. The school system turns the requirement into a subquest to complete 3 PvP matches by Sunday night, and Kim Ho resolves to win no matter what. He urges Hyein-woo to head to the arena immediately, partly because the first day's battle replays will sell best. SEO Yeon stops him by the sleeve and agrees to move quickly, making him pause. She shyly reveals that she is free today, leaving Kim Ho stunned by what she seems to be implying. The classmates around them immediately sense the loaded meaning, and even Hyein-woo is thrown into confusion trying to recover. Kim Ho asks if she means the mono bullet training they discussed earlier, and she confirms that is exactly what she meant. Relieved, he says they can meet later, while Hyein-woo and SEO Yeon both accept the clarification with awkward restraint. That afternoon, the story shifts to the arena where the mandatory PvP matches begin. As Kim Ho and Hyein-woo arrive, Hyein-woo notices a familiar student and trails off in recognition. Kim Ho identifies the red-haired boy as the one who forfeited to Lady Song, prompting Hyein-woo to ask if he knows him. Hyein-woo loudly mocks the boy as a rumored coward, and Kim Ho warns him that saying that within earshot is reckless. Even so, Hyein-woo doubles down on the insult. Clearly enjoying the provocation, Kim Ho then casually asks the boy about his placement exam score and reveals that he himself scored 300 points. The red-haired spearman Yang Ji-young is rattled that a mage matched a swordsman's score trying to save face. Ji-young boasts that Kim Ho is beneath him and blames his own result on running into Song Kun-hai in his second match. Kim Ho immediately connects that story to the student who was struck by lightning and carried out, and asks if that was him. The jab lands, and Ji-young's forced confidence turns into simmering humiliation. Another student confirms the coincidence of their equal scores, making Ji-young feel even more exposed. Enraged, Ji-young challenges Kim Ho to come down and promises to show him an insurmountable wall. They enter the arena with both health scores at full, setting the stage for their duel. Ji-young rushes and determined to end the fight in a single decisive strike. Kim Ho calmly agrees to finish it in one move as well, revealing he has already read his opponent. The match starts and Ji-young launches a fierce opening attack from above with his spear. Kim Ho watches the incoming strike without panic, recognizing the same trap as before. A hidden hummingbird-shaped electric shot hits Ji-young from behind, paralyzing him and proving Kim Ho baited him into repeating his mistake. Kim Ho apologizes in advance and notes that unlike Song Chun-hai's instant knockout, this one will not be so clean. Ji-young desperately tries to stop the follow-up, but Kim Ho's attack crashed down before he can recover. The scoreboard declares Kim Ho the winner, and he mocks the irony of the so-called coward winning so easily. Humiliated on the ground, Ji-young insists he only lost because he let his guard down and would win a rematch. Kim Ho immediately accepts and the arena resets for another round, while Ji-young vows it will be different this time. It is not different at all, and Kim Ho wins again so quickly that he wonders how Ji-young has failed to improve even a little. Ji-young still refuses to give up, swearing he will truly win next time and cursing Kim Ho's persistence. Kim Ho finally ends the cycle by claiming he is tired and has had enough for the day. Leaving Ji-young fuming with 2 required wins secured, Kim Ho decides to act reluctant so he can turn Ji-young's desperation into leverage. He offers to teach Ji-young if Ji-young insists, but makes it clear there will be a price before any lessons begin. That price is tuition, and Kim Ho presents it with a smile that makes Ji-young realize he is being cornered. Ji-young hands over a family-made spirit pill as payment, and Kim Ho judges the offering worthwhile. Kim Ho adds one more condition: no replay of this match may be saved and no one may hear about what happened here, which Ji-young readily accepts, having collected his fee. Kim Ho agrees to keep sparring until Ji-young feels satisfied. After another easy win, Kim Ho praises Ji-young's effort with thinly veiled sarcasm. Before Kim Ho can leave, Ji-young stops him to apologize for his earlier rudeness. He admits he judged Kim Ho too quickly and now accepts that Kim Ho is no coward. Kim Ho rejects the praise and says that for now he needs to remain a coward. Ji-hyun understands enough not to pry in privately, decides he should not be the only one burdened by the secret later. Hyung-woo reports that he has finished his own matches, while Kim Ho confirms he has already earned 2 wins. Hyung-woo stays behind to complete a third match, and the two part ways with mutual encouragement. Kim Ho then meets Seo Yeon outside the mana practice room and invites her in for the lesson he promised. Inside, she formally begins the first special lecture on mana bullets. Though her seriousness makes the moment feel almost ceremonial, she asks him to start by making a mana bullet so she can assess his current level. When she produces only a crude lump of mana, Kim Ho is amazed that someone this unrefined still managed to force a decision loss against Song Chun-hai. Zien begins teaching distribution, explaining that proper mana bullets require the right amount of mana and then proper control. To illustrate, the story cuts to one of her arena matches, where she edges out a gunman opponent with superior precision. Her opponent tries to hide behind terrain and barriers, believing the environment will make him impossible to track, but Zien can read the unnatural flow of mana between the mounds and locate him anyway. The gunman smugly believes that even if she destroys the terrain, she still cannot penetrate his barrier. He also underestimates her by assuming she is no threat, because she once failed to break Song Chun-hai's defense. That confidence shatters when her shot punches through his barrier, leaving him stunned. Zien calmly takes aim with complete control, showing no hesitation. Her perfected mana bullet burns through him and secures the win, proving how far her technique has advanced. Night falls over the academy as the day's battles and lessons give way to quiet reflection. Watching the replay, the scarred instructor notices that her hummingbird's movement has become abnormal in a good way and that her control has peaked. Reviewing another match, he sees the same pattern and realizes she was toying with her opponents. What troubles him more, however, is not her dominance but the source of this sudden change. He recalls that in Ziyan's placement exam her shot was only a rough lump of mana. Now, only 2 days later, that same attack has become a perfectly formed mana bullet. A leap so great it seems impossible, as he remembers overhearing Kim Ho arrange mana bullet training. With her suspicion settles on Kim Ho once again. Staring at a replay of Kim Ho, the instructor wonders what Kim Ho's true identity could possibly be. At the same time, Kim Ho continues working alone in the mana room, pouring his effort into the unfinished cube. At last the final pieces lock into place, and he realizes the life cube is complete. The finished item is revealed as a burrow cube of life that boosts the effective stored life type items by 1.3 times. Kim Ho reflects that amplifies improved level and his side meditation. Let him finish in time, while the spirit pill also eased the mana drain that had been wearing him down. With the cube ready and his preparations complete, he decides it is time to spread word of it. He deliberately approaches Park Nari, the druid prodigy of the Guild Union's nature club, because she is exactly the kind of person who would recognize its value. After identifying her, he politely asked for her help, making sure she notices him carrying the cube. He points out that animals are especially sensitive to life energy, and that no creature should ignore what he is holding right on cue. Her tiger Booma leaps toward the cube, confirming Kim Ho's bait worked exactly as intended. While Park Nari scrambles to apologize and pull the tiger away, Booma settles into the cube as if it has found paradise. Park Nari is startled by the reaction, and Kim Ho notes to himself that a druid would naturally sense the life energy too. Fainting in patience, he asks her to remove her pet because he is supposedly in a hurry. Flustered, she asks if he is in class 3, trying to place him after this strange encounter. She apologizes again and leaves with Booma while Kim Ho concludes that the message will now spread through the nature club and help him secure the season pass back in class. An elderly teacher lectures on monster matchup while Kim Ho waits for lunchtime and the real event he has been anticipating. He counts down the final minute before lunch, watching the seconds with unusual focus. The instant class is dismissed. His timing aligns perfectly with what he has been waiting for. As students relax, a strange disturbance interrupts the ordinary end of class. A crackling red orb suddenly appears among the students, leaving everyone confused and alarmed. The orb erupts in a burst of red energy that shocks the room into panic. When the flash vanishes, the students are left unharmed but bewildered, because the orb itself is gone. One student wonders if it was some kind of barrier, only to notice a glowing mark has appeared on his forehead. Others discover the same mark on themselves. Realizing the phenomenon has tagged specific students, the school reveals that this is the surprise inspection system known as the band wave, which has now begun across Dragon Slayer Academy. The band wave uses a magnetic field to identify students carrying prohibited items and exists to filter contraband. From campus, Kim Ho notes that the inspection has started exactly as expected, and guesses Joe Beek is probably making a scene somewhere. Hyun Woo is interested in watching the chaos, while Kim Ho reassures himself that he and the sleeping SCO Yeon are not carrying anything risky. He does, however, identify the mark student beside him as a problem, because that boy is clearly loaded with contraband. Kim Ho asks whether the boys' club leader warned him about the inspection, and the panicked student admits he was warned but not properly prepared. The boy confesses that if all his hidden items are found, his club leader will destroy him. Kim Ho offers help, and the desperate student can hardly believe anyone would rescue him. When Kim Ho starts to walk away, the boy begs frantically and promises he will do absolutely anything. Kim Ho secures a future favor in exchange, and the boy immediately submits to the deal. Kim Ho places the cube of life on the floor and orders him to put only the rare, compact band items inside. When the boy hesitates to ask what happens after that, Kim Ho cuts him off and tells him there is no time for explanations. Hearing the inspectors approaching, Kim Ho pressures him to hurry and the boy obeys the inspection. Squad storms in with lightning and orders everyone to freeze. Spying Kim Ho and the marked student crouch behind the desks, the orange-haired inspector demands to know what they are doing there. Kim Ho casually claims they were just resting, earning a deeply skeptical response. The marked student nervously backs up the lie, but the inspectors immediately order them to hand over any banned items they are hiding. The lead inspector produces a crystal that can expose tricks and declares that if they bypass the band wave, confession is their only option. Kim Ho silently presents himself to the crystal, and the inspector is shaken when it shows nothing. Since the crystal does not react, Kim Ho calmly asks to be allowed back to his seat, and the annoyed inspector has no choice but to let him go. As he turns away, Kim Ho thinks this is exactly why he needed the cube finished before Friday. While the marked student screams under the inspection's pressure, Kim Ho reflects that the hidden item granting immunity to the band wave is so valuable that anyone who understood it would kill to possess it. Afterward, he meets the rescued student outside and decides it is time to turn the favor into a trade. He tells the grateful boy that the rescue was only a loan and that he will collect on the debt later, which the boy readily accepts. Kim Ho then asks to take the confiscated contraband to the boy's club room and the boy agrees, saying his leader has wanted to meet him anyway. Their walk leads him straight toward one of the academies. Real Trouble spots the thieves' club. The boy nervously announces their return to his boss lady, while Kim Ho waits at the doorway instead of a welcome the club leader Kim. The boy for failing to keep things clean during the inspection week. She continues, beating him while reminding him that she warned him this matter was important. Kim Ho steps in politely, introducing himself and reporting his arrival to the furious woman. She identifies herself as Dang Young, the thieves' club leader, while standing on her subordinate as if it were nothing. After hearing about the day's events and the item that bypassed the band wave, she demands to see it at once and Kim Ho agrees. Once she examines the cube in the clubroom, even the skeptical subordinate admits it is genuine. Young is impressed enough to admit that if she thought she could steal it safely, she would do so immediately. Kim Hokule reminds her that a thief of her caliber should know better than to ignore anti-theft enchantments. That makes her realize the cube is actually a Magitech item, which raises its value and mystery even further. She quickly understands that Kim Ho did not come merely to show off and asks what he really wants from her. Though she claims the Thieves' Club is broke and has little to offer, she is willing to hear his terms. Kim Ho assures her his request is modest enough for them to handle, and she tells him to name it. He asks for access to the temporary storage room where confiscated items are kept after the ban wave. The request shocks Kyung, and she stares at him as she begins to question who he really is. The story reveals that the temporary storage is the heavily secured facility where confiscated contraband waits after inspection. Normally those items are reviewed over the weekend and vanish into a secret vault no one can find. But Kim Ho's plan is clearly aimed at reaching them before that happens. The long-haired thief leader predicts the job will happen by tonight or tomorrow and presses the newcomer to admit whether the disciplinary committee sent him. He denies any connection to them and reveals he only came because there is something in the temporary storage that he wants. She makes clear that his help will cost him, because she did not go through all this trouble to hand over the prize for free as they weigh the risks of infiltrating a storage guarded by the disciplinary committee. She warns that both entry and escape will be difficult. He counters by offering to guarantee her escape afterward, asking if that is enough to earn his share when he suggests they could even smuggle out the biggest item and leave with everything. She starts seriously considering the deal, confident that such an offer is irresistible. He pushes for her final answer and asks whether he is in. That night the thieves gather on a hill overlooking the academy, ready to begin the heist, now masked and in command. The woman checks whether all of her people have assembled. Her crew confirms everyone is present, and immediately questions the identity of the unfamiliar new recruit. She introduces him only as extra help for the mission and orders the team to stop staring and get ready. The others are wary of trusting a beginner on such an important job, but one of them tries to smooth things over. Their support specialist works a tablet to monitor the operation and prepare outside assistance. With 1 minute left before the opening, the leader assigns Daven to external support and tells the rest to move. She privately warns the newcomer not to stand out and to focus only on rare, portable items once they get inside. Having settled the plan, she gives the signal to start. The whole team bursts downhill under cover of darkness to infiltrate the academy. As he runs, the newcomer recognizes the leader's movement skill as thief steps and decides it would be useful to copy now that he no longer needs magic engineering. He secretly uses copy to replace magic engineering with thief steps, gaining faster and stealthier movement without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, a green armband guard idly patrols outside the old building, unaware the thieves are already closing in. A sudden purple butterfly appears near the guard, instantly putting him on edge before he can react. The leader unleashes shadow-severing butterfly and snares him with dark threads. The guard is wrapped up and dropped helplessly, neutralized before he can properly raise the alarm. Inside the old school's 3rd floor, the thieves slip through layers of security, while the leader grumbles about how many spells protect the place. One of the guards finally spots movement in the corridor just as the thieves arrive, cursing the terrible timing. Realizing intruders are in the building, the guard reaches to trigger and alarm the thieves, instantly bind him with dark restraints. Before he can complete the warning, the newcomer coolly tells the struggling guard not to resist, because they only need information, not a drawn-out fight. Forced to cooperate, the guard reveals that the temporary storage is just around the corner, and the leader orders the team to confirm the situation. Before rushing in, she uses a viewing device to scout ahead and check who is guarding the storage room. The image reveals the worst possible matchup for her: a 3rd-year axe user standing watch, someone too strong for her to handle alone. The newcomer judges that Dang Young will struggle against a rank axe wielder, and decides he can no longer stay hidden. He asks the leader whether she knows how to use Shadow Butterfly's dream, startling her by naming one of her secret techniques. Dodging the question of how he knows, he presses her to use it, and she admits she has only a weak C-rank grasp of the skill. He tells her that is enough and secretly uses Amplified to raise Shadow Butterfly's dream from C rank to a rank for a short time. Shocked by the sudden boost, she demands to know how he did it, but he cuts her off and tells her there is no time left. Staring at him, she begins to suspect the quiet recruit is hiding a far more dangerous identity than he claimed. Trusting his judgment, she activates Shadow Butterfly's dream at its newly amplified level. A swarm of purple butterflies engulfs the axe guard, drawing his attention and making him think another intruder has appeared. He swings his huge axe at the butterflies, but the attack only feeds the illusion and leaves him exposed. The false target keeps him off balance, and he realizes, too late, that he has been lured into wasting his opening. From safety behind a pillar, the newcomer and leader watch the illusion explode around the guard. The attack ends with the axe wielder cocooned and subdued in a single blow, proving the technique is operating at unmistakable rank power. The leader promises the newcomer they will talk later, but insists they finish the mission first. She orders her crew to stop gawking, grab everything they can, and prepare to leave immediately. While the others loot, the newcomer heads straight for the Cube of Life, deciding to do some shopping of his own. He recalls that the Academy bans items based on harmful side effects, especially anything that causes physical or mental damage. Because he possesses S-rank elemental resistance, he specifically Targets forbidden items with elemental penalties that others cannot safely use after collecting enough such items. He considers taking skill books too, since elemental penalty skills tend to be especially powerful. Searching the shelves for something useful, he notices a suspicious red skill book. He recognizes it as an unexpectedly valuable combat skill and decides to learn it on the spot since he lacks offensive options. Before he can finish, the student council president and the disciplinary committee had arrived at the storage room and catch the thieves in the act. They identify Dang Young by name and accuse her of beginning the semester with theft once again. She mocks the unlikely sight of the student council president personally helping the disciplinary committee. Song Changja cuts off the banter and orders the intruders to disarm and come quietly to the disciplinary office. Knowing delay only worsens their position, Dang Young decides to force an escape instead. She shouts for her crew to run while she covers their retreat. Using Shadow Sanctuary, she opens a shadow rift that hides her allies and conceals their escape route for several minutes. The dark veil spreads through the room, leaving the two enforcers unable to immediately see where the thieves went. Gul Zunja quickly tracks the intruders, leaving the storage and orders pursuit so none of them escape. The newcomer sprints through the corridor ahead of the chase, relying on his copied stealth movement to widen the gap. A sudden stone projectile erupts toward him from the side, forcing him to react mid-run. He narrowly dodges as the attack smashes into the wall behind him with enough force to kill his momentum. Guak Sung-jae steps out and praises the dodge, revealing he has already intercepted the escape route. Activating a tracking ability, Guak says he knows the members of the Thieves Club well and concludes this masked stranger must be a new recruit. The newcomer stays silent to protect his identity, and Guak notes with interest that he is even hiding his voice. Taking silence as refusal, Guak raises jagged stone barriers around him and moves to force a surrender. The newcomer answers by summoning Hummingbird, a lightning-fast projectile that tears through the stone trap. Guak recognizes the skill at once but insists that Hummingbird alone will not be enough to beat him. The electric shock blasts through Guak summoned rocks and drives straight at him, though he blocks with defensive magic. Guak is shaken by the precision and power of the attack and realizes this opponent's control is extraordinary. He praises the masked freshman's talent even while trying to pin him down again. The newcomer senses a second attack coming and realizes Guak is not finished yet. Multiple stone cannons rise around him, surrounding him from every angle so he cannot dodge twice. Guak commits to ending the fight with a full barrage. The stone cannons fire together, filling the corridor with crushing projectiles. Watching his own overwhelming attack, Guak dismisses the newcomer as an arrogant fool for trying to stand against him. Then he notices a sudden wave of heat and realizes something far more dangerous is happening inside the barrage. The newcomer's arm ignites with the newly learned Inferno Fist, confirming Guak's fear that he is using a forbidden skill. Guak throws up triple rock wall in panic, convinced only a man would unleash such a technique indoors. The newcomer drives the burning fist forward, gathering explosive fire around his hand. Inferno Fist erupts through the corridor in a violent blast that shatters the stone defenses and hurls Guak away. After the strike, the newcomer admits the skill is much harder to control than he expected and that regulating its output is tricky. Seeing Guak down but not dead, he realizes the school may stay out of it. Yet the Emerald Magic Tower, Guak's faction and the disciplinary committee will all start hunting for the attacker. He accepts that they will investigate his identity everywhere, though he remains confident they still will not find him. Hearing more people rushing toward the blast, he decides he has to leave before reinforcements arrive. As other students rush in to take Guak to the infirmary, the masked newcomer slips away unseen. Later in the student council's room of truth, Dan Young impatiently demands to know how long they intend to keep them and ask for the punishment. Already Song Chen-ji leaves once his part is done, while the disciplinary side acknowledges that the thieves at least handled the situation competently. Oh Si-hun, the student council president, takes over the questioning and says cooperation will make everything and faster. When Dan Young checks the confiscation list, she notices that Kim Ho somehow packed away a suspicious number of small expensive items. Oh Si-hun directly tells Young that many items have vanished, and makes it clear he believes she knows exactly how that happened. She feigns ignorance, and warns that if he keeps pressing without proof, he will have to pin the whole loss on them. He accepts that answer with a strange smile, already expecting she would brazenly take responsibility if cornered. With the matter settled for now, she is told their punishment begins tomorrow and is finally allowed to leave back with her crew. She checks on everyone and says they will discuss the details. Later in the club room, counting heads, she suddenly realizes only 4 members are present and asks where the 5th one went. One of her subordinates accuses the missing recruit of acting innocent to the very end, making her realize he slipped away after using them. Another member angrily reports that the missing recruit used Inferno Fist and sent Guak Sung-jae to the infirmary, nearly causing a disaster. Instead of panicking, Dang Young is impressed that the mysterious bastard was skilled enough to injure Guak with Inferno Fist. Elsewhere, someone calls out to Kim Ho and asks whether his hand is alright after the incident. Dang Young checks his hand herself and is stunned to find it completely uninjured despite his use of Inferno Fist. Kim Ho calmly says he would never use such a dangerous skill without a plan, and she grudgingly accepts that he managed it perfectly. She drops the argument and asks the only thing that matters to her now, whether the cube of life is safe. When the cube is opened, she is instantly distracted by the glittering treasure inside and gushes over the beautiful haul. Kim-ho declares their transaction complete and hands over the loot. While she happily agrees the deal is finished as he prepares to leave, Dang-young stops him and, unexpectedly, asks whether he wants to join the Thieves Club. She sweetens the offer by promising to take very good care of him, making clear she is seriously recruiting him. Her pitch is that she has watched him for a while and sees in him the arrogance, greed and talent of a born master thief, which he points out sounds more insulting than flattering. Kim-ho refuses outright and she immediately demands to know why. He reveals the real reason for the whole job. He wants the cube of life itself, not club membership. His price is for season passes to the special training room, a demand so expensive that even she balks at it. Kim-ho explains that avoiding the academy's ban wave is only a side benefit because the cube has a far more valuable main ability. When she asks what that ability is, he insists he will only show her the item description if she does him a favor first. The favor is simple but provocative. She must tell the head of the magic engineering club that a freshman completed the Axia cube, and she reluctantly agrees. Once she sees the description, she is stunned to learn the cube of life boosts the effect of stored life type items by 30%. Understanding its value at last, she admits his asking price makes sense, and lets him leave with the cube. Even so, she calls after him to say her invitation still stands, even if he keeps the cube. She tells Kim-ho to think carefully about joining her club. Clearly unwilling to give up on recruiting him, Kim-ho answers politely, but his tone suggests he has already made up his mind for now. A few days later on campus, Kim-ho walks with Seo Yan, while she asks whether he had a good weekend, and he gives a tired, distracted answer. She notices his mood and gently questions whether he is really fine, but he brushes it off as ordinary Monday fatigue. Looking behind him, Kim-ho realizes he is being followed and guesses the people tailing him must belong to the Emerald Magic Tower, or the Great Nature Club, though he could ignore them. Their persistence annoys him enough that he decides to deal with it and tells Seo Yin to go on ahead. He turns away from her and says something urgent came up, promising to handle it quickly and catch up later. Zian accepts his excuse and continues on while the followers keep their eyes on him. Kim-ho stops, faces his pursuers directly, and demands to know who they are and why they keep following him. A green-haired boy steps forward and says Kim-ho saved him the trouble of tracking him down, then identifies their side as the Emerald Magic Tower. The blue-haired girl explains that their leader ordered them to bring Kim-ho in and asks him to come quietly. Kim-ho refuses to be summoned by strangers, pointing out that if their boss wants something he should come himself. The green-haired boy drops the polite act and decides a beating will be the only language Kim-ho understands. Kim-ho agrees with that logic and instantly fires Hummingbird before either of them can react. The lightning strike slams into both Emerald Magic Tower students at once and drops them screaming to the ground. The blue-haired girl recognizes the attack as Hummingbird and realizes the rumors about Kim-ho were badly incomplete. Kim-ho offers them another round if they want it, and tells them to hurry up because he does not have all day. The blue-haired girl immediately backs down, deciding that anyone who moves like Hummingbird is too dangerous to provoke further. As Kim-ho walks away, she tells her companion she will take him back herself and quietly praises Kim-ho for being the only one there with any sense. The green-haired boy, humiliated and still twitching from the shock, insists Kim-ho only got lucky and vows revenge next time. Before he can recover his dignity, a green projectile from afar smashes into him and knocks him down again. The blue-haired girl realizes someone just sniped them from a distance and panics at the sudden attack. The sniper's second shot hits her too, dropping her with a bitter complaint about why she had to suffer as well. Both Emerald Magic Tower followers end up sprawled on the path while bystanders stare at the absurd scene later in class while a lecturer explains that dungeon raids are time attacks where resources must last until the boss. Seo Yeon quietly asks Kim-ho why he somehow arrived after she did. Kim-ho avoids answering and focuses on the lesson as the instructor emphasizes that this raid is all about speed. The teacher explains the Goblin Swamp rules, warning that students get only one official scoring attempt and must practice the most efficient route before trying for real. Once class ends, a classmate excitedly invites Go-Hai and Woo to run a two-person dungeon together, leaving Kim-ho out of the plan. Kim-ho waves it off and tells them not to worry about him, encouraging the others to pair up without him. As his classmates accept that, Kim-ho realizes with unease that his own partner has apparently already been decided. Zian settles the matter by flatly informing him that he will be doing the dungeon with her. Elsewhere, the green-haired follower is still being thrashed by wooden restraints and can only howl in outrage at the disgrace of his latest defeat. In a hidden library, back Young-mo vents his fury that his brother was humiliated by a thief and that Emerald Tower's name has been dragged through the mud. He mocks the defeated green-haired subordinate as a famed swordsman in name only, and scorns how badly Emerald failed despite bringing plenty of men. As the beaten student lies on the floor, Yuma dismisses him as pathetic, while a sinister nature-like power stirs behind him. Hasui, the Nature Club president, coolly remarks that the whole affair was doomed from the start, and decides she should meet the thief herself with Cien beside him. Yuma agrees that a proper meeting is needed because Emerald's prestige has sunk to rock bottom. He insists the stolen box does not begin to cover their losses, and vows to make the thief pay for disrespecting Emerald. When the defeated student begs to make amends, Young-ho cuts him down further and asks whether he has even earned the right to speak. Desperate to stay in the tower, the student blames his loss on lowering his guard and begs for one more chance. Young-ho grants that chance, only with a threat that one more defeat will get him expelled from the tower. The student accepts immediately and swears he will not fail again. Young-ho raises the stakes by lending him a golem and demands not just victory but an overwhelming one. Elsewhere in Goblin Swamp, Kim-ho and Seo-yin begin another run. Treating it as practice rather than a rushed attempt, Kim-ho reviews the side quest conditions and realizes that to maximize rewards from both solo and duo dungeons, each must be cleared in under a minute. He judges the solo run easy enough and identifies the duo dungeon as the real obstacle. While fighting goblins with Seo-yin, he considers simply teaching her every pattern but rejects that because it would stunt her growth. Instead, he decides she needs to work things out herself through practice mode. Their route brings them face to face with the elite boss, a flooded goblin wielding a massive blade. Kim-ho plants his foot and prepares to respond rather than retreat. He asks Seo-yin whether she wants to dodge the boss again like last time or try taking it down for points. When she learns killing the boss grants an extra 120 points, her hesitation vanishes and she chooses to fight. Kim-ho agrees to support her and unleashes Hummingbird as electric energy gathers around them. The Hummingbird streaks around the flooded goblin, peppering it with fast electric strikes to disrupt its movement. As the boss charges, ZM keeps her aim steady while the support pressure forces an opening. A precise shot lands hard on the goblin's head and staggers it. The elite reels in pain, enraged but clearly rattled by the sudden damage. It tries to recover by rushing forward with brute force, and a sweeping blade. The goblin closes the distance on Ziyan, threatening to crush her before she can finish it. She tracks the incoming strike with tense concentration, waiting for the right instant. Kim-ho abruptly upgrades Hummingbird from rank E to C and activates Amplified to stop the boss from turning the fight. The enhanced Hummingbird crashes down with far greater force, locking the goblin in place and exposing it to Ziying. With the boss pinned from behind, Seo-yin calmly lines up a finishing shot at point-blank range. The run ends in success with a strong score, proving the boss kill and faster clear time were worth the risk. Kim-ho praises her improvement and notes she shaved off a lot of time compared with the first attempt. Though she can still go faster, Seo-yin awkwardly brings up his earlier lesson and asks if he can teach the magic bullet technique. Again, sometime Kim-ho realizes her quiet pride was bruised by taking a hit from the boss, and that she is more competitive than she looks. He agrees at once and suggests they head to the training center to work on it. At the shooting range, he introduces a skill called ejection as the next step in her training. He explains that she currently treats guns and magic bullets as tools rather than truly channeling mana through them. To simplify the concept, he demonstrates with a bullet in his hand and tells her to imagine her hand itself as a magic gun. He shows that ejection is just focused mana released at the snap of the fingers, comparing it to forming a magic bullet. He invites her to try the basic motion with her bare hand first. Ziyan follows his instructions and gathers mana at her fingertips while he coaches her closely. Her first attempt misfires backward, startling them both and making Kim-ho laugh at the impossible mistake. He quickly changes the lesson, telling her to forget shaping a bullet for now and simply push the mana outward, leaving her to repeat that simpler exercise. He says he will go pick up dinner. While she keeps practicing before he can leave, she nervously stops him as if she has one more thing to say. Instead of words, she hands him a black card, and he is struck by the sheer rich girl energy of the gesture. At a campus cafe, Kim-ho goes to order while two girls nearby excitedly chat over a limited edition dessert. One of them, the blue-haired Hasian, spots him and cheerfully calls out to get his attention. Her orange-haired companion turns to see who she is greeting. The moment she recognizes Kim-ho, irritation flashes across her face, and she inwardly curses the bad luck. Deciding this encounter is useful, the orange-haired girl abruptly excuses herself and heads straight for him. She asks to see his hand, catching him off guard with the strange request. In her mind, she reviews the thief who used Inferno Fist, handled Hummingbird effortlessly, and seemed tied to the Thieves Club, making Kim-ho a prime suspect. Convinced she may have found her culprit, she presses forward with growing confidence, pretending it is harmless palm reading. She checks his hand for the burn mark she expects an Inferno Fist. User to have Kim-ho's mild confusion, convinces her she has rattled him and might be close to the truth. When she pushes harder and asks if he has something to hide, he finally opens his hand for inspection, finding nothing. She asks for the other hand too and is shaken when that one is clean as well. As she keeps holding both of his hands in public, Kim-ho dryly asks how long this is supposed to continue. Embarrassed by how suspicious she now looks, she blurted out an apology and tries to pull back. Kim-ho teases her by asking for the fortune she promised, and whether his love life looks promising. She retaliates with a fake prophecy that he is headed for a very rough time. After she storms off, Kim-ho concludes they are still hunting the temporary storage thief but believes he has deflected suspicion for now. The next day, he and Seo-yin return to the swamp for another run, now relying on the method they practiced. Seo-yin enters with both guns ready, showing a sharper, more confident stance than before her shots slam goblins back with enough force to tin them against the terrain. The enemies crumble under the barrage, proving her control and output have improved dramatically. Kim Ho supports from behind with Hummingbird while Seo Yeon drives the pace of the clear. A heavy target is blown apart in a violent finish as their momentum never breaks. The scoreboard confirms a higher total than before, and Kim Ho claps in approval. He praises how well she performed under pressure, and credits yesterday's practice for paying off for the first time. Ziyan lets herself smile openly at the compliment. Back at the portal hall, Kim Ho tells her even the solo dungeon should be manageable now, though she should still rehearse and practice mode a few times first. Watching her head toward a portal alone, he reassures himself that after clearing the duo dungeon she should be fine and that he can finally focus on his own quests. He enters Goblin Swamp by himself, planning to finish the remaining objective quickly. Immediately he channels Inferno Fist, wrapping his hand and swirling fire. He unleashes the technique in a wide blast that engulfs the battlefield. The Inferno tears through the goblins so completely that fiery specters seem to rise in its wake. When the flames settle, the entire swamp path is scorched and emptied in one overwhelming sweep. Seeing the absurd destruction and huge score, Kim Ho worries he may have overdone it even in an artificial dungeon, and reminds himself how hard it is to control his strength. Still, the side quest is complete with enhanced rewards, exactly as he intended when offered trade rewards. He chooses Blessing of the West Wind without hesitation. He explains to himself that he planned for this trade from the start because it perfectly suits the all-rounder support path he wants, and he acquires Blessing of the West Wind. Back in the portal hall, he is intercepted by Emerald Tower and Nature Club leaders asking if he is Kim Ho. Mike Jongwei introduces himself as Emerald's head. Suyin identifies herself as Nature Club's head, and they ask to speak somewhere private once seated. Suyin begins by apologizing sincerely for her earlier rudeness, and explains it came from urgency. Jongwei gets to the point by saying he heard Kim Ho possesses a special item and assumed that was why they were meeting. Kim Ho calmly produces the cube and allows them to inspect it directly. The green-haired Nari's tiger Boomer reacts instantly to the cube's aura, startling her. Before anyone can stop it, Boomer leaps onto the table and dives straight into the cube. The stunt group realizes the rumors were true as Boomer settles inside comfortably and refuses to come out. Xion identifies the cube as a powerful life-type artifact from its aura alone, and asks to see its full description. After she swears on her club's honor to protect his information, Kim Ho agrees to show them. The description reveals that life-type items stored inside gain a 1.3 times performance boost, leaving both leaders astonished by how extraordinary it is. Sion immediately asks whether he would consider selling the cube, but Kim Ho notes that merely owning it is already immensely valuable. Jong Ho argues that such an item should belong to people who know how to use it, and bluntly tells Kim Ho to hand it over. Kim Ho treats their eagerness as flattering, but makes clear he will only consider a real offer. So Yun shifts to negotiation and asks what price would satisfy him. Kim Ho names his terms as 4 special co-training season passes, 1 true season pass and 3 equivalent substitutes. Then he adds the real price he wants, a blank skill book. Jong Ho explodes that the demand is greedy and says the passes might be possible, but the blank skill book is too much. So Kim Ho moves to end the deal as he reaches to leave. Buma's attachment to the cube unexpectedly halts the conversation. From the back, Nari reveals she has a blank skill book of her own and offers it if needed. She explains she has never found a worthy skill to imprint on it, and would otherwise leave it and use forever. After a brief pause, she adds one more condition. Because Buma clearly loves the cube, she asks that the artifact be transferred to her in exchange. Suyeon accepts Nari's decision and gives her permission to proceed. Relieved the matter can be settled. With the conditions finally aligned, they exchange the cube, the blank skill book and the passes without delay. Kim Ho judges the trade excellent, and prepares to leave with his new prizes. But Guak Jichul stops him and declares that beyond the trade, he wants a duel with Kim Ho. Kim Ho refuses outright, baffling Jichul and irritating the others. Jichul insists a duel is honorable, and acts as though Kim Ho is obliged to accept. Kim Ho reminds him that he already fought unfairly with backup before, stripping the word honorable of any meaning. He says he has no interest in pointless fights, and tells Jichul to brag as if he won if that helps his pride. John was sweetens the challenge by putting a VIP ticket on the line, finally making the duel worth Kim Ho's time. Amused by the generosity, Kim Ho accepts at once. Jichul lets him choose the date and Kim Ho asks for 2 days. When questioned, Kim Ho openly says he needs that time to master the blank skill book. John Wall laughs at the idea of learning a new skill in only 2 days but agrees to see whether Kim Ho can actually do it. Kim Ho answers with quiet confidence that they will not be disappointed. 2 days later, everyone gathers at the arena for the promised duel. In the stands, Kim Ho's allies worrying that Jong Ho must have prepared hidden tricks and cannot understand why Kim Ho accepted. One of them reasons Kim Ho must have a plan too. Yet the whole setup still feels suspicious. The dark-haired girl resolves to watch carefully in case Emerald tries anything shady. On the arena floor, Jichul praises Kim Ho for showing up and admits the VIP ticket is too tempting to ignore. He announces that the duel will be recorded and made public, asking Kim Ho to agree to those terms. Kim Ho accepts without hesitation, and Jichul smiles as if everything is proceeding in his favor. The match formally begins as both sides enter the arena. The battlefield shifts to a rocky deathmatch zone with a 10-minute limit, and both combatants start at full condition. Jichul charges in, boasting that Kim Ho only won by luck last time and that this match will reveal the true gap between them. Kim Ho answers by calmly gathering green wind mana at his fingertips. Before Jichul can finish casting Earth Gatling, a sudden gust interrupts him and leaves him stunned. Kim Ho's new wind control slams Jichul to the ground before his attack can even form, and he mockingly asks what he was trying to show. As Jichul struggles up, Kim Ho belittles the damage as nothing more than dirt, and tells him to stop being dramatic. Humiliated, Jichul escalates by forming a massive earth cluster and hurling it forward. Determined to break Kim Ho's composure, he sends the huge stone mass barreling across the arena with a triumphant shout. Kim Ho casually catches the attack in a spiral of wind, surprising even himself with how smoothly the new trait responds. With a flick, he redirects the boulder and sends it back under his own control. Jichul panics as the same impossible reversal happens again and demands to know what Kim Ho did. Kim Ho answers with another effortless snap, detonating the returned attack around Jichul. Battered and desperate, Jichul realizes he cannot lose like this. He admits Kim Ho is no coward after all and decides to use a final measure he had hoped to avoid, declaring he will still win. Jichul pours out green energy and prepares a forbidden trump card. A towering wood golem appears, a third-year level construct refined, with forest power and ancient wood, utterly beyond the duel's proper scale. The audience erupts in outrage, denouncing Emerald's shameless cheating as the replay shows Kim Ho cornered by the giant. Even Jong Ho's own side is forced to acknowledge how outrageous it is that a third-year golem has been brought into a student duel. Jong Ho privately admits he expected Jichul to win without resorting to the golem, though he still rationalizes that nothing is wrong if Kim Ho somehow survives. From the stands, Kim Ho's ally realizes he cannot reveal Inferno Fist under so many eyes and urges that the match be stopped instead. Jichul taunts Kim Ho to see whether his smug composure lasts against the wood golem as the monster looms over him and the duel turns deadly. Kim Ho falls silent as he recalls how he reached this point. 2 days earlier in the Mana training room, he studied what kind of supporter is truly the most useful. He concluded that usefulness changes with the situation, so supporters are divided into healing buffs, debuffs, and other roles. But for someone aiming to be an all-rounder, he found one blank skill book ability that fit better than anything else, while an arrogant opponent bragged that he would crush him in one hit. Kim Ho calmly prepared his answer. A summoned golem turned toward him as the test began. Kim Ho launched himself straight at the construct instead of backing away, because he wanted to become a wind-type supporter. He wrapped his body in wind as he closed, and he judged this blank skill book technique to be the optimal choice and activated it at point-blank range. The swirling wind amplified his movement and power enough to overturn the golem in front of the stunned crowd. The skill Wind Force let him imbue wind with physical force, strengthened further by blessing of the west wind and boost. The scoreboard declared Kim Ho the winner over Guakchichul, and his friends celebrated the satisfying upset. Even Emerald students were shaken that a first year had beaten a golem, and could not understand how he had done it. Mark Jong-woo reluctantly handed over the promised VIP ticket, and Kim Ho accepted it politely. Kim Ho immediately made another proposal and asked that the replay video of the match be kept private, pointing out that Emerald would also prefer to hide such a humiliating game. He pushed Jonghwa into negotiating, instead of asking for anything immediate. Kim Ho only requested that Jong-woo him a small favor for later, and the deal was struck. As they walked away, Kim Ho admitted to himself that making the replay private was exactly what he had wanted all along. The slower news of his new skill Wind Force spread, the more room he would have to grow in secret. Just then his friends arrived to congratulate him, giving him another chance to settle an old promise. He handed Jang Sam the season pass he had promised, leaving her shocked that he had already secured it. Kim Ho reminded her that he had said he would get it within 2 weeks, and had simply kept his word early. Gang Young instantly guessed he had made yet another sly deal with Mak Jong Ho and accused him of profiting like a thief. Ignoring the jab, Kim Ho asked about the favor he had requested earlier involving the Magic Engineering Club. Young told him the club president actually wanted to meet him soon, and invited him to decide on the spot. Kim Ho accepted at once, eager to go meet the president immediately. They headed to Magic Engineering Workshop No. 1, whose prestige was obvious from the moment he arrived inside. Kim Ho found a workshop far more refined and organized than the rougher place where he had gotten the cube. Before he could look around long, I Senior recognized him. I named the senior, introduced himself as Bong Jae-sok, third-year president of the Magic Engineering Club, and said he had heard everything from Dang Young. Jae-sok hurried Kim Ho into the club room, making it clear he wanted to get straight to business. Without wasting time, he confirmed that Kim Ho had completed the 10 by 10 by 10 cube. Jae-sok admitted the cube A blueprint technically belonged to his club, but said he did not want to make trouble over it, since no one else could have built it anyway. He only wanted to see the finished cube for himself. Kim Ho told him he no longer had the cube. Shocking the senior, when asked where it had gone, Kim Ho explained that he had already handed it over to the Nature Club prompting Jae-sok to curse the wasted trip. Kim Ho stopped him from leaving by revealing that he had not come empty-handed. The moment Jae-sok saw the papers, he realized Kim Ho had brought records of the 10 by 10 by 10 cube blueprint itself. Jae-sok was stunned that someone had painstakingly recorded the erased one by one, only to notice the diagram was intentionally incomplete. Kim Ho calmly confirmed that he possessed the rest of the design. When Jae-sok demanded to know what he wanted in exchange, Kim Ho asked for access to Workshop No. 1 equipment. Jae-sok accepted the idea on the condition that Kim Ho use it only from midnight to dawn, then demanded the remaining blueprint pages, even while clutching the papers. Jae-sok tried to recruit Kim Ho into the club, but Kim Ho declined the offer. Jae-sok accepted the refusal and sweetened the deal by allowing him to use scrap from Workshop No. 4 as well, as long as he kept providing blueprint records like this. Kim Ho thanked him and left, while Jae-sok was left marveling at how direct he was alone again. Kim Ho felt he had finally laid the groundwork for creating an ultimate class weapon. Elsewhere, the story shifted to the school infirmary. In the hallway, a green-haired disciplinary committee member begged Mak Jong-ho to reconsider quitting the club, but John Wall coldly asked why he should. The committee member argued that very few first years could summon a golem, especially one made by a third year, and that Emerald's reputation was already damaged. John Wall admitted his brother had clearly overstepped, but refused to let all the blame stop there. He pressed the committee member with the unsettling question of whether his brother alone had brought shame to Emerald. John Ho challenged why the disciplinary committee was interfering in Emerald's internal affairs at all. The committee member answered that he only wanted a fair judgment. When John Ho asked what he really wanted, the answer was simply a chance. John Ho offered him 2 months and said he would decide based on Guak Chichil's ranking over that time. Asked whether he had complaints about that condition, the committee member accepted that it was more than enough. Jong Woo dismissed him with a curt snort and walked away. The committee member remained in the corridor, thinking over what he had just gained. Then he called out to Song Chun-hai, who had been secretly listening nearby. He revealed he had known she was hiding in the arena stands and teased her for being terrible at stealth. Since she had watched the match herself, he skipped any explanation and asked directly whether Kim Ho could beat Guak Chichil in a straight fight. Kun-hai admitted she could not say for sure, which only deepened his curiosity. He asked whether she had checked Kim Ho's hands after the match. When she confirmed both hands were perfectly clean, he wondered if he had misread the evidence, since Inferno Fist should have left marks. Even so, he could not shake the image of a masked figure from his suspicions. He remembered the wind read hand technique Kim Ho had used. That same arrogant, superior gaze convinced him it was hard to believe the hidden fighter and Kim Ho were different people. Kun-hai apologized for forcing him to keep digging, but he accepted it. She declared that she was helping because she wanted to and vowed to catch Kim Ho in the act herself. By the third Monday, the next arena round was announced as a random map to versus to deathmatch with a 10-minute limit. An instructor warned the first years that teamwork would matter again, though this week's objective would expose flaws in their coordination. To address those weaknesses, the school opened a mentoring program and told everyone to reflect carefully before choosing. Kim Ho immediately completed his mentoring application, saying there was no reason not to take advantage of it. He explained to Jang Sam that the program paired students with elite third years or graduates, based on personality and aptitude, making it a rare chance to learn. Jang Sam brightened at the idea and decided she had to apply too. Kim Ho asked the sleepy Seo Yin whether she would join as well, but she dismissed it as too troublesome. Kim Ho privately judged that despite her partial grasp of mono bullets, Seo Yin still had too much to learn and really needed mentoring. At the same time, Jang Sam asked Kim Ho to partner with her for this week's match, and he agreed. Seo Yin sleepily asked to join them too, unwilling to be left out. Jang Sam proposed that since there were 2 deathmatch sessions that week, they split up and each take one. Because he wanted more training, Kim Ho suggested Jang Sam and Seo Yin go first while he waited for the other session. The next day arrived and the arena filled again. Jang Sam met Kim Ho there and apologized for the wait, though he had only just arrived himself. As he looked at her, Kim Ho sensed that something about her presence had sharpened compared to the day before. Jang Sam greeted him with unusual confidence, and Kim Ho noticed her core had already risen to C rank faster than expected. She casually asked how Seo Yin's match had gone the previous day. Kim Ho recalled a battlefield engulfed in fire where Seo Yin had been trapped under overwhelming pressure. Her opponent had been Hong Yanoa, a rising star from the Ruby Magic Tower, and Kim Ho had expected Seo Yin to lose badly. Even so, the result had been more one-sided than he had imagined. Watching the replay, he saw Zi Yan's condition plummet as the flames closed in exactly as he had feared. The problem was obvious to him. Zi Yan had virtually no defensive capability at all. Then the replay showed a sudden step cutting through the chaos. Kim Ho had burst into the battlefield himself, diving straight at the enemy pair with his staff. Using wind force at close range, he seized control of the fight before they could react. He caught the shield user's guard with his bare hand and broke the defense. The impact hurled the defender away so violently that even Han Yano was stunned. Before she could recover, Kim Ho's staff was already at her throat. He stood over her calmly, having ended the match in an instant. Back in the present, Kim Ho summarized that the match had somehow ended that way, and that he had even recommended mentoring afterward. Jang Sam remarked that a lot had happened, while Kim Ho added that Seo Yeon had shown no interest in the advice. Kim Ho bluntly said that girl really needed to lose once, and Jang Sam called him cold for it. Before the conversation could continue, the system finished loading their own match, and Jang Sam announced she would show the results of her training. They spawned together in a desert canyon, both ready for battle. Then they saw the opposing team and froze in disbelief. Their opponents were Zian and Jang Sam's own partner. The swordsman Jang Sam had just been discussing. Kim Ho immediately realized this was the perfect setup for Seo Yeon to confront the weakness in her defense. When Jang Sam asked if he really thought they could win, Kim Ho answered with complete confidence that they could. At the start signal, Jang Sam rushed to engage Seo Yeon, while Kim Ho moved to handle the other fighter. Seo Yeon opened with signal bullets, trying to control the battlefield from range. But Jang Sam cut through the tactic at once, telling her that trick would not work anymore. Seo Yeon responded by drawing both guns and firing in earnest. Kim Ho slipped through the barrage with his staff raised, closing the distance before she could reposition. He got directly in front of her and forced her into a close-quarters situation she hated. With one clean strike, he knocked her rifle aside. He followed immediately with a wind-boosted punch. The fist stopped just short of her face, close enough to make her realize she had already lost the exchange. The shock alone made her flinch and cry out. Kim Ho asked how that felt and whether she wanted to continue. Humiliated as Seo Yeon admitted defeat, and Kim Ho guessed the blow to her pride hurt more than the near hit. With that side settled, Kim Ho turned his attention to the duel unfolding between the two swordsmen. He remembered hearing that the guild union had another hidden prospect besides the one everyone already knew. Watching the fighter's strange right-hand movement, Kim Ho felt the same sense of wrongness he had noticed earlier. He suddenly shouted for both combatants to stop. Looking straight at the swordsman, Kim Ho accused him of hiding his real skills and challenged him to show his true strength. The man denied the accusation, but Kim Ho insisted he was serious. Kim Ho even offered to keep the replay private if secrecy was the issue, then dangled extra motivation. He named the hidden technique Ghost Shadow Step and promised to reveal what he knew if the swordsman won. That bait worked because anyone hiding power that carefully could not ignore the risk of exposure. Kim Ho reminded him that he had only promised the information in the event of victory, not for free. At last the swordsman accepted the challenge and prepared to give Kim Ho what he wanted. He tightened his grip on the sword and committed himself to fighting seriously. Jang Sam sensed the change immediately and decided she would stop holding back as well. For a brief instant, the hidden prospect steadied his breathing and emptied his mind. Then he exploded forward with a speed and angle that instantly overwhelmed Jang Sam's guard. His blade cut across her before she could fully react, dropping her condition sharply. Jang Sam refused to fall and answered with a fierce counter-offensive, forcing his condition down. In return, their swords clashed again and again as the exchange grew more violent. Seeing an opening, the hidden prospect committed to a finishing strike. Jang Sam met it head-on, but the collision left her exposed. The decisive blow landed, drawing blood and ending her resistance. He passed through her guard completely, proving the gap between them once he fought in earnest. He then unleashed Rapid Current, a surging wave of force that blasted Kim Ho away before he could interfere. Jang Sam dropped to one knee, realizing she had been beaten. The hidden prospect stood calmly amid the dust while Jang Sam staggered behind him. Her sword broke and Kim Ho stopped the fight there, having seen enough to confirm what he needed. He used wind to settle the situation and told both fighters to rest. The scoreboard declared Kim Ho and Go Hyun-woo the winners over Seo Yeon and Jang Sam. Kim Ho knew the system counted it as his win because he remained standing, but in truth he considered the match decided the moment Jang Sam failed to block Go Hyun-woo's real technique. Even so, he judged that Go Hyun-woo was still just short of truly exceptional. At least for now, Go Hyun-woo lay on the ground in stunned silence, the cost of revealing his hidden strength finally catching up to him. After seeing the result board confirm his defeat, Go Hyun-woo accepts that he truly lost. Even in defeat he keeps his pride, asking that Kim Ho tell Hyun-woo it was a good match, and Kim agrees Hyun-woo would say the same. Before leaving, Go Hyun-woo asks the question that matters most to him, whether his hidden skill was obvious. Kim admits it was somewhat noticeable because Hyun-woo's sword grip looked unnatural. Kim adds that Hyun-woo's attempt to appear too ordinary only made him stand out more, leaving Hyun-woo confused. He explains that at the Dragon Slayer Academy, where exceptional people gather, being deliberately ordinary becomes suspicious in itself. Hyun-woo accepts the advice and tries to ask about Ghost Shadow Step, but Kim cuts him off. Kim reminds him he can ask only after winning, so Hyun-woo vows to challenge him again and Kim calmly welcomes it. Back in the arena, Kim reflects with some embarrassment on the disgrace he just displayed. Kim then turns to his teammate and praises her for creating openings through probing attacks and finishing the match cleanly. Go Hyun-woo admits his bigger concern is not his body but the poor weapon he has been forced to rely on. When Kim bluntly suggests buying a better sword, Hyun-woo awkwardly reveals he does not have the money for one. Kim points out that weapons at the academy can be bought with points, as well as cash. Taking charge, Kim asks how many points Hyun-woo has saved. Hyun-woo shows he has about 5,000 points. and Kim decides that will be enough. Kim spends high end with points onto better long swords and 3 thermal catalysis reagents, planning ahead rather than just upgrading the blade. When Hyun-woo asks what the reagents are for, Kim says they are crafting materials, and promises to make something useful for him. They end the day with Hyun-woo grateful and Kim telling him to focus on recovery. That evening Kim heads to the 4th workshop, deciding to prepare the materials needed to craft Hyun-woo's support item. Inside he greets the workshop student, who is startled to see him arrive. Kim remembers that Bong Jae-sek had scolded this student before for letting him poke around blueprints, so he knows he is not especially welcome. Even so, Kim uses copy on the student, apologizing to him in advance as he does it again. He successfully registers Magi Engineering as a copied skill and decides to overwrite Wine Force since he no longer needs Hummingbird. With the engineering skill secured, Kim judges the workshop to be the perfect place to gather decent materials. He realizes the abandoned -1 projects are valuable because their crafted components remain intact even if the final products did not work. Since dismantling is usually harder than buying new materials, Kim knows this shortcut only works because of his copied skill. As he begins dismantling with unnatural efficiency, the workshop student can only stare in stunned silence. When asked what he is making, Kim casually says he is just dismantling failed machines to harvest materials. The student, fascinated, asks if he can watch, and Kim readily allows it, watching the results come out almost perfectly clean. The student is shocked that dismantled materials can look practically brand new. Kim notices the student's interest and considers whether this is the right moment to make a proposal. He offers to trade materials, and the student eagerly agrees to hear what he needs. Kim lists several specific parts, and the student hesitates, because they are not trivial items to hand over. Kim asks whether Bang Jae-sak would complain again, but the student thinks trading a few materials should be acceptable. To be safe, Kim suggests getting direct permission, so the student sends Bang Jae-sak a message. The message is read but unanswered, and the student decides to treat the silence as tacit approval. That assumption is immediately shattered when Bang Jae-sek bursts in. Furious at what he is seeing, Bang Jae-sek confronts Kim directly and demands to know whether he dismantled the machine. On the table, Kim seizes the chance and shows him the dismantled remains, noting that although the project failed, it had consumed expensive materials. When Bang asks whether Kim can dismantle another failed machine as well, Kim warns that this one will take time. Bang accepts the delay and says he will compensate Kim properly for the work. Kim counters that he also needs materials, so instead of money he wants payment in goods and asks Bang to send a list later. Bang agrees and tells him to message whatever he needs whenever he has time. Seeing an opportunity, the workshop student asks Kim for a favor in return. He points out another object he wants dismantled and Kim agrees, while promising to help him gather the needed parts too. The next morning, Kim leaves the workshop after an all-night session, deciding he will finish the rest after class. He reaches the classroom early, thinking he still has time to rest before lessons begin. Then he notices someone unexpected already there. To his surprise, Seo Yeon is asleep at her desk despite having vanished without a word the day before. Kim guesses she skipped breakfast and gently asks whether she wants something to eat. She answers only with a sulky grunt, and Kim realizes she is still holding a grudge. He explains that yesterday's one-sided match was not meant to humiliate her but to expose a weakness she needed to see. Kim tells her the flaw is obvious. Once her position is revealed, her fighting style becomes drastically weaker. Now that her mana bullets have become solid, he advises her to invest in a support skill instead and asks if she wants special training. Kim refuses to mentor her personally in that area, saying another gunner would teach her better. Even if she dislikes the idea, he insists she get proper mentoring, and she reluctantly agrees. Jang Sam overhears that Seo Yeon is signing up for mentoring too and praises the decision. Go Hyun-woo arrives, looking healthy, and credits Kim for helping him recover so quickly. Hyun-woo says his body is fine, but he is worried about the weapon he bought yesterday, and plans to test it in the remaining duels. Kim approves and hands him the item he crafted, telling him to use it together with the new weapon. Hyun-woo is baffled that the gift is just a clip, until Kim explains it is a durability artifact disguised as something simple. Once attached, the sturdy clip will protect and restore weapon durability, and Hyun-woo gratefully promises to use it well in the next duel. Go Hyun-woo and Bukhan Hansol face Yoon Suji and Park Nari with both sides starting at full condition. Park Nari appears with a tiger spirit beast at her side, while Yoon Suji stands ready behind her. Recognizing Park Nari as the Nature Club's rising talent, Young-woo remembers Kim's warning to be especially careful of that spirit beast. Park Nari orders the tiger Buma to prepare for battle. The small spirit beast instantly swells with power and begins transforming. In a flash, Buma becomes a massive tiger, revealing the true scale of Park Nari's threat. Park Nari unleashes the beast immediately, sending it charging straight at Hyun-woo and Hansel. Hyun-woo blocks the initial assault, and urgently calls for Hansel to act. Hansel understands the opening and prepares her ice technique. She strikes the tiger with Snow Soul Palm, landing a clean hit that briefly drops Park Nari's condition. But Hansel instantly realizes the attack was not enough to stop the beast. The tiger's damage is quickly recovered, confirming that Park Nari can heal through the spirit beast. The beast retaliates with brutal force, battering Hansel before she can capitalize on the hit. Hyenwoo rushes in to protect her and calls her name in alarm. His E-rank sword shatters under the strain, proving the weapon cannot withstand this level of combat. Forced back with only the replacement blade, Hyenwoo faces another charge from the tiger. Hansel admits they cannot win at this rate, and Hyenwoo agrees they need a different approach. Watching Park Nari's condition return to full, Hyenwoo realizes the spirit beast is being used as a frontline shield that constantly recovers. He concludes that Park Nari herself is the true weak point because her style depends entirely on the beast while leaving the caster exposed. With that insight, Hyenwoo decides on a direct strike against the summoner. Hansel immediately understands and commits to the same target. The two break past the beast together and rush straight toward Park Nari. Young Suju reveals she anticipated exactly this move and activates a hidden countermeasure. Her Gaia barrier erupts into a wall of vines that traps the attackers before they can reach Park Nari. Entangled and blocked, Yang-Woo and Hansel try to cut and freeze their way through the barrier. They combine Hansel's stronger ice technique with Yang-Woo's sword, stream blasting the vines apart in a coordinated strike. Yang-Woo notes with relief that the new durability item is keeping his weapon from breaking so easily. Yet before they can press the advantage, the tiger seizes Hansel from behind and Hyunwoo realizes the next hit will overwhelm the barrier and end the fight. The match ends with Go Hyenwoo and Bakang Hansel defeated by Yoon Suji and Park Nari. The next day, Hyenwoo laments how badly he performed, but Kim tells him he did well considering the caliber of the opponent. Still unsatisfied, Hyunwoo asked Kim what he would have done in that same situation. Kim answers bluntly that strategy mattered less than the overwhelming difference in specs, especially equipment. He explains that Park Nari is heavily backed by the Nature Club, armed with many items and even the Cube of Life, so she entered the duel far better prepared than Hyenwoo. Hearing that Hyenwoo accepts the loss was inevitable against someone with both talent and such thorough support, Kim then says that while matching her specs is impossible, there are still countermeasures available. Hyenwoo immediately asks whether that means there is actually a way to fight back. Kim reveals the answer is Demon Sword, a debuff type item prized by top swordsmen. Hyenwoo is stunned that such an item even exists, and once again feels how much he still has to learn from Kim. Kim tells him to worry about weapon durability first, and to start collecting durability artifacts suitable for B-rank weapons and above. Hyenwoo realizes that obtaining something at B-rank will not be easy. Kim says there is still a path forward. They can get it as a drop from the Dungeon Association's Underground Dungeon. Hyenwoo points out that dual season makes that impossible, but Kim says they would not qualify for Underground access next week either. When Hyunwoo asks why, Kim explains simply that they are not qualified yet. He reminds him that the Underground Dungeon is real combat, so freshmen are normally barred from life or death battles there. Hyenwoo concludes that means there is no way in for now. Kim corrects him by saying there is no official way in. Then he reveals his real plan. They can sneak in by using the Academy's errand service to set that up. Kim contacts Shin Byanchio and asks him to come help at the terrace near the shop when Shin arrives. Kim gets straight to the point and says he needs access to a dungeon. Kim proposes Monday evening as the ideal time, and Shin asks which dungeon number he wants. Kim answers without hesitation Dungeon No. 388. Checking his records, Shin identifies 388 as Feathered Serpent Altar, a D rank for person dungeon, and asks who will be entering. Kim and Hyenwoo share a brief silence before Kim makes his answer clear. Kim says only he and Hyenwoo will go, leaving Shin worried because any accident would implicate him too. Kim assures him they will not die and can retreat immediately if needed. While Hyenwoo backs him without hesitation, Shin finally agrees to prepare the access for Monday evening and asks what payment Kim is offering. Kim expects a price but Shin waves it off and says he still owes Kim for the ban wave incidents so they can call it even. Kim is caught off guard that Shin chose to settle his debt before asking anything in return. Shin then admits he has only been underground once himself, confirming he is not exactly an expert guide. Kim says that is fine as long as Shin handles the job seriously, and Shin promises full dedication. Kim pushes further and asks Shin to add Dungeon No. 100 for as well for extra experience. Shin is alarmed because 100 for his Black Serpent Fang, a dangerous B-rank deep level dungeon beyond his authority, but Kim tells him to at least ask the chief. Shin says it may not be completely impossible and leaves to check, promising to meet them again Monday evening with that arranged. Hyenwoo asks Kim to explain the rest of their plan. Kim says they will first clear the scheduled rank Feathered Serpent Altar, where Hyenwoo can obtain his new weapon while Kim secures his own gains afterward. They will spend the following days preparing, negotiating with the Thieves Club for Black Serpent Fang, and gathering the items they need. Though Hyenwoo knows a deep level dungeon can kill over the smallest mistake, he steels himself and says he is ready. Kim stresses that Hyenwoo's role will be crucial and that success will depend not only on skill but on perfect coordination and shared knowledge of the dungeon to make that possible. He orders Hyenwoo to memorize every word, without leaving out a single detail. Later in Workshop No. 1, Kim confirms that the rare materials he requested earlier have all been gathered. Bong Jae-sok notices Kim finishing another project, and asks to take a look before it is put away. Kim reveals the completed item, a complex golden device with quiet satisfaction. Bong realizes this was the reason Kim had been collecting those strange materials, and admits the result is intriguing. Judging from its form, Bong guesses it is the head of a staff or scepter, and asks whether Kim has already found a matching body. Kim says not yet, but he intends to search patiently for the right shaft, somewhere in the lower dungeon floors. As they part, Bong notes Kim may not need the workshop for a while, and Kim thanks him sincerely for all the help. A short while later in class, the instructor announces this week's conquest trial, extermination in a random-to-person dungeon on the Rocky Zone map. He emphasizes that both terrain and teammates will be randomized, so everyone must adapt to unfamiliar partners and places. The lesson ends with a final reminder to proceed step by step, and stay in sync with one's assigned partner. After class, Kim reminds Hyun-woo and Seo Yeon that, because teammates are randomized, the three of them will not be together this week. He also tells Seo Yeon to pause mana bullet training for now, since mentoring week is coming and she can learn new skills. Then Hyun-woo agrees that for this week, they should focus on building a solid foundation, instead of forcing rapid growth. Kim sends them off with one last warning, to use practice mode before attempting the real trial. But for himself, Kim dismisses practice mode as a waste of time, and immediately enters the random dungeon system. He chooses to go straight into the real conquest trial, without any rehearsal as the system begins random partner matching. Kim hopes for someone useful, but is confident he can still achieve full completion, no matter who appears. He decides that the ideal partner would be someone with a combat skill, worth copying, because he plans to overwrite major engineering for the coming fight. As he realizes his assigned partner is arriving, Kim Ho turns toward the portal. He is briefly puzzled by the sudden presence behind him. The newcomer turns out to be Hun Yanoa, and both are startled to see each other again. Yanoa blurted out her dismay at being paired with him, while he coolly questions her reaction. Remembering how thoroughly he beat her in past tests and duels, he concludes her fear of him is only natural. Since his priority is clearing the quest efficiently, he decides to keep that intimidation working in his favor. When she freezes in thought, he snaps her back to attention. He orders her to move out immediately, and she falls in line under the pressure. To sprint into the forest trial, with him leading and her following. With her staff ready, Yanyu immediately regrets insisting she could clear the quest quickly. Instead of postponing it, she fumes that of all possible partners, fate keeps forcing her to work with the one she wanted to avoid most. As she wonders where he is heading, he keeps steering them deeper into the forest. She is shocked when monsters begin flying out from hidden burrows. Along the route he chose, the non-stop ambushes make no sense to her, and she cannot understand how he keeps predicting them. When he runs ahead through the chaos, she realizes the route is suspiciously efficient, and calls after him to wait. Angered that he seems to expect her to clean up behind him, she complains about being ignored. Still moving, she blasts the pursuing goblins with fire, and is impressed by how smoothly the fight is unfolding. She demands that he at least cooperate, but he simply tells her to keep up and not slow him down. Even while obeying, she senses something strange about how perfectly he has handled the entire trial, watching him drop enemies without the slightest hesitation. She notes his confidence never wavers. He keeps charging ahead without pause, leaving her increasingly convinced he already knows the dungeon. Another goblin falls behind them. As they continue their relentless advance, Yanawa concludes his movements feel less like instinct and more like someone repeating a route he has mastered countless times. Just as she is about to act on that suspicion, he abruptly stops her. He points out a hidden hole and suggests they inspect what appears to be a burrow. Yanoa identifies it as a goblin burrow, too small for a person to enter. Then he casually orders her to check it herself, leaving her incredulous. With a taunting challenge to prove she is capable, he pressures her into doing it. Swallowing her pride, she crawls toward the burrow while he stands back and watches. He is surprised she took his words literally, since he only meant for her to fire magic inside. A bright glow suddenly builds from within the burrow. Her fire erupts inside and detonates the nest in a massive blast. Thrown back by her own reckless move, she coughs and berates herself for doing something so foolish, trying to laugh it off as nothing by dungeon standards. She notices his silent figure looming through the smoke. Recovering, she points out that destroying the burrow early prevented a flood of goblins, but the system still shows one monster remaining, meaning the true boss is still alive. Before they can react, a huge axe suddenly swings in from the smoke. Yanao grabs Kim Ho and yanks him aside, warning him to keep his eyes forward. In a dungeon press close. After saving him, she apologizes in embarrassment. As both register the awkward contact, he realizes the explosion has exposed their location. To the final enemy, the last monster reveals itself as the dungeon boss, a massive goblin warrior, which he treats as the inevitable final target. He judges it manageable if they stay alert, and says the two of them should be able to finish it quickly together. Yet he notices Yanao is still tense and breathing hard, despite his calm assessment. Recognizing that his earlier intimidation helped cause that, he decides to restore her confidence instead, so he unexpectedly tells her to defeat the boss on her own. When she barks, he insists she is more than capable, forcing her to confront her own doubt. After a moment of resistance, she steels herself and agrees to try. She plants her feet and begins drawing a ring of fire around herself, while he stands back to observe. Activating Overheat, she resolves to prove the true extent of her strength. The goblin boss sizes up her blazing stance, while Kim Ho watches from behind. Without interfering, the boss roars and commits to a direct assault. It suddenly closes the distance with terrifying speed, catching her off guard before she can react. As the axe rises over her, she realizes too late that she misjudged its movement. Refusing to panic, she tells herself she will not lose to something like this. She counters from above with Flame Orb, driving a concentrated blast down at the boss. Convinced she landed a clean hit, she expects the attack to decide the exchange instead. The boss glares back through the flames almost completely unharmed. The realization hits her that the attack dealt virtually no damage at all. She deduces the dungeon must have a damage reduction trait, and curses the absurd design. The boss immediately capitalizes on her shock, and swings again with murderous force. Knowing Overheat will not last long, she tries to finish the fight before her advantage expires. But the boss attacks with both axes at once, overwhelming her, timing locked into her stance. She realizes she cannot dodge in time. Kim Ho instantly prepares a barrier, deciding he must intervene before she is crushed. His green shield deflects the twin axes, and he reminds her not to drop her guard. Shaken but alive, she thanks him and blurts out her relief at surviving. He tells her not to freeze and to use the opening he just created, when he specifically suggests Fire Pillar. The name drags up a past she would rather forget. She explains the spell is powerful, but short-ranged, so she will need him to hold the boss in place. Before she can stop him, he dashes straight toward the boss to do exactly that. With wind magic he binds and drags the boss into position. Despite its resistance, Yahello forces herself to stop dwelling on the past, and focus only on her role. The boss notices the forming magic circle beneath it, and begins to struggle violently. She panics that it has seen the trap, but Kim Ho orders her to ignore that and keep casting. He apologizes inwardly to the boss, deciding to keep it occupied a little longer. He continues baiting and repositioning the monster, while Manhwa completes the spell behind him. The boss is slammed into the center of the glowing circle, pinned exactly where they need it. Manhwa announces the magic circle is ready, and urgently tells him to get clear. Though his elemental resistance means he could endure the blast, he chooses to obey her warning and withdraw. The boss hacks at the circle in a futile attempt to break free. Before the spell triggers, Kim Ho checks his distance, and Manhwa confirms he is far enough away. With absolute focus, she decides this next strike will end the battle. She channels the last of her power into the staff. As the spell reaches its peak, then she unleashes Fire Pillar, sending a towering column of flame crashing down on the trapped boss. The boss is engulfed, and finally shows real alarm as the fire tears through it. Watching calmly, Kim Ho notes that the result is exactly what he expected. The inferno continues to churn, until nothing remains but burning air and ash. The system confirms all monsters are gone and the trial is complete, leaving Yahello stunned that it is truly over. Kim Ho remarks that the fight ended quickly, and judges their performance against the boss to have been solid. Yahello, however, is left panting, and admits to herself that she pushed her body too hard. As he checks on her, she hesitates before speaking. Embarrassed and sweating, she asks him for a favor without meeting his eyes. After an awkward pause, she struggles to say what she wants. Finally, she asks him to make the replay of this run private, so no one sees what happened between them. When he questions that request, she hurriedly offers to compensate him for any lost points. To prove she is serious, she presents a ruby and insists it should be worth more than a replay. He is taken aback that she would pay with rubies over something so minor and thinks the offer is excessive. Seeing his unreadable expression, she nervously wonders whether even that is not enough. Panicking, she blurts out that she can give him an even bigger ruby, prompting him to stop her and accept the first one. He gives her a sudden thumbs up and sincere praise for her work. Addressing her by name, the unexpected kindness leaves her flustered, and she realizes he had been carrying the run from the very start. Still red-faced, she manages to return the compliment before fleeing through the portal. While he finds her self-consciousness almost funny, left alone he reflects that Yahello performed better than expected, and that the rumors about her talent are justified. What impressed him most was her close combat, which let him choose which of her skills to copy. Even if he does not fully understand what Overheat absorbed from her, he knows he gained something valuable. He confirms that he now possesses a powerful, flame-based skill of his own, called Inferno Fist. The prospect excites him, because that power should also boost his physical combat ability. Even so, he sets the new skill aside for later, and turns back to the task still ahead. With the ruby in hand, he decides to visit Ruby Tower later, and heads that night to the underground floor of dungeon building. Arriving before the others, he notes that Go Haiyan and Shinbuanru are not there yet, and checks his rewards while waiting. The completed subquest grants him an extra copy trade slot, finally allowing him to seek a second, useful trait for the deeper dungeon. Before he can think further, someone calls out to him from behind. His companions arrive and lightly complain that if he was going ahead, he should have told them instead of making them wait upstairs. They suggest leaving soon, but also reassure him they will do their part without letting him down. Before moving out, Byeonchu remembers he has something important to distribute. He hands Kim Ho and Hyunwoo special second-year tie pins and anonymous badges. He explains the items blur their faces into something ordinary, enough to avoid recognition by other seniors. After they put them on, the effect proves strangely effective, making even familiar faces look forgettable. Satisfied that their disguises will work, Kim-ho tells the group to head down. They begin descending the long stairway into the depths of the building. As the spiral staircase seems endless, Kim-ho assures them they are nearly there. Hyun-woo is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place and realizes the deeper floors must be enormous. Kim-ho explains that teleport devices normally handle this descent, but because they sneaked in, they cannot use them. He adds that a skilled guide can even hack those systems, which by Andrew takes as one more reminder of how unusual this operation is. At last the guide ushers them to their destination, Dungeon No. 388. The portal ahead leads to the Feathered Serpent altar. Since they reached it without being noticed, Kim-ho moves straight into briefing mode and asks whether everyone memorized the strategy guide. Hearing that, he is inwardly exasperated by how relentlessly serious he sounds. Nearby students complain about the strange skills used in another run, and Kim-ho notes that aside from one issue, their cover remains intact. A blue-haired student glances their way, making him briefly wonder if they have been recognized. But when she merely assumes they are another team here for the dungeon, he confirms the anonymous badge is doing its job. Byung-chul urges them to enter quickly before anyone else appears, but Kim-ho stops them for one last precaution. He says he must disable the surrounding security system one final time before they go in using a glowing device. He deactivates the nearby surveillance and declares the area temporarily safe. He stays outside to keep watch, while telling the other two to finish the dungeon quickly. With no time to waste, Kim-ho and Hyun-woo move fast into the night-shrouded dungeon grounds. From the approach, Kim-ho points out the distant structure that houses the dungeon core, the Feathered Serpent altar. Hyun-woo must handle this time. He warns that many barbarians guard the area, and Hyun-woo recalls reading exactly that in the strategy guide. Before they can advance further, a hidden barbarian with glowing eyes launches an ambush. From the darkness a spear whistles toward Kim-ho, but he notices it in time. The projectile streaks past. As both boys turn toward the source of the attack, Kim-ho grimly notes that the barbarians appear. The moment they are mentioned, a group of tattooed barbarians rushes out, shouting about sacrifice and orders to capture the intruders alive. As more warriors surround them, Kim-ho dryly points out the contradiction between wanting them alive and throwing spears first. Ignoring the logic, the barbarians charge in with renewed cries of sacrifice. Kim-ho asks Hyun-woo if they should proceed according to plan, and Hyun-woo agrees without hesitation. Kim-ho raises his hand and activates his wind skill. A sweeping green force erupts outward, knocking the surrounding barbarians off balance and opening the battlefield. Hyun-woo immediately draws his sword and steps into the gap Kim-ho created. He launches a wide, opening slash that cuts across multiple barbarians at once, beginning their counter-attack. The two split up with brief mutual encouragement as the black-haired boy dashes ahead, and the swordsman with the red sash stays behind. The surrounding barbarians, stunned by the sudden intruders, decide these strong newcomers must be captured as sacrifices. At any cost, the swordsman calmly claims the enemy leader for himself and urges the others not to waste time following their plan. The black-haired boy heads for the altar by the normal route, while the swordsman takes the jungle path alone. The rules of the dungeon are laid out in his mind. After reaching the altar and stopping the ritual, they must survive both the barbarians and the Feathered Serpent. High Priest, as he runs the black-haired boy, judges that the standard route is safest for clearing the dungeon itself, but he also realizes that sticking to the guide will cost him the hidden piece concealed in this dungeon, so he deliberately searches the overlooked parts of the village, instead slipping into the barbarian camp. Seeing few guards left behind, he guesses most enemies have already gone to the altar, and trusts the swordsman can handle the main force. He openly greets the camp guards, baiting them into focusing on him as the sacrifice they wanted. When they rush to seize him alive, he mocks their one-track thinking. Instead of taking them seriously, he dismisses the minor enemies, and prepares a wind-like technique with casual confidence. With a sweeping burst he throws the guards aside, and demands they bring their chief if they want a real fight. As the plan unfolds smoothly, he keeps his cool and continues deeper into the camp. Among the tents he spots one unusually large shelter, and identifies it as the chief's tent. A hidden golden barrier, or trap, flares the moment he approaches the tent. He barely avoids the sudden beam, realizing the chief's quarters were protected after all. Inside, the high priest notices his powerful aura, and decides he would make an excellent sacrifice. The high priest steps out holding a glowing orb and staff, promising a short pain if the intruder submits quietly. The black-haired boy answers by activating Inferno Fist and Overheat, mocking the cult's obsession with sacrifice. He reminds himself that to obtain the hidden piece, he must keep this priest tied to the village, which is why he searched so carefully. He closes in while deciding his job is simply to stall the boss, until Hyun-woo secures the hidden item. As he dodges another golden blast, he realizes the attack is not elemental, and would be lethal if it lands cleanly. He counters by absorbing his own flames with Overheat, and pushing his body to its physical limit. That boost lets him evade the priest's attacks almost effortlessly, which immediately unsettles the boss. He presses forward with a punch, but the priest raises a golden barrier to block him. His flaming fist slams into the shield, and forces the priest to brace under the impact. The collision blasts apart the nearby structure, proving his empowered strikes can shatter lesser defenses. He notes that Inferno Fist, combined with Overheat, is strong enough to break rank barriers with ease. Still, he admits the boss remains sturdy, and that raw damage alone will not end this quickly. Laughing, he taunts the priest for relying too much on offense and too little on defense. The priest retaliates with a beam aimed straight at his face, forcing him to stop joking for a moment. Enraged, the high priest vows to make his death anything but gentle. As he gathers more power, the black-haired boy remembers that the priest's true priority is the ritual, and that a merely evasive opponent may be ignored and abandoned. To stop that from happening, he decides the simplest answer is to make the priest furious enough to stay. He keeps provoking him, while weaving through increasingly aggressive attacks that become harder to dodge. The angrier the priest gets, satisfied that Yahello should be handling the rest, he entrusts the outcome there to his partner, and focuses on holding this boss. Meanwhile, bloody footsteps climb the altar stairs, showing Yahello pressing on through the aftermath of battle. Yahello, face marked with blood but expression steady, remains focused on the mission he was given. He ascends a staircase littered with dead and dying barbarians, having cut a path straight to the altar. Determined not to fail the task entrusted to him, Yahello resolves to finish cleanly and rejoin the others at the top. A huge barbarian suddenly appears overhead, with a massive log raised to crush him. Yahello reacts instantly, drawing his sword and bracing himself. Instead of panicking, he slips past the first crushing blow, and uses the opening to reposition behind the attacker, recognizing the enemy from the strategy guide. He identifies this mid-boss as the sub-priest nicknamed Chubby, and notes that it arrived exactly as expected. He squares off with Chubby in the altar chamber, while the brute blocks the exit behind him. Yahello fixes his attention on the hidden piece he came for, the feathered serpent ritual sword. He also remembers the guide's warning that besides Chubby, there is another mid-boss lurking nearby. Just as he moves, he senses a new threat and halts mid-swing. A poison dart strikes nearby, confirming his suspicion that the second mid-boss has appeared. The second sub-priest reveals himself as the thin, blowgun user known as Skinny. Yahello judges that fighting both together will be troublesome, and too time-consuming if he plays it safely. So he decides to end things fast and launches a swift opening strike. Skinny answers by firing darts from range, trying to pin Yahello down while Chubby closes in. Yahello rushes between them anyway, refusing to let the range pressure dictate the fight. A huge log suddenly fills his vision, forcing him to acknowledge how tightly the two are coordinating. Chubby swings in a wide arc, while Yahello ducks low and slips under the attack by a hair. Facing both enemies at once, he admits they are indeed tricky, and at this pace will drag the battle out. He steels himself, and decides he has no choice but to push beyond his usual limits. With a sharp cry, he meets the next assault head-on. Instead of retreating again for a brief instant, he empties his mind and settles into complete concentration. His eyes snaps open as he catches the decisive line of attack, and the path to victory. Skinny senses the shift too late, startled by the sudden killing intent. Chubby also realizes something has changed, but he cannot react in time. Yahello unleashes a blue sword technique that blasts Skinny away, and carves through the space between them. The shockwave hurls Chubby back through the doorway, clearing the altar's immediate approach. With both sub-priests briefly under control, Yahello reminds himself not to relax, because their vitality is unusually high. As expected, Chubby starts getting back up despite the damage, proving they will not fall easily. Yahello decides the hidden piece comes first, and that he can finish the sub-priests afterward. Chubby roars and charges again, trying to stop him before he reaches the altar. Ignoring the danger, Yahello dives forward and stretches for the ritual sword. Even as the log bears down on him, the log crashes into the altar area a heartbeat too late. Chubby stumbles through the dust, realizing his attack missed the true target. A faint blue line appears across the log, showing Yahello's sword strike had already cut through it. Chubby finally notices the split and understands he has been outplayed. Yahello secures the hidden piece, praises the throw that nearly got him killed, and sees its durability focus traits appear before him. Satisfied, he prepares to finish the fight, and silently leaves the last move to the newly claimed weapon. Chubby lunges from behind, but Yahello swings the ritual sword into position at the last second. The sword releases a blue arc that cuts through Chubby. From behind Yahello's back, Yahello stands composed with the ritual sword now slung across him, the brute collapsing at his feet. Back in the village below, the camp lies wrecked and silent after the earlier fighting. The black-haired boy notices movement, and realizes the battle with the high priest is entering its final phase. Still dodging Golden Blast, he thinks Yahello should have found the ritual sword by now, and grows tired of running. The high priest senses a sudden change from the altar and falters. He realizes the ritual sword has been placed atop the altar, and that the altar's energy is no longer his to control. The black-haired boy receives confirmation that the hidden piece has been found, and decides the next dungeon is now within reach. Before ending the fight, he activates Copy to take one more useful trait from the priest. He registers the Composite Priest trait, valuing its boost to mana sensitivity, alongside the resistance he already copied. When the high priest tries to flee toward the altar, The black-haired boy cuts him off and refuses to let him escape. He tells the priest the ritual is already over, and prepares to finish the battle with blazing fists. A fiery strike detonates against the high priest and sends him flying. The dungeon announces its completion, as the black-haired boy stands amid flames with a satisfied smile. Hyenwu arrives carrying the ritual sword, and the black-haired boy greets him, as though everything went exactly on schedule. Hyenwu tries to stop him, warning that the sword has been strengthened by absorbing the priest's soul. The item's rank rises from D to C and gains elemental resistance, confirming the priest's death empowered it. With the boss gone, the dungeon's clear reward appears as several random boxes. Hyenwu decides the upgraded sword alone is already a huge gain, and that he can make good use of it for a while. He generously offers the remaining rewards to the black-haired boy, who accepts without pretending otherwise. The black-haired boy urges them to leave first, explaining that clear dungeons collapse after a set time. They emerge through the portal to find Shin waiting outside, and the black-haired boy cheerfully notes how quickly it all ended. When the portal starts vanishing, Hyenwu is surprised, but the black-haired boy reminds him this is exactly what he explained earlier. He clarifies that once a dungeon core is destroyed, the entrance seals until the core regenerates, after which someone else can clear it again. Shin adds that this trait leaves undeniable proof the dungeon was cleared, evidence even a skilled guide cannot erase, because investigators will soon come to confirm that proof. The black-haired boy insists they leave the area immediately. After climbing back up, Shin complains that the endless stairs nearly killed him. The others tease that climbing up is naturally worse than descending, though Shin insists this dungeon was excessive. Relieved they met no one on the way back, Shin asked for the borrowed badge and pin to be returned. The black-haired boy thanks Shin for helping them get back safely, and promises to rely on him again. Shin brushes it off as routine service, though he is clearly pleased by the praise. Two female students approach, one blue-haired and cheerful, the other orange-haired and stern. Interrupting the group, Shin inwardly groans that they keep running into these girls at the worst possible times. The orange-haired girl pointedly asks why they are at the dungeon so late at night. Shin answers with forced confidence that he is obviously there to raid, only for her to doubt that story immediately. He jokes that she must have spent her life being fooled, and nudges the black-haired boy to back him up. The black-haired boy thinks Shin is dumping the troublesome part on him, but decides to cooperate so they can leave quickly. When asked if they are returning from a raid, he confirms it but refuses to reveal their completion percentage. She needles the orange-haired girl that maybe she cannot ask, because her score is too low. She coolly replies that she does not know his number, but she is certain hers is higher than his. The black-haired boy turns the tension into a wager, proposing they compare completion rates instead. She accepts on the condition that the loser must grant a favor, or answer a question the winner. Once they agree to reveal their results together on the count of 3, both treating it like a serious duel. The countdown begins as they face each other without blinking at one. The black-haired boy calmly prepares his status window. The orange-haired girl does the same, confident she has already won. Her confidence shatters when his displayed raid progress shows a full 100%. He lightly remarks that her pride at 97% was understandable, then decides to leave before the shock wears off. As the blue-haired girl gawks and the orange-haired one freezes, Shin cheerfully records the promised favor as a debt. For later the next day, the scene shifts to a quiet lunch with iced drinks. Yangwu mentions skipping training for once, and the black-haired boy tells him rest is part of training after yesterday's overexertion. Asked why he called them together, the black-haired boy says he wants to show them another pleasure of dungeon clearing. That pleasure, he explains with a grin, is opening the random reward boxes. He summons the feathered serpent, alter random boxes onto the table, and ceremoniously begins the unboxing. While Ziyan watches in silence and Hyenwu plays along, he opens the first box with exaggerated suspense. All three lean in as golden light spills out of the box. The first reward turns out to be a rank-up item, which he judges a solid start. Without lingering, he moves on to the next box. A new glow catches both Hyenwu and Seo Yian's attention at once. The second box reveals a priest's black bracelet, and the black-haired boy is delighted to get a useful accessory. Combined with the rank-up item, he decides the haul has already more than paid for itself. He offers the remaining boxes to Hyenwu and Seo Yian, asking if they want to open one each. Hyenwu accepts and opens his box first. His luck is poor, producing only a low-rank wooden cup, and the black-haired boy cannot help teasing him. Ziyan apologizes on Hyenwu's behalf, but the black-haired boy tells her not to worry, since the box was his to begin with. Hyenwu awkwardly admits he has always been terrible with this kind of luck-based thing. Then Seo Yian opens the last box, and the burst of light immediately feels different. To everyone's disbelief, she pulls out a feather cushion of B rank, an absurdly high result for such a low-rank random box. The black-haired boy recognizes it as a near miracle, and marvels that Ziyan, of all people, beat the odds. Reading the item details, he sees it accelerates fatigue recovery and cures mental ailments, making it valuable even if it is technically a cushion. He quickly concludes that lifestyle items like this have strong market demand, and could be sold easily if needed. As he considers sending it to an errand agency or auction, something about the situation catches his attention, and makes him pause. A silver-haired girl silently stares at a strange, glowing cushion rising from a box, while the others wait for her reaction. When offered the cushion, she hesitates, clearly tempted but trying not to show it. She quickly decides the item might be more useful if given to Seo Yan, instead of keeping it for herself. Thinking it through, she realizes the cushion would shorten Yan's sleep by helping her recover fatigue faster. That would leave Yan awake longer and make her training more efficient. So the girl concludes it is worth handing over. She finally gives in and tells them to take it, though the decision still catches her off guard. The black-haired boy happily accepts the gift, surprised she really meant it and confirming it is for Yan. Still a little stunned, she takes the cushion into her arms without saying much. Once she hugs it, her restraint breaks and she sincerely thanks him, clearly delighted by how soft it feels. As the mood softens, the boy's phone suddenly rings and pulls everyone's attention away. He sees the call is from Shin Byung-chul and wonders what urgent matter could be coming now. Shin asks him to come to the Thieves' Club room immediately, because the deep dungeon request has become complicated, and his older sister wants to see him. He heads over to the Thieves' Club room to hear what the problem is. Inside, the Thieves' Club leader and her people greet him as someone they have been waiting for. The club members size him up as the junior their leader has been working with lately. They tease that she even fought off the Magic Engineering Club to keep others from taking him. One of them jokes that Bong Jae-sok was crushed by her rejection, and that they have never seen her act that fiercely before. The leader instantly shuts the gossip down by magically gagging the loud mouth. Mid-sentence, she throws the noisy members out of the room and orders them not to interfere any further. After clearing the room, she tells him to ignore their nonsense and gets back to business. He answers to calmly for her liking, so she snaps at him to at least pretend to care. Before he dryly says he will think about it, she drops the banter and insists they skip pleasantries and get straight to the real issue. The problem is that a bid has been placed on the Black Serpent room request he previously accepted. When he asks whether it is a normal bid or a priority bid, she confirms it is priority. Hearing that, he immediately understands the situation has become much more troublesome. She explains that dungeon access is limited, especially for valuable underground dungeons, so competition over them is intense. To manage that competition, the Academy created a formal bidding system between clubs. Under the normal system, parties are ranked by raid success and gain access accordingly, but the real trump card is the priority bid, a limited right each club can hold. Using one overrides the usual conditions and guarantees that club first entry into the dungeon. Now, the Black Serpent room has one of those priority bids attached to it, since they plan to enter unofficially. Getting inside is not the issue, but clearing the dungeon would close it and provoke the club that claimed it. She reveals that the club holding the priority bid is the Swordsmanship Club, because that club is one of the Academy's top 2 powers. She asks whether he still intends to go through with this. He answers without wavering that he fully intends to push ahead anyway. She checks whether he is serious, and he calmly says he will take full responsibility if they proceed. Satisfied that he has thought it through, she decides a junior this capable must already have a plan. Her caution flips into excitement, and she eagerly agrees to go for it. When one member asks if she really plans to go herself, she says she and Daben will enter together. He accepts that arrangement and adds that if they are doing this, he will also charge extra labor fees. As they discuss the team, she asks whether the silver-haired beauty will be joining them, only to learn the companion is actually Go Hyun-woo. She judges that their lineup should still be enough to handle a B-rank dungeon, though she is clearly reassessing things. Daben is surprised that a first year like Hyun can really manage a B-rank dungeon at all. The leader remembers that Daben would not know, because she only saw him during their disguised infiltration of the temporary shelter. Back then, his face and presence were hidden by a perception-blocking mask, so his true identity never registered. Wanting to explain his secret title, she asks his permission to tell Daben, and he allows it as long as she keeps it quiet. She warns Daben to brace herself before revealing something shocking. Then she drops the truth that the first year, standing before them, is Inferno Fist. With introduction settled, she places a document on the table and tells everyone to examine it. She realizes it is a guide to the Black Serpent room, and is stunned that he somehow obtained such a thing. As they read, he points out the key idea of the plan: slip in, extract the core and leave without a full raid. The thieves immediately recognize that approach as exactly the kind of shamelessly efficient move a true thief would make. The leader becomes even more convinced he is the kind of talent their guild needs, though she still jokes that he looks suspicious. He cuts off any recruitment fantasy at once by making it clear he has no intention of joining the thieves. Even so, she agrees. The guide makes the operation feasible, because there should be little fighting, and Byung-chul can handle the mechanisms. When Byung-chul realizes that means he is being dragged into the dungeon, he protests in alarm. He tries to backpedal, arguing that a B-rank dungeon is a life or death matter. Far beyond his usual boasting, he flatly refuses, insisting no amount of money is worth risking his life there. The boy warns him he may regret refusing, but Byung-chul still insists survival matters more than pay. That changes the moment he hears the name of the hidden thief technique they are offering him access to. Ghost Shadow Step. The boy explains that for anyone who values stealth, this technique is irresistible and even assassins would covet it. The leader is shocked the technique is real at all, having thought it was only an urban legend. Once he confirms it exists, she decides they cannot let the chance slip away. Even if Bianchial hesitates, Bianchial abruptly reinvents himself as a man of ambition, and boasts that no one can match his mechanist skills. With everyone now convinced of his usefulness, the team agrees to meet on Friday evening and move out together. A few days later on Friday evening, the time for the operation finally arrives. Before entering the deep dungeon, he spends time in the mana training hall, making final preparations, because ordinary D-rank cores are no longer enough. Using his newly copied priest trait, together with the priest's black bracelet, he rapidly gathers mana into his core. That synergy lets him raise the rank of his core more efficiently than before. He then uses a rank up item on Amplify, a key skill that is difficult to improve through normal training. With Amplify and his core both upgraded, he decides his preparations are finally complete. Leaving the training center, he judges that he is now ready even for the deep dungeon ahead. Outside Go, Hyenwu catches him and reveals he has been training too. Hyenwu notices he is already heading out, and praises him for still training right before dungeon entry. He explains he was simply getting used to his new weapon. Hyenwu demonstrates that weapon against the training dummy, showing he can now handle it smoothly. Satisfied with the result, Hyenwu says he should be able to use it properly in real combat. The boy agrees that preparations are complete, and asks if they should finally go that night. They arrive at the dungeon tunnel under the moonlight. At the entrance, the thief's leader says they have arrived, and urges everyone to head in if they are ready. Hyunwoo worries about entering without the item Shin gave them earlier, but the boy says he will not need it. The leader tells them to watch closely, and promises they will understand soon enough. She unleashes Shadow Butterfly Flight, sending a swarm of purple butterflies ahead to scout the route. The butterflies spread through the vast spiral shaft below, mapping the dungeon's interior for the team. Hyenwu quickly grasps that the butterflies are acting as their eyes, and the boy confirms they only need to follow the path they reveal. With the route secured, the leader orders everyone to move. Dabin keeps pace, while monitoring the butterflies' information on her tablet. She also deploys floating, mechanized devices that crackle with electricity, to support the advance as they descend. She tracks the devices and the butterflies together, staying alert for threats. The group continues downward through the shaft, following the leader's guidance deeper into the dungeon. When they reach a new area, Hyenwu suddenly calls for everyone to stop. The leader decides she and Dabin will hold the entrance, while the rest of the operation depends on him from here on. She warns that what lies ahead is on an entirely different level from everything. Before standing before the portal to the Black Serpent Room, she wishes them luck and tells them to survive and meet again on the other side. The boy steps through the portal first. Without hesitation, Buonjil and Hyenwu follow him into the room. Inside, he immediately notices Buonjil acting unusually restless. The moment they enter, he guesses the pressure of a bear-ranked dungeon is getting to him, and decides he needs to raise the man's morale before the plan falls apart. So he directly calls Buonjil out. Forcing him to respond, he needles him about being nervous, deciding that provoking his pride is the fastest way to steady him. Bianchial denies it with forced bravado, trying to laugh the accusation off. The boy points out that his trembling legs give him away, and Bianchial awkwardly claims it is just a habit. Still trying to save face, Bianca insists he is not scared at all. Before the exchange can continue, something in the room catches their attention. The Black Serpent Room turns out to resemble a populated city, rather than a typical dungeon chamber. Himu remarks that with so many people around, the place should feel lively, yet something about it is wrong. The boy notices the same eerie silence, and realizes the atmosphere is unnaturally dead. He explains that repeated incidents have happened here, and that they may be able to use those incidents to their advantage, as long as they stick to the essentials of the strategy. He says their goal can still be achieved, and he leads them to the first stop. Their first destination is a duck soup shop, where they enter as if they are ordinary customers. They sit down and casually order 3 bowls of duck soup, and 1 serving of dumplings. The cheerful waiter promises to prepare the food immediately. While waiting, the boy confirms with Yanwu that the local enforcers are coming to seize people again soon. He identifies the waiter as their next target, the young man likely to be taken this time. The food arrives quickly, and the speed itself fits the strange routine of the place. The waiter explains his father starts preparing from dawn, trying to sound normal despite the tension in the room. Then masked men from the Black Serpent Room arrive, mocking the sudden customers, and asking whether business is finally improving. The frightened waiter protests that all tribute payments were already made this month, but the intruder says today's visit is for something else. When Hyenwu asks what they mean, the boy quietly explains, these are low-ranking warriors of the Black Serpent Room. The masked men tell the waiter he must come with them, making their real purpose unmistakable. The waiter's father rushes forward in panic and tries to stop them from taking his son. One thug grabs the old man, and coldly rejects his plea to spare the boy. The father is left trembling and helpless, as he realizes he cannot protect his child. The thug violently kicks the old man aside to silence him. The old man crashes across the floor, and the 3 students finally react to the cruelty in front of them. The kidnappers warn the waiter to come quietly, and imply the father will suffer more if he resists. With the blade at his throat and his clothes clenched in fear, the waiter is forced towards submission. Unable to bear it, the old father crawls after them in despair, while the waiter is dragged away. Broken and shaking, the father can only call after his son. The boy steps forward and politely addresses the old man, drawing his attention back from despair. He promises that they will go after the kidnappers and bring the son back. The father desperately offers everything he has if they truly mean to save the boy. The boy accepts the request with a confident smile and tells him not to change his mind later. He then quietly checks the kidnappers' direction and prepares to move. Watching the abductors leave with the waiter, he notes they have not gotten far and that the team is right behind them as they follow. Daban reports that the kidnappers have turned onto a less traveled path and likely already know they are being tailed. He decides that if the enemy wants to wait for them there, that only makes things easier. Sure enough, the kidnappers stop and confront them directly, mocking them for trying to play hero. The boy answers that they cannot ignore a young man being dragged away, and Hyenwoo backs him up by saying injustice must be opposed. The masked warriors called that courage foolish and charge, convinced their sense of justice will get them killed. The boy calmly tells Hyenwoo not to ruin his clothes, and Hyenwoo instantly understands the signal. A thug's attack is deflected by a burst of force, stopping his momentum cold. When the attacker claims tricks will not help, the boy catches him effortlessly and turns the charge against him. He moves in with complete composure, showing no strain at all in one clean motion. He seizes the thug by the head before the man can recover. Then he slams the attacker down so hard, the fight ends almost instantly. Seeing him who's still engaged with the other enemy, he notes that his side is finished, while the other duel is not yet settled. Byung-jo finally fired up, lunges at the remaining opponent with a shout. His reckless charge backfires immediately, and Hyenwoo has to call out as the enemy counters him. Watching the mess, the boy dryly concludes that, since Hyenwoo cannot use his sword here, there is little to be done. Though the situation still feels strangely off to him, Kim watches a rough cleanup fight, and realizes the resistance here is messier than expected. As he steadies himself, he notices his own tension and prepares to reassess the situation. He learned the captives they subdued are merely the lowest-ranking warriors here, weak only by this place's standards. With the immediate problem handled, the group decides to withdraw before drawing more attention. Back at the inn, the rescued son rushes to his father and reunites with him in relief. Father and son embrace gratefully. Overwhelmed that the rescue succeeded, Kim cuts through the sentiment to settle payment, reminding them the job is not yet entirely finished. Instead of money alone, he asks to take the small Dharma statue he noticed in the room. The grateful father gives it up without hesitation, and Kim accepts it as if it matters more than it appears. Once the exchange is done, they finish their meal while the old man happily serves them again. At the table, the sword woman remarks that the statue looks unusual, rather than decorative. The blonde teammate guesses it may be tied to a formation, and the others turn to Kim for confirmation. Kim explains that the statue is indeed used in formations, and specifically acts as a key to break a certain one. The swordswoman senses that description is incomplete, and suspects the statue holds deeper significance. Kim admits it contains the sculptor's martial principle, and tells her to keep it because they will likely need it later. After eating their fill, the team shifts from preparation to action. They arrive before the Black Serpent room, and Kim signals that the real operation is about to begin. He gathers his two teammates, and calmly reviews the plan they already memorized. Kim explains that this raid mirrors their earlier altar mission, with him drawing out the main forces, including the Black Serpent Lord. He adds that the target items will be secured through diversion, but this place differs in one crucial way. That difference is the Black Serpent Lord himself, who is too strong to defeat head-on. So Kim states plainly that they will not try to win by force, but will finish the mission another way. When he asks if they brought the listed tools, both confirm and present an escape scroll and a near communicators. Kim orders them to equip the communicators, protect the escape scroll, and continue without him once they split up. Confident in the strategy, yet still wary, he reminds them that success depends on caution as much as planning. His teammates wish him luck, trusting him to hold the enemy's attention. Alone inside the Black Serpent room, a masked guard senses an intruder and stiffens. Kim deliberately reveals himself from a distance, forcing the guard to react. He advances opally with fire already kindling at his hand, repeating his challenge until the guard cannot ignore him. When the guard draws his weapon and threatens him, Kim notices the man's attention shift to his burning hand. Kim smiles and lets the flames swell, turning the guard's suspicion into fear. The masked guard freezes in shock, as he realizes the intruder is not ordinary. Kim answers by hurling a blast of fire that tears through the entrance, and sends the guard flying. The front of the Black Serpent room erupts into flames and smoke, instantly throwing the compound into chaos. Kim watches the blaze with unsettling calm, almost enjoying how easily the wooden structure catches. Hearing the panic response over his communicator, he notes that the sect still has not located him, and decides to make the disturbance even louder. He draws breath to amplify the deception. Then he shouts that they are under attack, making the raid sound larger than it is. As masked fighters converge, Kim mocks their reliance on numbers, and treats the encirclement as pointless. When they demand his identity, he answers only that this is an enemy raid and leaves them rattled. One of them calls him insane and orders the others to kill him at once. Kim accepts the label with a grin, as the attackers leap in from every side. Instead of retreating, he crouches, and decides to show them just how dangerous that madness can be. He launches himself into the middle of the surrounding fighters, before their formation can close. With a savage smile, he declares a contest of recklessness. and commits fully to overwhelming force. Kim crashes down in a spiraling inferno that engulfs the attackers and blasts the courtyard apart. The explosion leaves burning wreckage, shattered stone and fallen enemies scattered around him. Satisfied that the noise should have drawn his true target, Kim decides to keep escalating until the master appears. A bearded man wrapped in poisonous green aura finally arrives, identifies Kim's style as that of the Flame Tyrant's line, and condemns the destruction. Kim realizes the Rune Master came sooner than expected, and adjusts his thinking immediately. The newcomer declares that Kim will pay for the damage with his life, revealing himself as the master of the Black Serpent Room. Kim privately notes that being mistaken for the Flame Tyrant's disciple may actually help him hold the man's attention. He answers with contempt, dismissing the Rune Master as a petty, demonic stray insulted. The master demands proof that Kim truly belongs to that feared lineage. Without waiting for a reply, he lunges first, determined to test Kim through combat. Kim slips past the opening strike and mocks the man for attacking. Before even letting him finish speaking, the Rune Master admits Kim's evasion is impressive, though his tone turns more predatory than respectful. Kim studies the green claws and realizes the man's martial art combines lethal poison with claw techniques, making even a scratch fatal. The master follows with another vicious claw strike, trying to corner him through speed and reach. Kim keeps just outside the poison fingertips and concludes that the fight is simple as long as he is never touched. Frustrated by Kim's mobility, the master calls him slippery, while Kim answers that speed has always been his strength. Kim taunts him further by pointing out how filthy and blackened his poisoned hands have become. The insult lands harder than the blow, and the master recoils in offended disbelief at his own hands. Kim says he might spar seriously after the man washes up, but for now he does not even want to get close. Humiliated, the master trembles with rage and loses more composure. He swears to give Kim the most painful death imaginable, but Kim keeps dodging and dismisses the threat as too slow to matter. When the master accuses him of cowardice for running, Kim reveals inwardly that he only needs to stall until Go-Hyenwa's signal arrives. He reminds himself that his role is not victory, but keeping the Black Serpent Master's full attention on him. Until then, as the master's attacks grow sharper, Kim senses the man is beginning to suspect this battle is a diversion. To preserve the deception, Kim decides it is time to land a real hit and deepen the illusion. He openly activates Inferno Fist and Overheat, finally displaying enough of the Flame Tyrant style to make the lie convincing. Seeing the techniques, the master accepts the conclusion he wanted, and becomes certain Kim is truly the Flame Tyrant's disciple. Kim neither confirms nor denies it, choosing instead to let the misunderstanding harden. He leaps high with fire and wind gathering around him, threatening to reduce the whole place to ash. Once more the master rushes upward to intercept, convinced that Kim's aerial movement has left him vulnerable. Kim remains calm even as the poisoned claws close in. Already reading the opening, he twists through the attack in midair with air step, passing over the master's body, in a movement the man did not anticipate from that impossible angle. Kim asks whether the master is still so sure of himself. Then he combines Wind Force with Inferno Fist, and drives a flaming strike down into the master. Kim feels the blow connect solidly, though he knows one clean hit will not be enough to finish a Rune Master. He recalls that the earlier priest was only a lesser boss, and understands this enemy belongs to a far more dangerous tier. That rank confirms the Black Serpent Room is no ordinary dark sect, but a remnant, tied to the great war between righteous and demonic forces. From the smoke, an unseen elder voice praises Kim's movement, interrupting his thoughts. The hidden observer specifically recognizes Kim's mastery of air step, and admits he underestimated the Flame Tyrant's disciple. Kim realizes a more serious figure has entered the scene, and corrects himself about who he is really facing. The bearded master unleashes a monstrous demonic transformation, and identifies himself not merely as a Rune Master, but as the Black Serpent Apostle of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Elsewhere inside, Kim's teammates hear the uproar at the front gate, and watch sect members rush away to deal with the fire. Using the confusion, they slip deeper inside and hope to avoid a fight entirely. They locate the door to the storage hall, but a guard posted there confirms they have found the right place. Thinking quickly, the blonde infiltrator shouts that intruders are at the front gate, and tries to redirect the guard away. The guard pauses just long enough to see through the act. He identifies them as the real intruders, ruining their quiet approach. Drawing his blade, he coldly acknowledges their skill in getting this far, and promises their luck ends here. The two infiltrators are stunned that their disguises failed. Despite seeming flawless, the guard explains that a Rune Master knows every head that has ever entered this place, so strangers were never going to fool him. He adds that he would remember a face as striking as the swordsman's, even beneath a mask exposing the absurd reason their cover broke. The blind teammate can hardly believe they were caught, because his partner looked too handsome, while the swordsman silently accepts the ridiculous compliment. The swordsman dryly thanks him for praising his looks, but his tone turns sharp as he prepares to answer. With steel he flashes forward, and cuts the guard down before the man can properly defend himself. Standing over the fallen enemy, he says the kill was unavoidable and moves on without sentiment. At the sealed storage entrance, the blonde infiltrator complains about the cramped design. While already beginning to work the lock, he reminds his partner that he was brought along as the technical specialist, not as a frontline fighter. The swordsman readily agrees, and praises Shin Byung-chul as a top-class expert. Byung-chul hears that trust and straightens. Taking the compliment as a challenge to perform, grinning, he tells the swordsman to watch closely and promises a demonstration. He produces a set of specialized tools, and grandly announces his own greatness. Before getting to work, his hands move in a blur over the mechanism, while the swordsman watches in weary silence. Byung-chul delicately probes the hidden lock, listening for the internal clicks that reveal its structure. The door finally parts and he slips through, with the confidence of someone who expected success all along. When asked if it is already over, he confirms that the way inside is open. In the stone passage beyond, the swordsman is surprised to find no visible security, and Byung-chul immediately suspects that means hidden traps. He warns that a narrow corridor like this is exactly where concealed mechanisms are most dangerous. The swordsman notices a tiny glint in the wall, the first sign that Byung-chul's suspicion is correct. A concealed projectile suddenly fires from the stone, nearly striking him before he can react. He realizes there truly was a hidden mechanism, and admits they would have been in serious trouble without Byung-chul. Byung-chul uses the near miss to lecture that lowering one's guard for even a moment is fatal, and the swordsman vows to trust him, completely pleased. Byung-chul orders him to stay close and follow exactly as instructed. He marks a precise foothold and tells the swordsman where to step. Then he has him pin that spot down with his weight to keep the mechanism suppressed. At the right moment, Byung-chul yanks a hidden line and triggers the trap on his own terms. Blades sweep through the corridor, but because the mechanism is controlled, they pass harmlessly while he moves through the opening. Once the cycle ends, he tells the swordsman the path is safe to cross. As they continue, the swordsman marvels that Byung-chul handles these mechanisms with a skill as valuable as any martial art. When the corridor ends at a blank wall, Byung-chul reveals that the true storage entrance is concealed behind the stone. He tells the swordsman to cut through the wall, while he prepares to manage whatever mechanism lies beyond. The swordsman slices the stone apart cleanly, exposing an intricate system of gears behind it. Byung-chul judges the opening sufficient and takes over again, saying the next step belongs to him. Before proceeding, he asks for the Dharma statue Kim entrusted to them. Studying the gears, he reasons that, if the statue truly serves as a key to break formations, it should also function as a component in this mechanism. He dismantles part of the device, and inserts the statue into a matching slot. Like a missing piece, the gears begin turning in sequence, confirming that the statue has engaged the hidden system. As the mechanism completes, the treasure vault door unlocks and opens before them. Inside, Byung-chul is dazzled by the wealth and rare artifacts, realizing that even one item here could make a fortune. The swordsman reins him in, insisting they cannot risk their lives by getting greedy, and pointing out a black talisman on one of the boxes. Byung-chul explains that the talisman is a special anti-intruder charm from the Black Serpent Room that releases poison the instant it is touched. He warns himself not to get careless around it, and the swordsman notices he is really scolding his own temptation. Recalling the guide, the swordsman says, there should be exactly one box in the vault without such a talisman. He spots a small talisman chest set apart from the others, and turns toward it, lifting it. He confirms it matches the guide's description of the black chest of the Archfiend. With the target secured, the two decide not to linger and prepare to leave immediately. Byung-chul boasts that following the guide made the infiltration easy, and that reaching the safe zone should be simple, now that the traps are disabled. He even jokes that it would be more fun if something jumped out, prompting the swordsman to warn him not to jinx them. The swordsman's unease grows, as he mutters that words like that have a habit of coming true. A sudden presence makes him stop cold, and both men sense that something impossible has appeared ahead. Byung-chul stares in alarm, and asks if what he has seen can possibly be real. At the corridor's end stands a white-robed elder, bathed in overwhelming presence, exactly matching the terrifying figure mentioned in the guide. The elder calmly asks whether the clean technique that felled the guard was the swordsman's doing, and the younger man answers with immediate respect shaken. The swordsman asks if the elder might be one of the heavenly demon cult's true seniors. The figure is identified as the White Serpent Senior Bexa, standing over bloodshed with effortless authority. The revelation lands in full. Bexa is the deputy leader of the Black Serpent Room, once famed as a grandmother elder of the demon cult, and one of the legendary twin serpents. Within the Black Serpent Rooms in her domain, there exists a wandering being even its lord cannot fully control, and meeting him is the worst possible misfortune. Realizing that nightmare has come true, the young swordsman understands he has encountered the most dangerous opponent imaginable. One look at the white-haired elder tells him the gap is so vast that a direct fight would end in instant defeat. Even so, he orders Shin to escape if possible, refusing to let his companion stay trapped with him. Accepting that flight is impossible, he decides the only path left is to face the monster alone, with everything he has. When the elder praises his talent, the boy answers humbly that whatever strength he has came from his master and comrades. The elder acknowledges those blessings, yet regrets that he must personally cut down such a promising youth. With cold contempt, the elder draws his black, flexible blade and curses the boy's luck for crossing his path, still granting him the initiative. The elder invites the first move, and the boy prepares to learn through combat. The boy opens with torrential current, hurling himself forward in a sweeping surge of blue chi. As he attacks, he realizes the old man is not merely controlling wind, but the very flow of chi itself. making the technique terrifyingly refined. The elder dismisses the impressive strike with a single word, and counters before the attack can decide anything. Only then does the boy recognize the weapon's true nature, as a soft sword, a deadly, flexible blade unlike an ordinary saber. The elder's serpent-like technique crashes down, and overwhelms the attack's momentum. In an instant, blood spilling from his mouth, the boy hears his own move, judged as powerful but reckless, fit only for mutual destruction. The elder refuses pity, and calmly tells him to prepare for the next exchange. Collapsed and bleeding after a single clash, the boy realizes half measures are useless against such an overwhelming master. He wipes the blood away and resolves to commit fully, no matter the cost, gathering blue chi around his sword. He steadies himself for a second attempt. The elder praises his resolve, but warns that admiration will not let him endure the coming technique. As the black blade coils through the air, the boy braces himself and vows to see the fight through. In the middle of that pressure, he suddenly notices a familiar pattern in the elder's movement. The old man's trajectory matches the countless, engraved lines he once studied on the Dharma statue. He realizes one of those lines overlaps perfectly with the path his sword must take. That flash of understanding gives him a single opening, and he seizes it immediately. He unleashes clear stream, condensing his chi into a cleaner, more precise strike. The blue current surges around the elder, carrying the boy's body and blade with controlled grace, instead of reckless force. For the first time, the elder is genuinely impressed that someone so young can move with such precision, even while staggering from his wounds. The boy knows that nearly perfect strike still was not enough to win. Deciding further restraint would insult that skill, the elder resolves to answer with his full strength. A denser, more oppressive power gathers around the old man. As his killing intent rises, the boy feels that energy sting his skin before the next attack even begins. The elder's chi manifests like a colossal white serpent, glaring down at prey, turning the duel into a hunt. Recognizing the move as a seasonal arts technique far beyond his level, the boy knows he cannot block it and yet refuses to give up. He steels himself by remembering the long, cherished wish his sect entrusted to him through his late master. He also remembers the friends waiting for him, and the faith they placed in him. Driven by those bonds, he forces himself upright and refuses to collapse before his journey is complete. The elder announces one final attack, promising this truly will be the last exchange. Though battered and bleeding, the boy raises his sword and prepares to meet that final blow head-on. The serpent descends, and he wraps himself in a blue defensive current to survive the impact. Watching the defense form, the elder recognizes it as a method that channels extreme softness to redirect force. He mocks the idea that such a defense alone could stop him, and warns the boy not to expect mercy. Then he declares that what awaits is not mercy, but death. With white silk ascends to heaven, the elder drives the serpent-like strike down with overwhelming force. The boy meets it with both hands on his sword, straining every muscle just to hold the line. The impact tears a trench through the floor as the elder's attack pushes him back across the hall for the first time. The old man's composure cracks as he senses something unexpected in the clash. The boy, equally shocked, realizes he has somehow endured the impossible. When the force finally passes, the elder stands at the far end of the gouged floor, while the boy remains alive on one knee. The old man understands, was surprised that the boy did not counterattack at all, and only defended. That realization unsettles him further, because he never even saw what truly intervened between their blades. The boy recalls that the instant their weapons met, something invisible seemed to slip between them. He can only describe it as an unseen presence, stepping into the clash at the moment of contact. The elder concludes that the sword itself must be an extraordinary masterpiece, capable of altering the exchange. Now he wonders not only what that long sword is, but who this boy wielding it really is. Even so, he decides the duel is over, and that pressing those questions now would be meaningless. To the boy's disbelief, the elder simply tells him he may leave. When questioned, the old man insists he meant what he said earlier, and that he does not lie. He repeats that the final technique was the last, and he will honor that declaration. The boy finally understands that the elder's promise referred not to death but to the end of the fight. The elder even allows him to take his companion and go, promising not to pursue them. As they limp away, Shin nervously wonders whether the old man might still strike from behind, but receives only silence. The boy promises he will return someday, and the elder answers that he will be waiting outside the room. The boy reflects that at least the old man's words can be trusted. With no one chasing them, Shin suggests they rest briefly and recover before moving on. Seeing how badly his friend is hurt, Shin offers him a rare potion. The boy recognizes it as a high-grade healing item, something too valuable to waste lightly. After drinking it, he immediately feels the pain ease and thanks Shin for saving him. He notes that giving up such a rare item must have cost Shin dearly, and Shin admits it did but says the situation left no choice. The tension breaks for a moment as the boy praises Shin's courage, and Shin proudly insists he can step up when it matters. Shin then asks about the promise to visit the elder again, wanting to know if he truly intends to return. The boy explains that when the dungeon resets, the elder will forget them anyway, because the room has already been claimed by the Swordsmanship Club, since that club is certain to clear the Black Serpent Room. After the reset, the old man's memory of this encounter will vanish with the dungeon. State Shin lays out that logic plainly, expecting the reset to erase everything that happened inside. but the boy says memory is irrelevant, because what matters is that their match remains unfinished. He believes the elder spared them out of a warrior's pride, wanting a rematch once the boy has grown stronger, so the duel has merely been postponed. Holding on to that conviction, he vows to return one day and settle the fight properly. As a true warrior elsewhere, another battle rages as a suited young man, reed in red power, faces a berserk enemy cloaked in purple energy. The raging foe mocks his evasive footwork, and accuses him of disgracing Flame Tyrant's name. By fighting so differently, the young man calmly corrects him, insisting once again that he is not Flame Tyrant's disciple. A voice over the communication line orders him to stop playing around and head for the safe zone, because their mission is done. He agrees it is time to wrap things up and prepares to leave. The enemy refuses to let him go and lunges after him in a fury. The young man only smiles and says catching him is impossible anyway. He bids the man farewell and springs away, while the enemy screams for him to stop. The pursuer throws himself forward, determined not to let his prey escape. In response, the young man traps him inside a celestial net of purple restraints. Using that instant, he plants his foot and prepares a stronger finishing blow. He activates Amplify, boosting Inferno Fist from rank C to rank A. Despite the strain it will place on his body, combining Inferno Fist with Wind Force, he condenses a blazing accelerated punch. The enemy's net closes around him, but the young man remains perfectly composed. As his attack reaches completion, he releases the amplified strike in a roaring spiral of fire that slams into the trapped foe. The blast erupts through the structure in a towering inferno, tearing apart the surrounding building. After the explosion, he winces from the backlash rather than from any counterattack. Examining his hand, he notes the expected burn damage from stacking Amplify on top of an already punishing technique, and judges the injury acceptable. He knows even that power cannot kill the Black Serpent Master, but it has bought him time by blasting the enemy far away. When the foe's voice already rises again from the smoke, he decides to leave before the situation turns ugly. Far from the battle, he judges he has finally put enough distance between himself and the pursuit walking through the city. He predicts that once the others leave the dungeon, their enemies will search everywhere and grow frantic when they find nothing. Spotting an abandoned house that should serve as the safe zone, he wonders whether Go Hyanwoo and Shin Byung-chul made it there. He reaches the door and quietly lets himself in. Inside he finds the two already present, and they greet him with relief. Seeing his pale face, they immediately suspect he must have fought something serious. Despite his strength, he confirms with a strange smile that he indeed had to fight back. To help them leave quickly, he produces an emergency escape scroll and tells them they stayed in the dungeon longer than planned. Knowing that waiting outside must be worried sick, he prepares the group to withdraw at once. A purple portal opens before them, and he urges everyone through. The three emerge from the dungeon gate and announce their return to the woman waiting outside. Shin immediately warns that they need to slip away before anyone notices them. Before they can move, however, two women appear in front of them, blocking the path. When Shin panics at the black veil surrounding the area, one of the women casually explains that it is her skill. She reveals it as Shadow Pouch, a technique that hides nearby people inside a space made of shadows. Shin tells himself to stop overthinking and accepts the explanation with awkward gratitude. The group starts climbing toward the surface on foot, using the concealment to avoid the many people above. As they move, the woman asks whether the Black Serpent room was handled without incident. The young man answers that there were no major issues, and she proudly praises him as the real deal. For a first year who cleared a B-rank dungeon, her confidence falters when something suddenly appears. On the recon feed, a green portal opens, and she identifies the newcomer not as a professor, but as Guak Sunji. Immediately, she orders everyone to stick to the story that they only inspected the lower basement and never touched the dungeon itself. A measured step from the portal announces the arrival of the disciplinary officer. Guak Sunji emerges carrying one of the shadow butterflies trapped in a cage, and greets them with unsettling politeness. Skipping formalities, he says he found something interesting on another floor, and came to check whether his suspicions were justified. He lays out the suspicious picture, plainly a first year, coming up from the basement alongside upperclassmen, including the head of the Thieves Club. On that basis, he orders them all to accompany him to the disciplinary office. The Thieves Club leader accepts with a cool smile, hiding her tension behind easy confidence. Soon the doors of the disciplinary office open to receive them. They are brought before the committee, and Soon-ji reports that he found them near the basement entrance. The committee head immediately asks whether they were heading down or coming back up. When told they were on their way up, he quietly marks the answer as significant. Soon-ji's expression shifts as he realizes that detail may expose more than he intended. A tense silence settles over the room, while the committee weighs what that means. Sunji steps aside from the portal, leaving the students to face the questioning directly. The committee had reasons that if they were coming up, then whatever business they had in the basement was already finished and needs to be verified. He invites them to sit, and even offers drinks using calm courtesy to keep them talking. Shin and the swordsman nervously decline, trying not to reveal how uneasy they are. Kim Ho, by contrast, sits down comfortably and asks for honey water, as if this were a casual visit. The committee head studies that composure in silence. Then he asks Kim Ho whether he belongs to the Thieves Club. Noting that he and the club leader give off a similar impression, Kim Ho denies joining any club for now, and the club leader teasingly tells him to think carefully before rejecting her side. The questioning shifts to why the upperclassmen took first years into the basement, and she claims she was merely showing the juniors around. The committee head cuts through the excuse and asks directly whether they entered the dungeon at all. Turning to Kim Ho by name, he reminds him that first years are forbidden from entering the basement. Without permission, Kim Ho admits he knew the rule and says he went down anyway out of curiosity about what lay beneath. The committee head accepts curiosity as natural, but presses him on why he chose to break school rules for it. Just as the matter seems settled, the committee head receives a message and abruptly pauses. The update states that Sunji found no record of any unauthorized raid being reported that night. Realizing the committee is considering the use of an emergency escape scroll, Kim Ho concludes they still cannot identify who used it, because the dungeon was never cleared. Lacking proof, the committee settles on a light punishment, assigning each of them 1 demerit point, and dismissing them with a warning. As the students leave, the committee head stops Song Chun-ha by name. Once the others are gone, he asks his subordinate to tell him honestly what she thinks really happened today. Reviewing the incident, the orange-haired officer criticizes how conspicuously the opposing group moved, and concludes that if sightseeing had been the goal, only senior child Daebin needed to go, not head Danganronpa. She further reasons that the trio's real target was the dungeon itself, and if they aimed for a higher ranked one, they must have found a way around its security. Noting that Go Hyun-woo ranks among the top first years in raid records, she points out that his battered condition looked like internal damage, rather than a simple scuffle. That clue makes the green-haired investigator realize they likely challenged a dungeon difficult enough to seriously injure someone of Hyun-woo's level. He narrows the estimate to somewhere between D rank and C rank, while admitting there is even a slim chance it was B rank. When he asks whether she checked Kim Ho's hand, the officer admits she only caught a brief glimpse, and missed the detail the investigator reveals. There was a fresh burn mark on Kim Ho's right hand, immediately giving the officer a new lead, although he says this alone cannot directly tie the case to the temporary storage theft. He insists one thing is certain because the burn is recent. He concludes it must have been made when someone entered the dungeon they raided. That very day, he decides that the next time they enter that dungeon, they will finally be able to pick up the thief's trail elsewhere. The team wraps up for the day, exchanges farewells and leaves, with the sense that they have at least survived the immediate fallout. Before parting, the black-haired senior woman pulls Kim Ho aside and says they need to talk privately. Walking with him outside, she apologizes for boasting earlier only to end up getting caught. Kim Ho admits he is a little disappointed, but softens it by acknowledging that Gwak Sunji's move against them had been genuinely sharp when she accuses him of teasing. He shrugs off the demerit point, and makes it clear he is not dwelling on the punishment. Instead, he asks to see her hand, catching her off guard examining the damage. He realizes Sanji must have noticed the same problem during the raid. He asks whether she overused Inferno Fist in the Black Serpent room, and she admits she made a mess of herself down there. She worries that if this continues, the authorities may trace the incident back to them, and said whether they can lock the Black Serpent room replay to private will decide everything. Kim Ho asked her to handle the cover-up, and she agrees because their own management was flawed too, and letting him get caught would help no one. After agreeing, she asked the question she has really been holding back, wondering why he keeps doing such reckless things. Kim Ho falls silent, weighing how much of himself he wants to reveal. He reflects that in only a month at the academy, he has already broken rule after rule. He also recognizes that he has repeatedly thrown himself into conflict with different factions without hesitation. He senses that what she truly wants to know is what he hopes to gain from all this risk. When he jokes that he has graduated from Dragon Slayer Academy over 200 times, she snaps at him to stop joking and answer seriously. So he explains that in his inexperience, there were once far more bad outcomes than good ones. Those failures meant people died and others were hurt, enough that she immediately regrets prying into painful memories from that history. He says he made one firm decision he would never abandon. He vowed never again to let anything that belongs to him be taken away, whether it is an object or a person. She calls that an extremely difficult goal, and he answers that he will simply keep growing stronger until it stops being difficult. His answer sounds like an impossible dream, but she finds the conviction behind it persuasive, and decides she likes it with the mood lightened. She tells him to rest and says she will see him Monday, prompting him to ask what is happening then. She refuses to explain, leaving him with a teasing mystery as she walks away smiling. A few days later, Go Hyun-woo greets Kim Ho in the hallway, and remarks that he looks much healthier. Kim Ho says he spent the weekend focused entirely on recovery, and Hyun-woo notes he was lucky the White Serpent incident ended as lightly as it did. Still curious, Hyun-woo asks how Kim Ho managed to escape from the White Serpent at all. Embarrassed, Kim Ho admits he relied on a sacred relic from his sect, because he knew his own skill level could not stop the White Serpent's final strike. Hyun-woo understands that Kim Ho had to borrow the relic's power in a life-or-death emergency, involving both himself and Senior Shin. Kim Ho confesses that even if he had no choice, surviving through a relic instead of his own ability makes him feel too ashamed to face his master. Hyun-woo realizes that the relic, strong enough to block the White Serpent in one swing, must have been at least S rank, if not higher. He also understands that using such overwhelming, borrowed power just to survive must have badly wounded Kim Ho's pride as a martial artist, So Hyunwoo comforts him saying he has already been through a lot, and letting go of that pride could not have been easy. Kim-ho accepts the encouragement and resolves to train harder, regain his qualifications quickly, and restore his sex honor, which Hyunwoo fully believes he can do. Their talk ends when Hyunwoo mentions Kim-ho is alone today, and says Seo Yeon is already waiting in the classroom. When they arrive, they find Seo Yeon there unusually early with a paper bag, and Hyunwoo immediately notices something is different. The smell filling the room makes Hyunwoo realize she has brought food, and his reaction shows he already knows exactly what it is. Seo Yeon quietly confirms his suspicion with a small wave. Kim-ho notes that with the scent spreading through the whole room, there was no way he could miss it. Both boys identify the contents at once as cookies. Seo Yeon offers one to Kim-ho and asks what shape it looks like to him. Kim-ho casually calls it a dinosaur cookie, which immediately makes the atmosphere tense. Hyunwoo inwardly panics because he knew that was the wrong answer. He desperately thinks he cannot let Kim-ho suffer the same fate as everyone else, who misread her begging trying to save him. Hyunwoo blurts out that it looks like a lively fish, fresh from the lake. Seo Yeon's darkening mood makes Hyunwoo realize he guessed wrong. And left himself no way to recover. Kim-ho gently suggests it might actually be a rabbit. Startling Seo Yeon, he takes a bite, says it tastes good and praises her for improving again. Seo Yeon quietly offers him more, while Hyunwoo decides the humiliation was worth it. If Kim-ho escaped disaster before anyone else arrives, Hyunwoo suggests they do something together, and Kim-ho asks what he means. Kim-ho reveals he wants to open the black chest of the archfiend they brought back. Hyunwoo brightens at once, but Kim-ho warns him not to get too excited yet. He explains that the chest's direct contents are fixed and modest, while the true reward lies in the Beerink random boxes hidden inside. Compared to the reward for fully clearing the Black Serpent room, it is minor, but since they only grabbed what they could while fleeing, 2 Beerink boxes still count as profit, because one of those boxes guarantees high-grade weapon materials. Kim-ho especially wants Zian to inspect it, remembering her unusual luck from before. When the box opens, his suspicion is confirmed by an absurdly lucky result. Seo Yeon pulls a feather cushion, rank B, from what should have been only a D rank random box, making Kim-ho wonder if she has some kind of luck-related trait. He offers her the second box as well, and she agrees to open it. As the second box shines, Kim-ho wonders whether she can exceed expectations again, even from the ingot box. The others stare as the result begins to emerge. Sensing something extraordinary, Seo Yeon draws in a rank eternal cold, stealing it, and Kim-ho can only marvel at how impossibly lucky she is to hit above the odds twice. He immediately asks her to open the remaining box too, and she calmly agrees. The last reward turns out to be 100-year ginseng, a decent elixir ingredient that can be consumed directly, or used in alchemy with 1 jackpot and 1 mid-tier prize. Kim-ho starts wondering whether some hidden activation condition is influencing the results, rather than pure luck alone. He asks Seo Yeon whether the feather cushion helped her, and she says it helped a great deal. Satisfied, he tells her that is what matters most, and her quiet smile shows the answer means a lot to her. Kim-ho then decides he cannot waste time, because eternal cold steel takes a while to process, so he plans to go straight to the blacksmith after class. At the blacksmith workshop, he requests a commission, only to be told the waiting list is already full for the semester. He asks to speak with the head craftsman directly, but the worker flatly refuses, even after being told that not even prestigious heirs get special treatment. Kim-ho says he is not a direct heir, but he does have something else. He produces a VIP crafting ticket, shocking the worker and forcing him to reconsider. The head craftsman appears, astonished that a first year came with a VIP ticket, and asks what Kim-ho once made. Kim-ho hands over a prepared blueprint, and says it will be faster if the craftsman sees the design for himself. After reviewing it, the craftsman realizes Kim-ho is asking for an unusual magitech device, rather than an ordinary staff. Intrigued by the design, he agrees to make an exception, even though he normally does not accept magitech requests. When asked about materials, Kim-ho presents the rank eternal cold steel ingot, and asks that it be used as the main component. He also offers a bracelet made of black mithril as a sub-material, explaining that combining them properly should let the weapon exploit both metal strengths. The craftsman judges Kim-ho to be a very unusual first year, impressed by both the request and the materials he brought. Confident he can handle the unfamiliar combination, the craftsman estimates the job will take about a week, and promises to contact him when it is done. Kim-ho silently rejects that timeline, convinced the work will be finished in only a few days instead. Later, heading to the arena entrance, he notes with relief that he has arrived on time. Inside, an announcement reminds everyone that mentoring begins this week, and directs the first participants to the lower area. Kim-ho realizes mentoring has already started, and is struck by how quickly time has passed. As he processes that, a familiar voice asks whether he applied for mentoring too. He turns to find Han Sumi and Song Chunhai, realizing they are here for the same event. Somi asks if he is an all-rounder caster, and he confirms that he is excited. She says Chunhai applied as an all-rounder too, and hopes they might even end up with the same mentor. Chunhai immediately shuts that down in embarrassment, while Sumi innocently asks what part of her comment was wrong. Kim-ho quietly asks whether Chunhai often acts like this, and Sumi admits not usually, though she can be strange sometimes. Sumi then leaves for her own group after wishing him luck, and he returns the wish. Kim-ho continues deeper into the arena corridor alone. Soon, Kun-hai confronts him and demands to know why he is following her. He denies following her, and tells her to go ahead if she thinks that is the case. Even after that they keep walking in the same direction. The awkward silence makes Kun-hai start suspecting an answer she does not want. When Kim-ho asks if she is also in group 163H, her suspicion becomes certainty. She is stunned to realize they have been assigned to the same mentoring group. Then Guak Jichul appears as well, and Kim-ho notes that he too applied as an all-rounder caster. A moment later Hong Yano arrives beside him, shocked to find Kim-ho there too. Seeing Song Kun-hai, Guak Jichul, and Hong Yamwei gathered around him, Kim-ho recognizes every face and wonders who their mentor will be. A senior woman arrives and greets the juniors, drawing everyone's attention. The group looks down from the upper level as the newcomer steps into view below. Kim-ho finally understands what the black-haired senior meant when she said she would see him Monday. Dang Young reveals herself as their mentor and introduces herself formally as the head of the Thieves Club. The bright arena setting only sharpens the contrast with the trouble her presence promises. Young explains that since they chose her, they are aiming to become all-rounder type mages, which means they need more than raw magic, because she does not yet know each student's strengths and weaknesses. She says today will be about testing their abilities. With a snap of her fingers, she begins setting the exercise. A circular arena appears on the system display, with the rule strong opponent, and she announces that this week's PvP match will be handled through mentoring. She clarifies that this mentoring session substitutes for the week's regular PvP, and tells them to focus while she explains the rules. The first rule is simple and brutal: the strong opponent is her, since first years facing a third year would be too harsh otherwise. She adds optional rules to balance the match. First, once she puts on a special bracelet, all of her abilities will be limited to C rank, functioning like a fixed rank zone. Second, if the students manage to remove all 3 stickers attached to her body, that will count as their victory. Third, the 2-man rule means any 2 of them may team up and challenge her together. After finishing the explanation, she invites questions or complaints, but the group remains silent, taking their silence as acceptance. She tells them to come in 2 at a time whenever they are ready. The 4 first years immediately start thinking about who should pair with whom. Kim-ho decides that if he must choose a partner for this PvP, he should avoid the worst possible matchups. Johanna panics and blurts out that she will go in, clearly desperate not to be left with Kim-ho. At the same time, the class battle progress display reaches completion, adding pressure to the moment. Watching the others react, Kim-ho realizes they are all thinking the same thing, and are determined not to end up paired with him. Chun-hai quickly asks Yanoa to pair with her, and Yanoa accepts at once. That leaves Chun-hai suddenly realizing she has stranded herself, and asking what about her. Kim-ho dryly notes that they are on the same team again, and her horrified scream says she considers that the worst outcome. Even after the pairing is settled, Yanoa keeps spiraling, while Kim-ho remarks that she has not changed at all. As he waits for her to calm down, he decides he might as well check his quests. The system shows the first mentoring event is in progress, and that the week 5 PvP quest rewards vary, depending on how quickly he removes the stickers. Seeing that he concludes dragging the match out will only hurt him, and decides he needs to finish on the very first day. When the first pair's match seems to end almost immediately, he is surprised by how fast it happened. Chun-hai and Jichul return battered and exhausted, confirming that a third-year mentor is on a completely different level. Now it is Kim-ho and Yano's turn, and Young tells them to enter whenever they are ready. Kim-ho notes that despite just finishing a PvP match, Young looks completely unshaken, and even with her rank cap, the gap remains enormous once they face her in the arena. She asks whether they have any plan at all. Kim-ho answers by telling Yenua to try fighting alone first, which shocks her. He can tell from her expression that she expected the same kind of support he gave during the previous raid, but he decides mentoring should force her to learn for herself. He explains that teamwork only becomes meaningful after someone has first struggled alone and learned the hard way. Jian, amused by this take-turns approach, summons Purple Butterfly like magic and tells them to proceed however they want. Yanoa charges first with her staff, but Jiyoung's purple attack meets her head-on and immediately overwhelms the opening move. Yanoa responds by unleashing a blazing flame arrow, turning the duel into a direct clash of fire against Jiyoung's magic. As the red-haired girl tries to pressure her senior from range before closing in, Kim-ho judges the plan sound but hopeless against the gap and skill. The black-haired senior suddenly bursts through the flaming barrage, with butterfly-like shadow magic guiding her charge. She slips into the redhead's blind spot so cleanly that the girl only realizes too late her approach has already failed. A blunt strike lands first, driving home the difference in close quarters ability. The senior follows with another heavy hit before the redhead can recover her footing. Even her hand movement hides a butterfly-shaped trigger, showing how seamlessly she weaves magic into melee. A violet blast erupts at point-blank range, overwhelming the redhead's attempt to respond. Rather than gloat, the senior coolly praises the girl for reacting at all from that distance. Seeing Kim-ho finally step in, the senior turns her attention to him and addresses him as her junior. Kim-ho reassures the redhead that he will not force her to fight 2-on-1, and makes clear he will handle this himself. He advises the redhead to stop relying only on range pokes and start learning how to fight up close. Though intimidated, she accepts his harsh advice when he insists that trying matters. Even in a losing fight, taking that to heart, the redhead decides to stop stalling and pushes her overheat skill to maximum output. She converts that power into a melee technique called lava warp and launches herself forward. The senior notes the sudden shift to close combat as bold, but not unreasonable. She immediately points out the flaw in the plan. Charging it means nothing if the attack still cannot connect. The redhead nearly reaches the target, only for the senior to evade at the last instant. Kim-ho recognizes that the girl read the movement fast enough to aim for the sticker, proving she has real talent. Still, the senior refuses to let that talent turn into an easy success, using the explosion from the redhead's own attack as propulsion. The senior whips around with a sudden kick. The redhead realizes in shock that the senior used her blast to accelerate beyond what she could track. Before the girl can refocus, the senior taunts her for looking in the wrong place. Shadow Binding sees the redhead's foot, and the senior lectures that losing focus in combat invites punishment. The redhead notices too late that one of the butterflies hovering nearby was the real threat. That hidden setup detonates in a blinding burst right beside the senior's calm face. The redhead is blasted backward, and the senior explains that tunnel vision on the obvious attack makes you miss the whole fight, treating the beating as a lesson. The senior says ignorance is corrected by taking hits and learning from them. Once she has made her point, she abruptly ends the match. When the redhead insists she can continue, Kim-ho reminds her that she was facing a third-year club head and had no real path to victory. The senior unexpectedly softens and praises the redhead for handling herself well before sending her to rest. With the first bout over, only Kim-ho and the senior remained facing each other. Kim-ho asks how someone like her ended up mentoring at all, and she enjoys his surprise. She explains that Sehun cornered her into it by publicly begging and offering to overlook an earlier storage room incident. More bluntly, she accepted because he promised to wipe her disciplinary record if she took the job. Kim-ho decides that with a deal like that, even her claim of being begged into it sounds believable. Before they begin, he asks her for one favor. He requests that this week's PvP start with the replay function turned off. She understands that he wants a proper, unrecorded match and admits she is curious too. Although mentoring duels are supposed to be recorded, she agrees to disable the replay just this once. With the butterflies gathering again, she invites him to show what her junior can really do. Kim-ho answers by asking her to teach him something worthwhile. He quietly boosts overheat from rank E to B, knowing the amplified fire skill will have far greater effects. As Inferno Fist floods his arm with destructive heat, he acknowledges that the power is far beyond what his body should safely handle. Even so, he resolves to end the fight quickly before the strain catches up to him. He calculates that while his current body is capped at C rank, the B rank movement skill he copied gives him a decisive edge. The senior is caught off guard when he closes the distance far faster than expected. Kim-ho presses the advantage, reasoning that from Dang Young's perspective, his boosted speed should force panic. He calmly prepares the next step while holding the sticker he has already taken. Only then does the senior realize he is not giving her time to settle into her usual rhythm. Kim-ho reminds her that a duel offers no pauses and keeps attacking through her complaint. Forced to adapt, she spreads black shadow energy across the arena to change the battlefield. Kim-ho answers by raising a massive sphere of wind force above himself. He slams that wind down into the field, blasting through the shadows and knocking her back. She curses as he stays on her and refuses to let her regain control. He slips inside her guard and tears away another sticker, while the wind still carries him forward. The senior realizes with alarm that he has already taken two of them. Kim-ho refuses her plea for preparation time, insisting that a proper match must stay cold and fair. He reaches for the final sticker with the same merciless logic. A clean follow-up sends her sprawling before she can defend the last one. As she falls, she admits she underestimated him because of the weaker students he had just been standing beside. Correcting that mistake, she decides to treat him according to his true level and attacks seriously. She expands a shadow field around him, a domain that cannot directly harm him unless he tries to break through it. Kim-ho remains calm inside the darkened zone, letting the trap settle rather than rushing blindly. He reasons that once overheat expires, their speed will equalize, so simply running around would waste his own advantage too. At the same time, he judges that maintaining a C-rank area spell must be draining. For her, that means as long as she sustains Shadow Field, she cannot freely use other skills against him. The senior realizes too late that he is charging straight at her. Instead of trying to escape the domain, she intercepts with a kick, mocking his aim as if he has chosen the wrong target. Kim-ho slips under the line of attack, turning her counter into an opening. The failed kick leaves her off balance and visibly rattled. Kim-ho takes the last sticker as well, and the system declares his victory over Dang Young. Afterward, the senior storms over to the resting students and scolds them for slacking off. The moment she looks away, the others quietly notice that her clothes and sticker placement are slightly different from before, hinting out what just happened. Too annoyed to give personal comments now, she bluntly tells them all that their close combat ability is embarrassingly weak from ages. She warns that anyone hoping to climb higher needs real answers for close quarters combat, not just range spells. So she announces that the rest of today's mentoring will focus entirely on melee. To motivate them, she offers 3 chances to remove all her stickers for points, then dismisses the session. As the others leave, Kim-ho checks the completed quest and realizes the mentoring reward greatly boosts skill and trade growth. When the senior asks why he is still here, despite not needing ordinary mentoring, he says he intends to learn whatever he can. He flatters her by saying that especially from someone like her, there must be a lot worth learning. Then he reveals his real goal. He wants to acquire an evasion-type trait. Because the quest bonus only works with a mentor actively helping, he needs her involved in the training no matter what. Hearing the trade type, she agrees that this is indeed something he would need her help with, and tells him to get ready. Before they start, he asks her to remove the bracelet that restricts her rank. He explains that fighting her without those limits will raise his odds of obtaining the trait he wants. When she asks what kind of trait needs such extreme conditions, he names it distortion. She recognizes it as another bizarre target and asks what it even does. But he refuses to explain until he actually learns it. Amused and challenged, she accepts, and asks whether he is really confident he can dodge her at full strength. With a simple answer, she drops the limiter bracelet to the ground. Freed from restrictions, she unleashes a far denser storm of shadow butterflies, and demands proof that he is more than talk. Her first full-power shadow blade tears across the arena. Before he can even settle his stance, Kim-ho barely avoids the strike, and immediately recognizes it as the Dang family stealth-based technique. He analyzes the method as she uses thrown blades to divert attention, and slips into nearby shadows with Shadow Leap. He recalls that Shadow Leap hides the user in darkness, and confuses the opponent at a tremendous mana cost. Watching her now, he realizes she is operating on a completely different level than when she casually removed the speaker, before she reappears with a dangerous close slash that forces him into another narrow escape. Kim-ho concludes that using a B-rank skill so freely means her core must be at least a rank, rather than fear that he sees the perfect opportunity, because distortion requires repeated, successful evasions against overwhelming attacks. He remembers that a large rank gap can grant several evasion stacks at once, and that reaching 1000 stacks opens the chance to acquire distortion. That is why he has been deliberately provoking powerful bosses, and he plans to finish the remaining stacks during this mentorship. In the middle of another exchange, the senior suddenly halts and stares at him in confusion. When he asks why she stopped, she abruptly apologizes and says she wants to rest. She complains that hurling skills into empty air is exhausting, while Kim-ho decides the permanent evasion stacks make the pause harmless. He agrees to a short break and tells her to come rest nearby. As they sit, he compliments her accuracy, admitting she fought seriously yet still could not touch him once. She realizes he is fully committed to this absurd plan, and he confirms that for now he is. Still, she grumbles that the whole arrangement feels like she is somehow the one getting the worst end of it. She points out that covering for his secret is not part of mentoring, and asks whether she can really upload a replay of all this. Kim-ho immediately understands that she knows how rare distortion is, and is preparing to demand something valuable for her silence. So he asks directly what price she wants, and she answers that for now she only wants a wish ticket. He grows suspicious that she might use it for something troublesome. Later, while she indignantly denies asking for anything weird, she tells him to hear the request first, and reject it if it is too much, and he reluctantly agrees as she smiles and reminds him he promised. Kim-ho wonders why she wants that ticket so badly, but decides it probably will not matter. Yet elsewhere at the same time, the story shifts to another circular arena. A silver-haired girl stands there sleepily, until someone finally finds her. She turns to see a familiar figure approaching through the dust, and hears that it has been a while. The newcomer introduces herself as Angie Amy, team leader of Haesong Group Future Strategy Division 2. Angie informs the silver-haired girl that during this mentoring period, she will be her opponent in both single combat and strategy combat. She adds that the formidable opponent, named in this week's single combat rules, was her all along before explaining further. Johnny says she first wants to see how much the girl has grown. For that first lesson, she activates a barrier bubble, immediately drawing the girl's wary attention. Johnny reveals she has already strengthened the shield, in anticipation of some growth, warning that the old level of power will not break it now. With the barrier humming around her, she calmly invites the girl to come at her. The scene jumps back to weeks earlier, when Janmai first received unexpected news. Through her earpiece at her desk, she is stunned to hear that her lady is actually doing mentoring. Remembering the past, she reflects that the girl she had observed until then had been utterly unmotivated in everything. That made the girl's obvious talent and potential even more frustrating to watch go to waste. So when she sees a mentoring application from SEO Yeon, she wonders if the academy enrollment project has somehow begun to work. She thinks even regular class attendance would have been enough progress, and hopes that meeting peers may have changed the girl for the better. Whatever caused it, Johnny resolves to seize this rare chance and finally teach her lady properly. Determined to do better this time, the stern mentor vows to devote herself completely to teaching her young lady. She studies her emotions, raises a mana shield, and calmly invites the lesson to begin. Her student answers only with a displeased silence that immediately puts the mentor on edge. Reading that expression as dissatisfaction, the mentor worries she set the difficulty too high and considers easing up instead. The girl coolly forms a precise mana bullet while holding her gun, revealing unexpected control. The mentor is stunned that in only a month, the girl has gone from crude mana clumps to a nearly perfect bullet. Even so, she reassures herself that refinement alone should not be enough to break the shield, without broader supporting skill. Planning to praise the improvement and then teach projection, she watches the girl prepare another shot. Before the lesson can proceed, the attack blasts through the shield and sends the mentor flying. Rather than alarm, the mentor is overwhelmed with admiration at how remarkable her lady has become. As she tumbles from the impact, she marvels that such spectacular growth happened in just a single month. Recovering with the bandage on her forehead, she urgently asks who taught the girl mana bullet and projection. She presses further, incredulous that two skills were mastered and refined to C grade in only a month. When she hears the name Kim-ho and learns he also directed the mentoring, her curiosity sharpens, proud but puzzled by this sudden diligence. She asks what drove the girl to work so hard. The girl recalls practicing mana control under Kim-ho's guidance. She also remembers him physically correcting her form, while helping her understand how to project the skill properly. In the end, her reason comes out simply and softly. She did it because she wanted to. That plain answer leaves the mentor momentarily speechless. Then the realization hits her hardest of all. Her usually cold young lady actually smiled, now deeply interested in the mysterious Kim-ho. She says she wants to meet him at least once. The next day at lunch, Kim-ho's friend asks how the mentoring is going. Kim-ho says he is extremely satisfied, praising both the mentor and the other trainees in his group. When asked who else is there, he mentions that a young lady named Handsome is in his group. He notes there were many sword club members nearby, and privately confirms that Handsome really was grouped with him. His friend eagerly tells him to ask her for a spar, but Kim-ho admits she already refused. The friend offers to help by finding out what Hansumi might be interested in. Through Song-kun-hai, Kim-ho accepts the help, while his friend quietly resolves to pry the answer out somehow. Just then Seo Yeon arrives late, and the friend greets her while asking whether mentoring ran long. Kim-ho is caught off guard when Seo Yeon appears, with her mentor right behind her. Assuming these are Seo Yeon's acquaintances, the mentor formally introduces herself as Jae-mai. Her current mentor. The boys introduce themselves in turn, and Kim-ho reveals his name directly at that. And Ji-mi fixes on him at once, and confirms that he is the Kim-ho she has heard so much about. Without hesitation, she asks for a private moment, and Kim-ho nervously agrees. Go-hyun tactfully withdraws, leaving the two of them space to talk, and Jaime leads Kim-ho somewhere more private, and he follows with growing uncertainty. Once seated, she reintroduces herself properly as a team leader from Haesung Group's Future Strategy Division 2. The significance of that title becomes clear. Haesung is one of the Academy's top military industrial giants, producing elite magi-tech weapons. Kim-ho realizes this also explains why Seo Yeon carries so much top-grade equipment, and is startled by Jomi's status. Hearing someone of that rank call Seo Yeon my lady, he assumes she must be from an executive family line. Seo Yeon casually corrects him by saying, Jae-mai is their family steward, and Jae-mai confirms the role. Jae-mai finally states her purpose. She wants Kim-ho's advice on Seo Yeon's future path. Kim-ho protests that he is only a student, but she insists no one is more suitable to ask. She explains that he accomplished in 1 month what professional tutors and home instructors could not. Realizing Seo Yeon was never properly taught before, Kim-ho is recognized as the first truly effective teacher she has had. He blurts out whether she simply ignores instruction at home, startling both steward and lady, and Johnny awkwardly covers for ZM by saying she just focuses on subjects she finds more interesting, and Kim-ho immediately sees through the lie. Seo Yeon decides to help anyway because Kim-ho is her friend, and Jomi thanks her. Jomi reports that Seo Yeon's mana bullet and projection have both reached C rank, which surprises Kim-ho. Kim-ho judges that her firepower is now sufficient, but her mobility and defense are still too weak for sustained combat. He recommends that her next priority should be learning a movement skill, and Anjani asks for a specific suggestion. Kim-ho proposes feather walk as the most suitable option. He explains that feather walk lightens the user's body and boosts speed much like silent step. More importantly, it creates weak turbulence that can deflect part of incoming attacks, making it useful defensively as well. Its only real drawback is the high price of the skill book, though Kim-ho knows that is hardly a problem for Haesung. And Jong Eun-mi immediately promises to acquire the skill book, and thanks him for the advice. Then she opens an item interface, and hints that she has a small token of appreciation to offer. She presents Cloud Step shoes as thanks for helping Ziyan's skill training, and urges him to accept them. Kim-ho recognizes the gift as extremely expensive, and silently notes the scale of Haesung's generosity. Since he truly needs equipment, he decides not to refuse and accepts the reward please. Ngiomi asks him to keep looking after their young lady from now on. A few hours later, Kim-ho walks the academy corridor, thinking he can leave Seo Yeon's training to Ngiomi for now, while he handles other matters. He decides that after arranging a spar with Hansomi, he should first check on the blacksmith's workshop. On the way, he notices Song Chun-hai limping toward him, and realizes she must have just come from a PvP match. Seeing how battered and dazed she looks, he suspects the fight was unusually harsh for her. He calls her name, jolting her back to attention. She snaps into her usual disciplinary posture and demands to know what he wants. Kim-ho lightly remarks that she looks like she had a rough mentoring session, but she denies anything is wrong. When he points out how exhausted she looked a moment ago, she panics and tries to shut him up by force. After regaining composure, she admits she is simply a bit fatigued and accuses him of calling her over just to mock her. He says he only happened to see her and had a few things he wanted to ask, but she initially refuses to indulge him. Kim-ho responds with a knowing calm that suggests he has leverage. He reminds her of the wish token she owes him, instantly changing the balance between them. To make sure she understands, he even brings up the raid progress that earned that debt, forcing her to remember cornered song. Chun-hai grudgingly tells him to go ahead and ask. Kim-ho bluntly asks what Han So-mi likes, leaving Kun-hai completely wrong-footed. She awkwardly wonders whether he is interested in So-mi romantically, but he denies that interpretation. Embarrassed by her own assumption, she scolds him for not being clearer from the start, and he points out that she tried to leave first. After thinking it over, she agrees to help if it is truly for So-mi's sake, while warning that So-mi is not easily swayed. Kim-ho says it may be better if Kun-hai tries persuading So-mi herself, and she accepts that role. He notes that she seems unusually nice today, prompting her to insist this is only because it concerns So-mi. Flustered anyway, Kun-hai still thanks him. Kim-ho starts to leave, but Chun-hai stops him before he can go. She proposes that they do it one more time, and he turns back curious. Her challenge is a new wager on this week's PvP match, based on who removes more stickers. Kim-ho privately remembers he has already removed all of his, but wisely keeps that to himself. He accepts the rematch on the same terms as before. Another wish token Shanghai guesses. He plans to use that token to ask about the burn mark she noticed after the underground trip, since the wounds healed quickly, and she is confident she will not lose anyway. She sees no risk in agreeing. Kim-ho gladly seals the bet. With the wish token on the line, he then heads to the blacksmith's workshop, expecting trouble because the craftsman summoned him there. The blacksmith confirms that there was, indeed, a problem during processing, exactly as Kim-ho anticipated. Although fusing the two materials was easy enough, the real issue arose afterward. The merged item radiated such extraordinary cold that every attempt at processing failed, as the furnace heat simply dispersed. Kim-ho studies the result, and the blacksmith notices that he seems to have expected this outcome. When pressed, Kim-ho asks whether the blacksmith prepared any backup plan, and the man admits he has an idea, but little confidence in it. Kim-ho immediately asks what the blacksmith wants in return, if that method succeeds. His request is simple. Once the staff is completed, he wants one small extra piece made from the leftover material. The blacksmith agrees to craft the extra piece if Kim-ho's method works, and Kim-ho promises to contact him once everything is ready. Kim-ho reflects that a true master blacksmith would never abandon a difficult process, and would gladly pay the necessary price to see it through. To melt the eternal cold steel ingot, he decides he will need the help of a powerful fire mage. The method he prepares is to approach the head of the Ruby Magic Tower. That person is Han Yanhua, the older sister of Han Yanhua's younger sibling, and a top fire mage in her own right. He counts on the ruby he coaxed from the younger Han to earn him at least a proper audience. Meanwhile, Han Yanhua staggers through mentoring week, already battered daily and dismayed that it is only midweek. Although her skills are improving quickly, she still has not managed to remove even a single sticker in training. Worried about how long her body can endure this pace, she heads inside to finally rest after practice. But the moment she starts to speak to her sister, a loud disturbance from inside stops her cold. She peeks in and is shocked to find Kim-ho calmly visiting her sister. Her sister tells him he need not return the ruby, because the younger Yanhua likely gave it willingly. And he thanks her. He then asks her to take good care of Yanhua, and she lightly agrees while Yanhua is left baffled. As he leaves with a strangely confident smile, Yanhua is unsettled by how different he seems. Her sister casually praises him as polite and decent, which only deepens Yanua's confusion. She adds that the two of them are even mentoring together, making Yanhua tense up immediately. When Yanhua complains about her weak close combat, her sister bluntly reminds her. Then her sister announces that in the coming PvP match, Yanhua will be the one responsible for removing all the stickers. Yanhua protests that it makes no sense if Kim-ho is on the same team. Her sister coldly repeats the order, until Yanhua has no choice but to accept it. Intimidated, Yanhua reluctantly agrees. Her sister is not finished and continues laying down conditions. She warns Yanhua not to lose to Song Chun-hai or Guak Shichiel, no matter what happens with Kim-ho. Yanhua promises she will not. The next day in the circular arena, Yanhua faces her black-haired senior while Kim-ho stands by. Earlier, Kim-ho had asked that Yanhua be assigned the sticker removal role. For this week's PvP he admitted she would probably fail for now, but argued that making her shoulder a difficult role herself would still have value. He also explained his real request to the tower head, help Yanhua gain a special trait. In exchange for melting the eternal cold steel ingot, he said he had not even gotten Yanhua's consent yet, but claimed the tower head had promised to handle any fallout. Personally to him, the arrangement felt less like a transaction and more like a favor. Yanhua realizes he even ended up taking ownership of the ruby she meant to return. Deciding he must repay that value somehow, he proposes changing her training method. He points out that her current mentoring only teaches dodging and blocking and suggests adding offense as well. The senior, already tired, tosses the idea back at him and tells him to demonstrate it himself. Kim-ho accepts and asks to begin the second phase of training. He tells Yunoa to try removing his sticker, leaving her stunned. Then he makes a simple promise that he will only dodge. Yunoa cautiously confirms he really means it, and he reassures her to relax and come at him. Still suspicious, she activates overheat and prepares to test whether he will keep his word. The senior steps aside to observe, and the training begins under her watch. Kim-ho reasons that the senior is likely judging his performance to decide how future mentoring should proceed. Yunoa opens with combustion, and he immediately warns her not to drop her guard. He slips past the blast without being touched. Yunoa follows by rushing in with a flaming strike. Kim-ho notes that the explosion served as a smokescreen, and that her movements are already far better than on the first day. As she chains attacks together, he concludes her suffering has not been wasted, and that she has improved a great deal. He plants his foot and changes direction sharply, sliding through her attack line. He thinks she still has a long way to go, while she groans in frustration. The senior silently watches, as Yunoa keeps chasing him through arcs of flame. Kim-ho believes this dodge focused training will help both Yunoa and himself, while the senior can later rebuild it into a fuller offense-defense method. Yahello realizes that, if she must manage both attack and sticker removal at once, the difficulty is even higher than before. Exhausted, she finally collapses and cries that she cannot continue. Looking up at the untouched Kim-ho, she can only marvel at how he dodged everything without a single hit, and call him a monster. She decides she should flee, before the senior assigns even more training, and starts to excuse herself. Kim-ho stops her by calling her name. He asks if she possesses the rare fire trait known as Aqua Flame. Startled, Yunoa admits she does and asks how he knows, and he says he heard it from her sister. He explains that Aqua Flame appears in only a very small number of fire mages. The trait is called Aqua Flame. It is a fire that can burn even in the deep sea, and gives overwhelming elemental advantage against water and ice. But it comes with a catch. Yunoa says she has heard its growth stall before reaching rank. Kim-ho explains that powerful traits like Aqua Flame are rare, precisely because the stronger the trait, the harder it is to grow under ordinary conditions. He asks, what if there were a way to break through Aqua Flame's rank wall, by going beyond those ordinary conditions? Jonah immediately leans in, asking if he truly can do that, and how such a thing would even be possible. He explains that ranks rise by overcoming walls imposed by the system, and that each skill or trade has a different kind of wall. For Aqua Flame, he says, the wall is broken by relentlessly burning something that contains intense cold. Yunoa replies that she has already tried countless cold targets, such as ice golems and ice spirits. Kim-ho points out that those all melted instantly, which means they were never the right kind of obstacle. He proposes instead an item that holds extreme cold, yet does not melt easily. That suggestion leads them to the blacksmith workshop. Standing before the smith, Yunoa nervously confirms that this is the solution Kim-ho had in mind. The blacksmith warns that what they are attempting is reckless, and says he has already received help from a fire mage before. He doubts a first year, no matter how talented, will achieve a different result. But Kim-ho asks for one more chance. The blacksmith pauses to reconsider. At last he allows them to try on the eternal cold steel ingot, resting in his forge. Yunoa stays silent while Kim-ho watches her reaction closely. Feeling the ingot's brutal chill, she realizes this must be the kind of object he meant. She decides to focus Fire Pillar into a single point and test it directly. Her concentrated flame erupts against the ingot as the others watch. The blacksmith is astonished, because this is the first time he has seen a fire mage maintain output while piercing through that level of cold. Though he notes she still needs time to fully grasp it, Kim-ho asks for a few more days, and the blacksmith agrees because for the first time, he can see real hope. A few days later, Kim-ho returns to the circular arena. For the final day of the first mentoring session, Yunoa greets him brightly, and explains that the other two already went in ahead of them. Seeing her mood, Kim-ho immediately guesses that her rank has risen. She is shocked that he can tell so easily. He says the answer is written all over her face. Still unable to see it herself, she touches her cheeks, while he tells her to save the celebration and focus on sparring. Before they can settle, a new disturbance draws their attention, and Kim-ho remarks that the timing is perfect. They find Song Kun-hai and another student, already battered from an intense exchange, and Kim-ho coolly observes the scene. Yunoa judges that at this level, even taking one sticker would be difficult. Kim-ho calls out to Song Kun-hai. He asks to speak with her for a moment, leaving Yunoa wondering what kind of relationship they have. Watching them from a distance, Yunoa first thinks they do not seem close, then abruptly doubts her own reaction. Embarrassed by how much she cares, she tries to tell herself that closeness should not matter. Kim-ho snaps her back to attention by calling her name and asking why she is ignoring him. Flustered, she asks if he is done talking, and he says he only wanted to know how many stickers she removed. When she asks about the others, he tells her Topaz and Emerald failed to remove even one. Yunoa immediately calculates that if she can get just one, she will surpass both of them. Kim-ho sees that idea take hold and quietly judges it feasible. He tells her to do whatever she wants, and promises to support her accordingly. She asks if that means they will fight together today, instead of her merely watching. Still shy about it, she denies that she meant anything by the question. Kim-ho reassures her that she has done well so far, and should simply perform exactly as she practiced. As he offers her a fist, Jang-woo realizes that for once, his presence does not overwhelm her the way it usually does. Facing the senior together, Kim-ho reminds Yeonwoo that the two students ahead of her could not peel off even one sticker, and warns her not to disappoint him. His calm confidence steadies her as she steels herself beside him. Gripping her staff, Yeonwoo tells herself she can do this. She opens by activating Fire Pillar and Overheat together, pouring out far more power than before. The senior notices the change immediately, and questions whether going all out from the start is wise. Yeonwoo answers by layering Flame Orb and Lava Warp into her opening, declaring that today will be different. She drives the flames forward with fierce determination. A torrent of fire crashed toward the senior in a sweeping assault. The senior calmly begins analyzing the strategy behind the attack. She blocks the blaze with a dark shadow blade and prepares a counter. Rising through the flames, she cuts through the pressure without losing composure. Yeonwoo's fire spreads across the arena floor, forcing the battlefield into a sea of explosions. The senior realizes they are trying to blanket the entire area in flames to interfere with her shadow-based movement. Yeonwoo charges through the burning field, laughing as she presses the advantage. But the senior dismisses the tactic as still far from enough. Yeonwoo swings again, refusing to back down. The senior suddenly understands that the true target was her sword, rather than her body, as the shadow weapon is knocked away. Yeonwoo remembers the plan to disarm first and attack while the opponent is off balance. She closes in for the follow-up, but the senior reacts before Yeonwoo can finish it. With a faint smile, the senior reveals she still has another move prepared. Yeonwoo is stunned when the senior stops dodging, and instead lets a shadow butterfly appear beneath her. The senior calmly reveals that a hidden shadow butterfly had already been placed under Yeonwoo. That trap detonates in a burst of purple shadow energy around Yeonwoo. Yeonwoo barely shields herself as a green support effect from Kim-ho cuts through the aftermath. Kim-ho warns her not to lower her guard just because he is helping, and she apologizes and refocuses. Seeing his support continue, the senior decides she will have to raise the difficulty. She lunges in with twin shadow blades, scolding them for chatting and growing careless. In the middle of a fight, Yeonwoo is forced back as the senior slips past her defense in a blur. Refusing to let the chance vanish, Yeonwoo whirls and strikes toward where she predicts the senior will move. The senior evades again, but Kim-ho notes that Yeonwoo's judgment and movement have become genuinely usable. Even so, the senior prepares another counter. Because Yeonwoo's offense still has a fatal flaw, she tears through Yeonwoo's rhythm, and bluntly tells her that her attacks are far too predictable. Watching that pressure mount, Kim-ho decides to intervene a little more. He activates another green support technique with a precise gesture. As the support wraps around the senior's movement, he challenges her by asking how long that pace can last. The sudden interference creates a brief opening behind the senior, and Yeonwoo is startled to find herself right there. Kim-ho immediately orders her to grab the sticker now. While the opening exists, Yeonwoo's hand shoots toward the sticker on the senior's arm. She catches it cleanly and tears it free before the senior can recover. Realizing what she has done, Yeonwoo bursts out in joy that she finally removed a sticker. Kim-ho notes with satisfaction that the instant an opening appeared, she stayed calm and snatched the sticker without hesitation, proving how much she has grown. But he immediately reminds her that the duel is not over, and tells her to keep her eyes forward. The senior, amused rather than upset, praises the first success, and invites Yeonwoo to try removing the remaining stickers too. Yeonwoo swallows her doubt, wonders if she can handle the last two, and resolves to do her best. She charges again into the continuing duel. The fight devolves into a chaotic, comic scramble as the senior batters her around, while Yeonwoo desperately keeps swinging. When the match ends, the scoreboard declares Dang Young and Song Kun-hai the winners, while Kim-ho and Hong Yeonwoo lose, and Yeonwoo accepts the defeat as the senior praises her effort. Afterward, the senior addresses the group and admits that even so, someone did manage to remove a sticker, so her effort was not entirely wasted. The group is stunned to realize the sticker was removed, and that Hong Yeonwoo was the one who did it. The red-haired girl quietly revels, and finally surpassing Song Kun-hai, while trying not to show how pleased she is. Her awkward grin only makes the others suspicious and irritated. As the tension lingers, their senior cuts off any celebration, and warns that this is only the beginning, because regular one-on-one sparring will continue. The four students freeze in confusion, caught off guard by the idea that this grueling training is not over. Their mentor, matter-of-factly, reminds them that 3 weeks of mentoring remain, and dismisses them to rest before tomorrow. As the group starts to leave, they resign themselves to another exhausting day ahead, and decide to recover while they can. Most of them follow the mentor out in silence, but the black-haired boy lingers behind with the red-haired girl. He hesitates and stops her, clearly wanting to say something before they part. The red-haired girl awkwardly thanks him for helping create openings, so she could remove the sticker. He gently refuses the credit, and tells her the result came from her own effort. His sincerity makes her reconsider the harsh judgment she had formed of him. For the first time, she starts to think he may actually be kinder than she assumed. When he notices her staring, She snaps out of it in embarrassment. She hurriedly thanks him again, and flees with a promise to see him tomorrow. Leaving him, bemused, the mentor suddenly reappears behind him, and questions why he is still standing around so casually. She admits she came back because his wind skill annoyed her, while he points out that she had been the one to leave first. Without further warning, she launches herself back into motion, and drags him into another exchange. She rushes him with twin blades, and the red-haired girl is left startled to witness the renewed clash. Still irritated, the mentor complains about his strange wind technique. While admitting it is the only usable skill she has, she presses him on how someone who has graduated countless times can have so little, and he explains that rolling resets everything to level 1. When she says her formation leaves no opening, he answers that his trick is not some cheap shortcut. She snaps that she has no patience for wordplay, and is already exhausted from dealing with the other 3. Even so, she tells him to ease up starting tomorrow and tries to leave for rest. He stops her before she can go, making her turn back in surprise. He reminds her that her week is not over, because she promised to help him learn distortion. She grumbles about being overworked without compensation, but he insists they are almost done and only need a little more. With a weary laugh, she gives into the promise she made, and he thanks her at once. They immediately resume sparring, both moving low and fast across the arena floor. He notes that she is rushing today, and she answers that if they must do this anyway, she wants to finish quickly and rest. As the exchange continues, he realizes she can now maintain her attacks without tiring, the way she did at first. She presses him about whether he is still far from unlocking the trait, and he says he is close. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly notices the trait window appear. Seeing his opening, she warns him to dodge carefully, because she is about to attack in earnest. She lunges with crossblades, confident she has finally cornered him. Her strike seems to land, yet his body twists strangely and the blow fails to connect properly. Shocked that a definite hit passed through him, she demands an explanation, and he says he just learned it. He reveals the distortion trait, which warps space to evade enemy attacks, but can only be used once every 24 hours. She immediately calls the ability absurdly overpowered, while he points out the long cooldown as its balancing cost. Even after hearing that, she asks if she can learn it too, and he readily agrees. He explains that to stack evasion quickly, she must fight opponents ranked above her, just as she did with him but with faculty members instead. She balks at the idea of provoking ranked teachers, and he leaves the choice to her. Having gotten what he wanted, he thanks her for the help and suggests they finally go rest. Before he can leave, she stops him again with a new thought. She invokes the wish token he promised her for helping him obtain a trait, and decides to spend it immediately. Her wish begins with a practical question about whether he has any plans next week beyond mentoring. When he says no, she uses the token to demand that they go somewhere together. She refuses to reveal where, saying the surprise would be ruined if she explained it now. She walks off with only a promise to tell him the details later, leaving him puzzled but agreeable. As he heads back through the halls, he notices from someone's light steps that feather step has already been mastered, and wonders if a raid week will make his schedule even busier. He spots Zian in the corridor, and confirms from her movement that she has indeed mastered feather step. The traces around her feet make it obvious that the technique is active. Even in her casual steps, he calls out and asks directly whether she has been training feather step. She admits it, and when asked her current rank, answers that she has already reached D rank. He praises her rapid progress, but the butler appears nearby, revealing he has been watching the exchange. The butler calmly says he merely fulfilled his assigned duties, confirming he already knew about her advancement. The boy remarks that he can recognize obsessive dedication at a glance, because he has lived in it long enough himself. The butler reports that D-rank feather step is an excellent result, and that she achieved it over the weekend. He then launches into a polished, exhaustive explanation of her training plan, leaving the boy impressed by how perfectly optimized it is. The boy realizes the curriculum is so complete that there is no obvious place for him to intervene, though he suspects even perfection must hide a weakness. When the butler senses his hesitation and asks if this is too intense, the boy decides to address exactly that issue. He proposes discussing a compromise. Now that both the trainer and the student are present, he bluntly reframes the matter as 1 week of mentoring with the butler, and asks Seo Yeon how it feels. Seo Yeon answers with complete indifference that it is boring because she is only made to repeat the same things. The butler defends the regimen as the foundation of all cultivation, and reminds her that she endured the same kind of repetition under Kim Ho. She dismisses that comparison, saying Kim Ho is fine, but the exact same training becomes boring when the butler orders it. Both the boy and the butler are left momentarily baffled by her logic. Pressed for more complaints, she adds that he will not even let her nap in peace. The butler sternly replies that a nap should not last more than 4 hours, and the boy privately admits that this point is hard to argue with. The boy realizes that if he says the wrong thing, Zian may quit training altogether, so he carefully searches for a way she can accept. He asks what she wants most right now, and after some thought, she answers that she wants rest and time to recharge. He immediately suggests letting her rest for now, prompting the butler to protest that the schedule will fall apart. Lowering his voice, the boy insists there is no other way, because otherwise she might simply lie down and refuse to move at all. The butler reluctantly accepts, though the concession clearly stings. The boy then asks Ian what she would actually do with that rest. Instead of simply sleeping all day, she hesitates, unsure how to answer at first. At last, she quietly admits that she wants to go out to the downtown area. The butler instantly volunteers to escort her, but she rejects the idea because going with him would still be boring. Her blunt dismissal hits the butler like a direct blow. Seeing her reluctance to go alone, the boy offers himself as the companion instead. The butler is horrified, while the boy reasons that he bears some responsibility for drawing Suoin into mentoring in the first place. He further justifies it as a worthwhile investment, since helping Suoin even at the cost of a little training time will be compensated by the Hisung group. Zian accepts the outing at once, on the condition that she will still listen to the butler properly and produce good results this week. Soon afterward in class, the instructor announces that the grading for the week for sweep raid is complete and that everyone should check their individual results. As students compare scores around him, the boy quietly reviews his own perfect mark, while others express disbelief at his sudden improvement. Someone praises the perfect score as worthy of Kim Hyung. Catching his attention, Go Hyun-woo cheerfully says he always learns a lot from him, and asks how the others did. Hyun-woo admits his own score was not high, but the boy still encourages both him and Seo Yeon. He notices that Seo Yeon's guidance marks are surprisingly clean, and concludes that while she may crumble in other areas, drawing and line work are different. Hyun-woo unexpectedly voices the same thought, leaving the boy wondering how his mind was read so easily. Once everyone has checked their results, the instructor moves on to explain the next raid. This week's theme is Guardian, centered on protecting something rather than simply defeating enemies. The instructor explains that a guardian's rank depends on what it protects, and clearing the dungeon requires breaking through whatever is being guarded. To teach that concept, the class will use the old temple map under a two-person defense rule, with an added random rule. Their objective will be to defend a goddess statue for a limited time. The less damage the statue takes, and the more monsters they defeat in the process, the higher their score will be. The instructor adds that mentors may choose an extra, random rule for their own sessions, and the boy immediately imagines trouble for his group. He decides Go Hyun-woo will be fine because he looks eager, but Seo Yeon remains the real concern, because everything seems to annoy her. Watching the butler and Seo Yeon, he suspects the butler is in for another difficult week, and silently wishes him luck. Later in the arena, the boy asks his three teammates whether they heard the explanation about the new raid, and the mentor added random rule. They confirm they did and gloomily admit they have no idea what kind of mission they will be saddled with. This time, before the complaints can spread, their mentor arrives and sharply orders them to be quiet. She tells them to stop chattering, because she will now explain the raid rules that matter for their session. Skipping the basics, she announces that there will be 2 additional rules, and begins with close combat. Under close combat, skills weaken with distance and only deal proper damage at close range. The boy is relieved that the first random rule is not as vicious as he feared, though he stays wary of the second. The second rule is Commander, based on the idea that upper floor monsters are weak and unintelligent on their own. She explains that Commander compensates for that weakness by giving the monsters outside intelligence and direction. Then she reveals the catch with a grin. She herself will be the one commanding the monsters. The 3 students react in horror, while the boy can only admire how perfectly she found the most troublesome option. As if that were not enough, she adds one final instruction, and tells them to change partners for this week. The orange-haired girl protests that switching pairs now will ruin the coordination they have built, but the mentor dismisses the complaint as short-sighted. When the girl falters, the mentor cuts off further argument and moves to start immediately. She calls the first pair as Kim Ho and Song Kun-hai. The orange-haired girl is visibly rattled by being separated from her usual partner. Ignoring her reaction, the mentor orders the newly formed pair to enter first. Kim Ho and Song Chun-hai are transported into the old temple and quickly take in the battlefield. They note that although the temple has mostly collapsed, the goddess statue still stands intact at the center. Their mentor appears within the field, teasing them for looking too relaxed, while she calmly surveys the ruins. She tells them to prepare because the trial will begin at once, and the pair braces themselves. Kim Ho notices dark shadows pulling nearby, and realizes Dang Yong is hiding within them to issue commands. Though capturing her is not the mission, the raid begins with the statue at full durability, and a 10-minute timer counting down. A legion of goblins surges in immediately, revealing the scale of the They must hold back. Song Chun-hai volunteers to hold the main gate, and ask Kim Ho to support her from the rear, and he agrees without hesitation. He is content to let her take the troublesome front line, while he remains by the statue. She gathers crackling lightning into her fist, and prepares to overwhelm the first wave. Charging forward, she unleashes chain lightning, and tries to wipe out the goblins in one sweep. The goblins are shocked but not destroyed, and their survival immediately confuses her. The skilled display confirms chain lightning was cast, yet the horde remains largely intact. Realizing something is wrong, she stares in disbelief at the goblins that should have fallen. Kim Ho explains that because of the close combat rule, attacks do not apply properly beyond a certain distance. She understands that any monsters staying outside the close range are effectively immune and adjusts her stance. Accepting the restriction, she decides she has no choice but to fight them one by one. At close range, Kim Ho watches her reckless style and notes that she is burning through skills non-stop, relying on raw output rather than restraint. Even so, he judges her hummingbird core to be at least B rank, with raw mana already rivaling the seniors. What stands out to him is the flaw he has noticed since she first used hummingbird. Her control is poor. He suspects the problem comes from having too much mana. For her current level of finesse, she slams down another burst that scatters the goblins through sheer force, proving again that quantity is carrying her. But as he thinks that even overwhelming power can become unmanageable, one goblin slips through her attention. She cries out for help as the opening she created sends a goblin racing straight toward the statue. The goblin leaps to strike, believing it has found an undefended target instead. Kim Ho calmly catches the goblin by the throat before it can land the blow. With a casual motion, he hurls it back into the others, stunning Song Chunhai. She protests that he is supposed to kill the monsters, but he reminds her that she claims she would handle them herself. Standing beside the statue, he assures her not to worry, because he will make sure the goddess remains completely protected. Embarrassed, she drops the idea of helping directly and asks him to focus only on guarding the statue. He agrees that if she keeps thinning the horde, he can manage the occasional straggler for the full 10 minutes. Then the floor erupts nearby, signaling a new threat as the timer continues to tick down. Song Chunhai turns an alarm and realizes something much bigger is emerging. A massive goblin head bursts from the ground, and the scene ends with the horrified realization that this feels like outright cheating. Seeing Song Chunhai struggling to hold off goblins alone, the black-haired boy decides he has to step in himself. A fresh wave of goblins bursts through the breach and rushes deeper into the ruined temple. He stays calm, convinced the situation is still well within what he can handle. Using wind force, he sweeps multiple goblins back at once and proves he can block the flank with ease. While noticing how overwhelmingly effective he is, he stops observing and turns his attention back to his own role. Shanghai realizes too late that goblins are still slipping past her, one by one toward the rear objective. She keeps stunning nearby enemies with hummingbird, but the pressure in close quarters keeps building. Remembering the close combat restriction, she curses the rule as another goblin breaks past her toward the statue when she notices enemies closing in from both sides. Panic briefly overtakes her. The boy judges that her tension made her lose awareness of her backline and notes she still has much to improve. The goblins reach the goddess statue and destroy it, ending the attempt with more than 5 minutes still left. Chunhai is stunned that the defense collapsed so completely. Their mentor Kuli says lasting 5 minutes on a first try is acceptable, tells Chunhai to review her mistakes and dismisses them. Back outside, the pair emerges early and the next team is immediately sent in. As others note their short run, the red-haired girl and green-haired boy head in next, each warning the other not to interfere. Watching them, the black-haired boy notes that a wood magician and a fire magician are an awkward pair, though their compatibility today seems promising. Chunhai breaks the silence by saying she has a question for him. She asked whether he had expected the wall breach. Since he stayed unusually calm for something supposedly unforeseen, he hides that he already suspected trouble, and only admits he thought there might be more to the test. He explains that with Dang Young serving as commander, he never believed the mission would be that simple. After considering that, Chunhai shifts to criticizing him for being too passive. Despite clearly having room to do more, he answers that he held back on purpose, so he could study her fighting style, identify weaknesses and adapt around her. She accepts the intention, but argues that it was still complacent, and that he should have adjusted while fighting at full effort. Invoking her grandfather the Thunder Lord, she insists that only those who do not falter in adversity can truly rise to the top. Her words strike him as strangely familiar. He remembers the saying belongs to her grandfather, the Thunder Lord, which catches her off guard. Pleased that he recognized such an important figure to her, Chunhai openly praises his knowledge. He notices her mood brighten at being understood, and decides to steer the conversation back to strategy. He admits his passivity on the first attempt, but insists they should now focus on what to do next. She agrees privately, deciding he is more straightforward than she expected. Together they ask whether allowing even 1 or 2 goblins through over 10 minutes can realistically be corrected. He proposes a practical answer until they gather more data. He will personally handle any enemies that slip past her flank. Their discussion flows surprisingly well, and they both note how much more cooperative the other is today. He jokingly reminds her that he once helped persuade Sumi, even passing along Go High End with thanks. He tries to leverage that into claiming another wish ticket, but she immediately rejects the shameless argument. Before he can keep teasing, he notices the other team's run has ended too. The red-haired and green-haired pair lasted 3 minutes and 57 seconds, which is still shorter than Shanghai's team managed. Chunhai realizes their team probably fought with only 2 people, as well, and feels guilty that her own passivity hurt her partner. When the red-haired girl approaches, Chunhai starts to ask what happened, but is cut off. The red-haired girl gives Chunhai a dark, competitive smile that instantly puts her on edge. The black-haired boy notes that Chunhai's face gives away every emotion, while the red-haired girl seems delighted by that. With crackling menace, Chunhai quietly vows that next time they will be the ones to win. On their second attempt in the old temple, the mentor asks for active cooperation, and the pair enters with a clear plan. Chunhai accepts his support and assigns him to watch the vulnerable side. When she asks what he intends to do, he only says he will try something different from last time. She reasons that if close combat reduces long-range damage, then the answer is wide-area magic that inflicts continuous effects. Instead of direct hits acting on that idea, she casts a zone spell called Lightning Field. As goblins rush in, he immediately recognizes that she has found the answer she was searching for. The field spreads across the floor, and the goblins hesitate as the charged area blocks their advance. When they step into it, the current seizes their bodies and slows the whole wave. Satisfied, Chunhai believes this setup should finally stabilize the defense. The goblins are forced to crawl through the electrified zone, instead of swarming freely. Watching her maintain the field, he realizes she is compensating for the close combat rule, with sheer mana and battlefield control. Because the spell does not rely on direct damage, it bypasses the restriction enough to cripple the goblin's momentum. He concludes that Chunhai has finally found a fighting style that suits her. Just as he relaxes, a new hole suddenly opens in the wall on his side. Another pack of goblins pours through the breach, forcing him to react immediately. He apologizes to the intruders, and declares that this breach is not an entrance at all, but a sealed door with wind force. He blasts the goblins back, and tells them to use the front door if they have business here. The defense remains stable past 5 minutes, and he notes they are already doing far better than before. Even as things go smoothly, he expects the next obstacle to appear soon, and it does. Chunhai senses something ominous approaching, while he dryly remarks on how cruel their commander can be. A formidable enemy called the Goblin Beheader appears far earlier than usual, right in the middle phase of the mission. Its arrival shakes the battlefield, and instantly changes the tone of the run. The Beheader advances through the lightning with a predatory grin, clearly far tougher than the others. Chunhai steels herself and refuses to be intimidated. She meets the Beheader head-on, and quickly proves she is not being overwhelmed in direct exchange. Meanwhile, he reminds himself that the real mission is defense, so the key is handling the Beheader without letting the normal goblins through. Chunhai suddenly notices a regular goblin slipping past toward the statue. While she is occupied with the Beheader, she urgently warns him that one is heading for the objective, and he assures her he can hold his side just fine. He orders her to focus entirely on killing the Beheader first, while he cleans up the rest. She accepts the instruction without hesitation, resolving to pour everything into the formidable enemy. She gathers lightning around her body. She launches forward in a burst of electrified speed. Her sudden acceleration catches the Beheader off guard. As she closes the distance, instantly he sees that she has adapted quickly, and assumes she will finish the beheaded soon enough for them to use the data later. Confident she can manage, he turns to clear his own side and boosts wind force with Amplify. The strengthened wind hurls multiple goblins into the air, and strips the pressure away from the statue. The remaining goblins recoil. As he takes complete control of the space around the objective, he swats aside another attacker, and keeps the whole group pinned back with overwhelming force. Then Distortion activates, and he casually catches a thrown weapon before it can hit him. Realizing goblins are clever enough to throw blades, he admits the mission may be trickier than he first thought. At the same time, Chunhai lands another electrified strike on the Beheader. Believing victory is one hit away, she commits to a final finishing blow. Before she can end it, the Beheader unleashes a dark, roaring surge that interrupts her attack. It follows with a sweeping blade attack that forces her back and opens a path past her. The beheaded throne strike reaches the goddess statue and destroys it, ending the run with just over a minute remaining. The pair is left staring at the ruined objective, crushed by how close they came to success. He knows this kind of near victory can feel even worse than a complete failure, and gently points out that they almost had it. Still, he winces because he knows words alone will not ease the sting. Chunhai stands in silent tears, and he realizes empty comfort will not reach her right now. A short while later, the mentor ends training for the day, and orders everyone to review the replay carefully. She closes the session with a simple dismissal. As the students disperse, the mentor quietly tells Chunhai she did good work. Though Chunhai remains too downcast to respond, the black-haired boy asks the mentor whether he was too harsh on Chunhai, and what exactly upset her so badly. The mentor says the problem was not her criticism, but the unexpected thrown blade that no one had predicted. He argues that battle never follows rules perfectly, and that enemies will always do unexpected things. When the mentor unconsciously smiles while saying this, he teases her to stop pretending to be stern. He decides Chunhai probably learned something important from the loss, but for now he should focus on improving himself. During the mentoring event, reviewing his own growth, he concludes that relying on wind force alone is no longer enough, and that he needs another skill. He sets his sights on Spiral Burst, an essential advanced technique for wind-type supporters. In his mind, he recalls the image of a robed winecaster, shaping a compressed spiral of air. He remembers using the skill often in the game, but also knows mastering such advanced magic overnight is impossible. He reminds himself that the only path to it is steadily building through lower-tier wine magic first. With that in mind, he asks the mentor to help him again this week, because he wants to learn a new skill. She immediately guesses he means wind magic, and he confirms it. When she suspects he plans to use some manipulative trick on her, he reassures her that this week's strategy battle only requires her to gather monsters, while he handles the rest. Half doubtful and half relieved, she makes him promise that really is all she has to do, and he cheerfully agrees. The next day at lunch in the school store, Chunhai sits with her blue-haired friend. While still looking distracted, her friend chatters about the bagel sandwiches, but Chunhai barely cares what they are eating. A tray is suddenly set down beside her, drawing her attention. The black-haired boy arrives and asks to join them, so they can discuss the strategy battle over lunch. The blue-haired friend welcomes him enthusiastically, and Chunhai allows it without objection. He asks whether she reviewed yesterday's battle, and she says she did, agreeing that the overall framework was sound despite the late failure. Then he casually asks whether simply handling the beheaded properly would be enough, which immediately makes Chunhai tense. She sees at once that he is not asking idly, and presses him for the alternative he clearly has in mind. Instead of answering directly, he asks whether she remembers what the beheader did. Just before throwing its blade, he brings her back to the moment of the monster's dark roar and preparatory motion. That prompt makes her realize she overlooked a clear warning sign. She identifies the roar and wind up as the tell that preceded the throw, and he confirms she has it right. He tells her to start watching enemy movement patterns more closely from the next attempt onward, and she accepts the advice. After finishing the discussion, he leaves first and tells them he will see them in class. He parts with an easy wink, leaving the table in a lighter mood. Watching him go, Chunhai is relieved to feel her own energy returning. After school, Chunhai and the black-haired boy enter the arena again for another attempt. While waiting for the start, Chunhai notices another team lasting longer than expected, and wonders if they should be able to do the same. He says they should succeed too if they watch for the goblin beheader, and she vows not to be fooled by it again. When that other team finishes, the red-haired girl and green-haired boy emerge, looking pleased with themselves. He asks if they succeeded, and their confident expressions make the answer obvious. Chunhai bristles at their smugness. While he thinks she is getting worked up too quickly, refusing to be outdone, she insists they go in immediately and make sure they succeed this time. The new run begins with lightning field already prepared beneath the incoming goblins. Chunhai charges forward aggressively. Instead of waiting for the wave to come to her, she opens with a lightning charge strike and attacks at close range with confidence. Her electrified blows slam goblins aside one after another. She keeps a goblin pinned with one hand while blasting another away, showing how much more fluidly she can chain her spells now. With nearly 5 minutes still remaining, she is still controlling the field and landing hits cleanly. Even so, he wonders whether improved rhythm and accuracy alone can really change the final result. Soon the goblin beheader reveals itself again, with the same ominous dark aura. This time Chunhai faces it calmly, recognizing the threat the moment it appears. He tells her they will end this quickly, and orders her to go all out while he covers her back. She immediately begins driving the beheader back with rapid lightning attacks. Her assault grows fiercer as she presses the advantage. Without hesitation, the beheader is forced to defend under the barrage. Instead of dictating the pace, he judges her plans swift and decisive, but still wonders whether she can finish the monster fast enough. Even so, he commits himself to supporting her completely, deciding that whatever happens, that is his role as her partner. Then he notices the ordinary goblins have changed tactics and are deliberately staying outside the close combat penalty range. They begin circling the goddess statue from a distance, seemingly trying to surround it. Without entering Chunhai's effective zone, one goblin suddenly lunges and hurls a weapon from outside the expected pattern. He reacts at once, raising his hand as the thrown weapons converge on the statue, and the defense hangs on his next move. As the goblin assault continues, the goddess statue has already been worn down to 92%, and Song Chunhai realizes the pressure is becoming serious. He judges that there are too many attacks to block perfectly, and that this phase can no longer be handled casually. Reading her habits, he concludes that his senior has studied his skill thoroughly, and is probably feeling pleased that she has finally found a way through. So he shifts the contest into a race of speed, deciding to see whether the statue or his rapid response strategy breaks first. At the same time, Song Chunhai drives lightning into the goblin leader. To stop its advance, her electrified strike lands cleanly, staggering the armed goblin in close combat. But the goblin leader suddenly unleashes a terrifying roar that floods the area with dark force and catches her off guard. She immediately recognizes the roar as a special move, rather than a normal attack. Expecting the same trick as before, she grabs for the weapon and assumes she can shut it down again. Even as she moves to disarm it, a blade slips past her defense, and she realizes too late that she misread the threat. Watching from behind, he notes that although he warned her to block carefully, she still failed to stop the strike despite trying hard. Feeling a little guilty for pushing her so hard, he decides he should at least let her succeed once. He redirects the incoming attacks with his skill, but the statue's durability still plunges to 32%. Under the accumulated damage, the statue finally collapses in pieces, and Song Chunhai is stunned that she was fooled by the same setup again. He quickly reassures her that only part of the objective was lost, and orders her to stay focused because 1 minute still remains. Taking the cue, she regains her resolve and surges back into the fight with renewed lightning. She realizes that once the goblin leader is deprived of its weapon, it is no more dangerous than an ordinary goblin. Acting on that insight, she overwhelms the now armed leader with a brutal, close-range barrage and brings it down. With 58 seconds left and the statue hanging on at 15%, She sees that the field is still crowded with enemies around him. She answers by unleashing a wide lightning blast that tears through the remaining goblins and rapidly clears the room. As he finishes off stragglers, he is impressed that even after defeating the formidable enemy, she still has an astonishing amount of mana left. The trial ends in success with a total score of 517 points, and he calmly praises her for the result. Instead of celebrating, she admits she is dissatisfied, because leaving the statue at 15% feels like failure to her. She proposes that next time, they abandon the reckless rush and return to a more defensive plan, and he admires her determination despite her exhaustion, and agrees they should keep improving little by little. During the strategy period the next day after school, the scene shifts back to class. Remembering how much time yesterday's strategy battle consumed, he decides to spend today working on acquiring lower-tier magic for spiral bursts. That plan is interrupted when Yahello unexpectedly appears in his classroom, drawing everyone's attention. He immediately assumes she came all the way there, specifically to find him when their eyes meet. He takes her arrival as confirmation of that suspicion. Their awkward greeting makes it clear that she is nervous, while he stays composed, gathering her courage. She explains that she came because she has something to give him. She places a long case on the desk, and says the head of the blacksmith workshop asked her to deliver it, because the item is finally complete. The mention of processed eternal cold steel immediately tells him this is the custom piece he had been waiting for. Opening the case, he reveals Rude, a component with extremely high mana conductivity, damage prevention, automatic durability recovery, and multiple upgrade paths. He recognizes it as one part of an X-grade weapon, though for now, it is still only a bare component without unique functions of its own. That limitation excites him instead of disappointing him, because it means the item can grow without clear limits, and justifies the deal he made with the Magitech Club in advance. He immediately begins fitting the component into the orbital device. He prepared for it. The integration succeeds, adding a new permanent function called Levitate Zone C, and he decides to test it. In that day's strategy battle, turning back to Yahello, he asks whether she likes the finished result, and tells her it came out even better than he expected. His praise flusters her so much that she blushes, and admits she is relieved to hear it. He then asks about the rank of her Aquaflame, and she happily reports that his help pushed it all the way up to C rank. He advises her to keep grinding ranks the same way, and she says that is exactly her plan, since even the Mage Tower has responded positively. He warns that once she can melt eternal cold steel, ordinary materials will no longer be enough for efficient growth, and suggests alternatives such as dungeons with ice attribute monsters. She accepts the advice, tells him there is no rush and he can test methods one by one, then parts with him for now by saying they can continue later. In mentoring class, before the moment can end, the silver-haired girl beside him suddenly grabs his sleeve and stops him with unusual urgency. She says that this weekend there is somewhere she wants to go with him. Caught off guard, he tries to postpone the discussion until after mentoring, but she refuses to let it slide. She insists they settle it now with a cold, forceful intensity that leaves him wondering why she is acting so different.